require him to take action to secure the border and implement those measures that I say. The Senate refuses to pass it. So without anything meaningful that requires the administration to do something, he's certainly not going to use his discretion, because he's used his discretion for the opposite, to dismantle the border. So I think that really the only way we're going to get something serious done at the border is either we take control of the Senate, Republicans, in the November election, or we take control of the White House, meaning we elect President Trump in November. But short of one of those things happening, I'm very fearful that we're going to continue to be in this mess. Remember, every time there's a lawsuit, this administration uses our taxpayer resources to stop border security, whether it's to end Title 42, whether it's to stop Texas's law to secure its own, border because the federal government won't. They have gone out of their way every single time to keep this border wide open. And people who vote for this president in November are complicit. I mean, they're supporting it. They're condoning what's happening, this mass illegal immigration.
President Biden recently had a phone call with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu after an Israeli strike killed aid workers in Gaza, where the president called for an immediate ceasefire. Do you think some of that has to deal with his own reelection concerns?
Well, I can tell you, as somebody who's, at the Capitol and seeing firsthand what's going on, there has been a massive push by left-wing groups like Code Pink, who have really been on the wrong side of so many issues, whether it's basically supporting the position of Hamas, but, supporting communist Cuba. And they crashed one of my own press conferences when we were calling for free and fair elections in Cuba. And so I do believe that they've pushed the Democrats to embrace a ceasefire and to be harsh critics of Israel. And I think that the president is doing right now is actually undermining our ally Israel, who has to go after and has to eradicate these terrorists, the Hamas terrorists, which are really essentially Iran, right? They're Iran proxies. They're being funded by Iran, and they need to eradicate these terrorists if they are going to survive. And I think that the president is making a grave mistake, as did Senator Schumer the other day when he called for an election to replace Netanyahu.
Following an Israeli strike in Syria, the United States and Israel are on high alert for Iranian retaliation. How concerned are you about these threats coming from Iran and its proxies?
It's obviously very concerning. Iran is funding the terrorism activity that we're seeing, whether it is Hamas, Hezbollah, whether it's the Houthi rebels. It all goes back to one regime, and that is the Iranian regime. What concerns me is that this administration has ended the tough sanctions, right, that were placed on Iran, the maximum pressure campaign of the Trump administration. They have eased a lot of that, whether it's issuing waivers so civilians can continue to work on the Iranian nuclear program, whether it be lifting sanctions, whether it be not sanctioning any partner that refines Iranian oil. These are things that President Trump was doing that crippled the Iranian regime. And what this president has done is basically put billions and billions of dollars in their coffers to allow them to continue to fund this terrorism. And so, one message that the Republicans have had for this administration is stop appeasing the agitators of the world, right? Whether it be Iran, whether it be Venezuela, whether it be Erdogan in Turkey with jets, they seem to want to appease agitators in the region, including communist China, while throwing our allies, our friends, the people who have been loyal to the United States, under the bus. Mm-hmm. And I think that is a recurring theme that we have seen in the Biden administration's foreign policy.
There's an effort by Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene to oust Speaker Mike Johnson. Do you think that these efforts should be saved until after the election, when you guys can openly debate your leadership?
Absolutely. There is no reason to do what was a big failure, right? Getting rid of Speaker McCarthy was a tremendous failure. And I think the 8 individuals that sided with all the Democrats to remove Speaker McCarthy did the Republicans, did the conference, and did the nation a big disservice. I think we lost a lot of our leverage. And I feel that our Speaker, Speaker Johnson, is weakened by what had occurred, and certainly weakened by the fact that he is being held hostage by, any one member that chooses to do a motion to vacate. What I would say is our speaker is not the problem. The problem is the leader of the Senate, Chuck Schumer, and it's the person in the White House, Joe Biden. We are only 1/3 of the government. The speaker is fighting and trying his best to negotiate on our behalf and for the country, for the conservative values that we support, for common sense, pro-growth, pro-jobs policies, smart energy policy, smart border policy. It is the other two that we are outnumbered 2-1 that are the problem. And so if we want to see true change, we need to do everything we can to put Republicans in a better position to take back the Senate and win the White House. And then we will really be able to get stuff done. Right now, though, we've done a good job, by the way, of stopping a lot of these massive omnibus spending packages that were in excess of the regular appropriations and federal funding, federal budget. And that has saved taxpayers trillions of dollars. So if we look at what we've been able to stop this administration from doing, it is significant. But we want more, of course. We want to see more changes. So much has to be reversed, but we need 2/3 at least of the government to be able to do that.
Congresswoman Nicole Maliotakis of the great state of New York, thank you so much for your time. Have a great week.
Thank you.
Wake up with Kayal Company, mornings 6 till 10, Talk Radio 1210.
Hi, I'm Henry Winkler. My eyes are very important to me. My eyes connect me with everything I love. I loved my late father-in-law dearly. He always lit up a room, but his vision dimmed with age. He had age-related macular degeneration, or AMD. And since partnering with Apellis, I've learned there's an advanced form of dry AMD called geographic atrophy, or GA. His struggle with vision loss made me want to help others know about GA's warning signs. For some, colors appear dull or washed out. For others, hazy or blurred vision make it hard to see details, like fine print on price tags. Many have trouble seeing in the dark, making driving at night difficult. GA gets worse over time and cannot be reversed. If you think you have GA, don't wait. Treatments are available. Ask a retina specialist about FDA-approved treatments for GA and go to GAWon'tWait.com.
My wife and I both, we ended up mildly sick for a few months, and the nasal congestion was probably the worst part. I had like a post-nasal drip, just super congested all the time. We were taking everything we possibly could, but nothing really worked.
Kyrie was miserable until a friend recommended Navage. Navage offers immediate drug-free congestion relief, flushing your nasal passages with refreshing saline and sucking out mucus, germs, and other airborne irritants. Don't live in misery this cold season. Use Navage so you can breathe easier, sleep better, and feel your best right away.
The biggest thing Navage has done has completely cleaned out my nasal passages. It was from the first use. I was able to just clear out anything that was stopping me from breathing correctly. Navage helps me clear the way, literally clear the way for me to operate better in the rest of my life.
Experience the Navage difference yourself. Navage is available at Navage.com or at Walmart, Walgreens, CVS, and Rite Aid. Navage, Navage.
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential, but finding those people can be a major hassle, unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. And right now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. With ZipRecruiter, one click sends your job to hundreds of top job sites. But more than that, ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies the candidates with the skills you need, sends you a list of great matches to review, then actively invites them to apply for your job. And the results speak for themselves. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. That's right, the first day. Now you can focus on your business and let ZipRecruiter do the work finding the best people for you. See for yourself. Experience the ease, efficiency, and power of ZipRecruiter for free. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Hey, Dawn Stensland here. You've heard me talk about Chapman Windows, Doors, and Siding, how much I love my new patio doors. You know by now, if I needed windows, doors, or siding, I'd only trust the Chapman team. If you're thinking of updating your current siding or removing your current stucco and replacing it with siding, think Chapman. With the new updated siding choices available, the curb appeal of your home will pop. If you currently have stucco, updating it with James Hardie plank or vinyl siding will truly add value to your home. If you're looking to sell, you can bet buyers will value updated new siding. And right now would be a good time to get ahead of the ball and plan your siding project for 2024. The certified Chapman installers are the folks you want on the job. If you or someone you know are looking for windows, doors, siding, stucco remediation, shutters, or hardware, give them a call or text them 610-431-8898, ChapmanWindowsDoors.com. Chapman, the name I trust. Tell them Dawn sent you.
I'm Philomena, founder of Kin Apparel here in Philly. I love my natural hair, but not what hoodies and hats were doing to it. So I made my own satin-lined hoodies and created a business in the process. I've got big dreams, and Chase for Business in Philly was like, all right, how do we get you there?
Get financial guidance from bankers in your community and convenient digital tools all in one place. Learn more at chaseforbusiness.com. Make more of what's yours. Real customers compensated. JP Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
Now there's a simple, easy, and effective way to clean your nose and protect your health. It's called Navage. Navage. Available at Navage.com.
What if being in recovery from a mental or substance use disorder was something we proudly showed the world? Millions of people are in recovery, sharing hope and support with family, friends, and community. Join the Voices for Recovery. For confidential information for mental and substance use disorders, call 1-800-662-HELP. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
Calling on Blackwood to follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Now, a look at what's happening from the Fox News Rundown.
Good morning. It's Monday, April 8th, 2024. I'm Ted Lindner. This is the Fox News Rundown. Today's the day a total solar eclipse will cross North America. Fox's Tanya J. Powers with more.
Millions of people from northern Mexico to Maine will be in the 115-mile-wide path of totality for the solar eclipse. The last one the U.S. had was in 2017, and the next one won't happen until 2044. A total solar eclipse happens when the moon passes between the sun and Earth, completely blocking the face of the sun for a few minutes. If you're planning to watch the eclipse, be sure to wear specialized eye protection designed for it, not just sunglasses. The special solar filter prevents the wearer from severe eye injury.
And South Carolina wins the NCAA Women's Basketball Championship Sunday, beating Iowa 87-75, finishing the season a perfect 38-0. The University of Connecticut and Purdue will meet in the final of the men's tournament in Glendale, Arizona tonight. Tip-off happens at 9:20 Eastern. I'm Ted Lindner on the Fox News Rundown.
This is the Fox News Rundown.
Free speech lives here. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Kayal and Company, weekday mornings 6 till 10.
It's Android users that ruin it for the rest of us.
Tracy writes to us and says Apple users are a cult.
We want simplicity in life. We want other people to get aboard to make communicating easier. There's one man on this show, and he does a great job. I love him to death.
Phil, would you like to defend yourself, my friend?
Yes, all of you are cultists. I'm not going anywhere.
Phil and I are going to have a rivalry all week. He's a UConn fan, and I'm an Alabama fan.
Oh.
And they are playing Saturday night in the Final Four, and it's going to be ugly.
Start your day with Kayal and Company, weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
For the ones who work hard to ensure their crew can always go the extra mile, and the ones who get in early so everyone can go home on time, there's Grainger, offering professional-grade supplies backed by product experts so you can quickly and easily find what you need. Plus, you can count on access to a committed team ready to go the extra mile for you. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey, Philly. Jason Kelsey here. Even though I won't be playing on Sundays anymore, you can still find me at Lincoln Financial Field on Saturday, May 18th for the Eagles Autism Challenge, presented by Lincoln Financial Group. This event raises millions of dollars to support autism research and care and gives you the chance to walk, run, or ride your bike beside your favorite Eagles players. Together, we can transform the lives of individuals affected by autism. Register today at eaglesautismchallenge.org, and I'll see you there.
Listen to every MLB game live.
In the deep left center field, it is high, it is far, it is gone.
Stream minor league affiliates.
The Midwest League home run leader.
And watch the best baseball highlights and look-ins on MLB Big Inning. MLB At Bat is your all-in-one live baseball subscription for only $3.99 per month.
Deep left field, it's gonna go. Alvarez ties the game.
Subscribe to At Bat within the MLB app today. Major League Baseball trademarks used with permission.
If you're drowning in IRS debt and can't afford to pay, then you need to take advantage of special IRS tax programs that are available and free yourself from IRS collection efforts once and for all. Due to the financial hardship consumers are facing throughout the country, the Internal Revenue Service has made it easier to settle delinquent tax problems. An open phone line has been established by Community Tax for consumers to call and see if they qualify. Take down this number or store it in your cell phone, but call the Community Tax Helpline at 800-514-1026. If you owe back taxes to the IRS and cannot afford to pay them back, or even if you have years of unfiled tax returns, there's no need to fear anymore. But you have to call the Community Tax Helpline today at 800-514-1026 for the help that you need. Don't take on the IRS alone. They can attack your wages, savings, pension, home, and even your Social Security check. Call 800-514-1026 for your free consultation and to see if you qualify. That's 800-514-1026.
Look through your children's eyes, and you'll see the true magic of a forest. It's a storybook world for them. You look and see a tree. They see the wrinkled face of a wizard with arms outstretched to the sky. They see treasure in pebbles. They see a windy path that could lead to adventure. When they discover the forest, their imagination is inspired by the smell of pine, the crunch of leaves beneath their feet, the sound of birds calling out for attention. And they see you, their fearless guide through this fascinating forest world. You are the hero in this book. This is a memory being made. This is what they will laugh about years from now. These are the roots, grounding and nourishing them.
Find a forest near you and start exploring at discovertheforest.org. Then look through your children's eyes and discover the magic all around you. That's discovertheforest.org. Brought to you by the United States Forest Service and the Ad Council.
Click this link now to review my bank transfer. I didn't make a bank transfer. Ugh, another phishing message. Are you frustrated by these too? So much of our lives are online today. To make sure my information is protected, I checked out CISA's Secure Our World resources. They've got 4 simple ways we can stay safe online. First, learn to recognize and report phishing. Next, create a strong, unique password for each online account, and use a password manager if you can. Then turn on multi-factor authentication for extra security, and you'll receive a code when logging in. And finally, turn on automatic software updates for convenience and safety. Click here to track my delivery. Another phishing message. But now I know how to protect myself from scammers, and you can learn too. Go to CISA at cisa.gov/Secure Our World for more quick, easy tips to be safer online.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
Down now, the latest from Fox Business.
I'm Maria Bartiromo, and this is the Fox Business Report.
Wall Street will be hoping for a better week this week than last week. When all the averages were down, the Dow lost over 900 points in total. However, it snapped a 4-session losing streak on Friday, gaining 307 points. The Nasdaq was up 199, the S&P 500 up 57. The gains in reaction to the fact the U.S. economy added 303,000 jobs in March, well above the 200,000 estimate.
It's just yet another expectations-defying job report.
Chairman of the White House Council of Economic Advisors, Jared Bernstein. Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer expressing major reservations Sunday about Capital One's proposed $35 billion acquisition of Discover.
More consolidation in the industry
could very well mean even higher rates and higher fees.
That deal not expected to close until late in the year at the earliest. That's your Fox Business Report. I'm Kevin Uretsky. Invested in you.
This is the Fox News Rundown.
It may take more than a TikTok account to reach young voters, even though that's one of the places they're likely to be.
As a Gen Zer myself, I can easily say that most of my generation gets our information from social media.
Kayal Ogumbour spoke to Fox after the 2022 midterms, which had a higher than usual turnout among Americans ages 18 to 29. That includes Gen Z and some younger millennials. But that vote was just months after the U.S. Supreme Court overturned Roe v. Wade.
Which is, I think, a tangible moment where people in my generation decided that we are going to come out to vote in a political election that has nothing to do with the presidency.
Fast forward to this year's march toward a presidential rematch that no generation seems enthused about in any polling. Tufts University says about 41 million Gen Z Americans ages 18 to 27 will be eligible to vote this year. University of Michigan student Hudson Shantz telling Fox News before Michigan's Republican primary in February.
Young Americans need a president who will make this generation proud to be American.
Though more younger voters tend to vote Democrat than Republican, in 2 years after turnout fueled in part by abortion rights, researchers say many Gen Z voters might just sit this one out or consider a third-party candidate. One young American telling the Wall Street Journal, when lawmakers are passing bills about TikTok instead of school shootings, quote, I feel like they don't really care about what's going on with humanity. Interviews by the Journal and a long-running survey by the University of Michigan tracking decades of 12th graders find that Gen Z is disillusioned, dissatisfied with both sides of the aisle, and less hopeful than other generations.
Gen Z is definitely gloomier than previous generations were at the same age.
Dr. Jean Twenge is a professor of psychology at San Diego State University and an author. Her latest book is Generations, the real differences between Gen Z, millennials, Gen X, boomers, and silents, and what they mean for America's future.
So I work with a lot of big surveys of teens, and today's teens they're more likely to be pessimistic. They're more likely to agree that it's hard to have hope for the world, or that they wonder if there's even any purpose in life given the world situation. And that's from a survey that goes back to 1976.
When you say goes back to 76, you're talking about that comparison between how they feel at this age and how previous generations did, right?
Yeah, so it's a big national survey of high school seniors. So they're 17 and 18 years old. And the first time it was done was 1976, back when that age group was boomers. And the Gen Z teens in the last few years, they've continued to hit all-time highs in pessimism.
How much of this is wrapped up in the pandemic, not only having to live through that, effectively delaying their entry into adult life, but then also getting hit with all of the ripple effects, including the continued impacts on unaffordable housing, for instance?
Actually, I think very little of it is due to the pandemic. So when you look at a lot of these trends in pessimism, in depression, in unhappiness, they began in the early 2010s, at least 8 years before COVID-19 was on the scene.
That's so interesting. Why is that? Why are the newer generations feeling less optimistic?
I think a lot of it can be traced back to the advent of smartphones and social media in the early 2010s. So that's when more people started to own a smartphone. It's when the character of social media changed from being kind of optional, something that a few people did here and there, to something almost all people, especially younger people, were doing every single day. And that led to a lot more young people spending less time with each other in person and a lot more time scrolling through their phones. So that's not a good formula for mental health. So we started to see depression going up, first among teens, then among young adults. And depression isn't just about feelings. It's also about how you see the world and how you think about things. So by definition, depression means seeing the world in a more negative light. And that's exactly what we're seeing with Gen Z. I'm actually not suggesting that living now is worse, or that there's more bad news now than there was 10 years ago or 20 years ago or 30 years ago. Every generation, every time has its negative news. But now that news gets clicks, it spreads faster, it's more emphasized, and it's in our pocket all the time on that smartphone.
What are some of the practical implications of this? Because you have this more pessimistic generation. How is that translating into what they're doing and not doing? Has this, stalled their growth, if you will, their progress as human beings? Because it sounds like they're, by default, not having as much faith in institutions, for example.
Yes, absolutely. And that's another trend that's been going on for even longer, is the decline in trust in the press, in government, in the scientific community, in medicine, in religious organizations. That's been going on for decades, that trust and confidence in those institutions has been sliding among all adults, not just among young people. What you really see among young people is a very negative view of the country that isn't quite as prominent among older generations. So a poll a few years ago, for example, asked if people thought significant changes to American government were necessary. And the number of Gen Z who agreed with that was much higher than among older generations. Gen Z was also more likely to say that, when they were asked, do you think America is a fair society or an unfair society? They were much more likely to say that they thought that America was an unfair society compared to older generations.
This sounds like something that both sides of the aisle in Washington could easily underestimate in terms of its impact on politics in particular. Do Gen Zers blame one political party more than the other for the state of things?
Well, who they blame is going to depend, of course, on their own political ideology. But I completely agree. I think this Gen Z pessimism has been completely underestimated and not recognized enough by either political party. I think both have to recognize how pervasive this pessimism is among young adults. Because we're used to thinking of young adults as optimistic and idealistic and having their whole lives ahead of them. When young adults were millennials, that was much more true. But not with Gen Z. They really see the world and the country through this very negative lens. And I think that's something that politicians really have to grapple with, is how can they reach young adults when so many more young adults are convinced the whole system is rigged and we might as well just give up? So the good news is, at least up to this point, voter turnout has actually been pretty good among Gen Z young adults. We'll have to see if that continues in this fall's election. But whether they turn out or not, I think the big challenge for both Republicans and Democrats right now is to reach these young people and try to convince them that there's a way out of our country's issues that doesn't involve starting over. It's nihilism. It's not even just pessimism. It's that idea that nothing I do matters. Doesn't matter who I vote for. Politicians are going to say anything that they want, but they're not actually going to change anything.
There have been a few studies suggesting a growing gender divide when it comes to young people and their politics, with young women becoming more liberal, some columnists suggesting young men are growing more conservative. Are you seeing evidence of that? And what's driving it, if so?
Yeah, in fact, in my book, Generations, I documented that, I think for the first time in the U.S. data from the high school seniors, that there's a increase in the number of young men who identify as conservative, and then there's a slight decrease in the number of young women who say that they're liberal, with the end result that there's a growing gender gap when it comes to politics.
Any particular reason, or is it just a variety of things that are driving that?
That why question is a particularly difficult one to answer in this area. Since the changes are bigger for the young men, we might focus on them to ask, is it their time on social media that has maybe pushed them to the right? Or some people even on the left have suggested maybe young men don't feel as welcome on the left now.
That could be in the wake of the Me Too movement, for instance. or again, the abortion rights issue. What do you think has the potential to have a bigger effect on the election in November? If Gen Zers sit it out and they're so, fed up that they just don't vote at all, or if they actually turn out and vote, because there's about 41 million? Is there a sense that would help one candidate over another, or are they divided enough that it's hard to tell? Or could they be the ones that give more momentum to a third party candidate?
Yeah, it's very hard to tell at this point. I mean, things are very, very much in flux. However, young adults tend to tilt more toward the Democrat side. And if we presume that's true going forward, then if there's a big turnout from Gen Z, they're very dissatisfied, and the only thing I can think of to do about it is to go vote, that would favor the Democrats. If they say, we're staying home, we can't stand any of this, then that would probably favor the Republican side.
What gives you hope for this generation? Having spent, so much time sort of studying and writing about the differences between the generations, is there something that you take as something positive looking going forward?
Yeah, absolutely. For one thing, Gen Zers are more likely to say that they want to help others, that helping others in difficulty is important, that they want a job where they could be directly helpful to other people. They are very good at taking other people's perspectives and trying to understand what it's like to have a different background. There's also some really, really good trends for teens, that fewer are having sex and drinking alcohol as younger people. And that clearly has some benefits. Most parents and public health experts are pretty thrilled with those trends and are grateful that teens are taking longer to do some of those adult things.
Do you think Gen Z gets a bad rap?
I think every generation gets a bad rap when they're young adults. I'm a Gen Xer. We were slackers. We got all kinds of pushback from the boomers before us. Millennials got criticized for being too confident. And now Gen Z is too pessimistic. All of these may have a grain of truth to them, but I think it's just part of the natural process of each generation growing to adulthood, defining themselves, seeing what distinguishes them from the previous generations.
Jean Twenge, author of Generations, The Real Differences Between Gen Z, Millennials, Gen X, Boomers, and Silence, and What They Mean for America's Future. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. It was really great.
Dom time. Dom Giordano, weekdays noon till 3. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Do these three words make you cringe? Calcium oxalate stones. If so, then this message will be a huge relief, because now there's a kidney health supplement that has shown in laboratory tests to reduce the rate of calcium oxalate crystal growth by 99%. That's right, 99%. It's called Kidney Cop, Calcium Oxalate Protector, and nothing else comes close to its success. In fact, it has a 100% satisfaction guarantee. Kidney Cop is so innovative, it's been awarded 5 U.S. patents, is recommended by doctors and pharmacists, and is winning rave reviews from people all over the country. You can be one of them. Kidney Cop is super affordable. You can purchase affordable Kidney Cop today by visiting Amazon.com, Walmart.com, or KidneyCop.com. If you cringe when you hear the words calcium oxalate and you worry about reoccurrence, then you need Kidney Cop right away. Purchase Kidney Cop today at Amazon.com, Walmart.com, or KidneyCop.com.
These statements have not been reviewed by the Food and Drug Administration. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Sponsored by Calcium Oxalate Labs, Inc.
Hi, I'm Henry Winkler. My eyes are very important to me. My eyes connect me with everything I love. I loved my late father-in-law dearly. He always lit up a room, but his vision dimmed with age. He had age-related macular degeneration, or AMD. And since partnering with Apellis, I've learned there's an advanced form of dry AMD called geographic atrophy, or GA. His struggle with vision loss made me want to help others know about GA's warning signs. For some, colors appear dull or washed out. For others, hazy or blurred vision make it hard to see details, like fine print on price tags. Many have trouble seeing in the dark, making driving at night difficult. GA gets worse over time and cannot be reversed. If you think you have GA, don't wait. Treatments are available. Ask a retina specialist about FDA-approved treatments for GA and go to gawon'twait.com.
If you're drowning in IRS debt and can't afford to pay, then you need to take advantage of special IRS tax programs that are available and free yourself from IRS collection efforts once and for all. Due to the financial hardship consumers are facing throughout the country, the Internal Revenue Service has made it easier to settle delinquent tax problems. An open phone line has been established by Community Tax for consumers to call and see if they qualify. Take down this number or store it in your cell phone, but call the Community Tax Helpline at 800-254-4574. If you owe back taxes to the IRS and cannot afford to pay them back, or even if you have years of unfiled tax returns, there's no need to fear anymore. But you have to call the Community Tax Helpline today at 800-254-4574 for the help that you need. Don't take on the IRS alone. They can attack your wages, savings, pension, home, and even your Social Security check. Call 800-254-4574 for your free consultation and to see if you qualify. That's 800-254-4574.
Join us at Odyssey as we all do our one thing, together millions of things for our planet. This spring, Fairmount Park Conservancy invites you to connect with your Philadelphia neighborhood parks. Join your local park friends group during Love Your Park Week in May. Or join us for weekly volunteer events all year long throughout the city. Fairmount Park Conservancy works with the City of Philadelphia and its communities to bring parks to life. For information and to sign up, visit myphillypark.org.
Don't miss Good News in Real Estate with Deanne Katsaros and Mark Cumberland, Saturdays at 1 p.m. Find out all you need to know about home buying and selling. Considering a career in real estate? Visit PhiladelphiaRealEstateClasses.com. Good News in Real Estate, Saturdays 1 p.m. on WPHT.
Join us at Odyssey as we all do our one thing, together millions of things for our planet. Earth Day is April 22nd. During the spring and summer, hang your clothes outside to dry instead of using the dryer. What's your one thing?
Fox News, I'm Sue Guzman. Millions of Americans hoping to catch a view of today's total solar eclipse. If you're planning to watch the once-in-a-lifetime event, New York Governor Kathy Hochul says you need to protect your eyes.
Staring at the sun during the eclipse without proper eye protection can literally do permanent damage to your vision.
You'll want to make sure the glasses you have on are labeled with ISO certification on it. A lot of counterfeit glasses have been sold online and in stores. Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen wrapping up her 4-day trip to China with discussions about the social media app TikTok, saying the Biden administration wants changes to protect people's privacy.
Our concern here has to do with sensitive personal data and protecting it. This is a legitimate concern.
America's listening to Fox News.
This is the Fox News Rundown. Now a look at sports.
South Carolina is perfect. The Gamecocks took down Caitlin Clark in Iowa 87-75 in the NCAA Women's Basketball Championship Sunday to complete a 38-0 season. For Iowa, it's 2 straight championship game losses and the end of Clark's career. She's the all-time Division I scoring leader for men or women. Tonight, it's UConn versus Purdue in the men's final. UConn looking to be the first team to repeat since Florida in 2007. And Martinsville belonged to Hendricks Motorsports Sunday. William Byron, Kyle Larson, and Chase Elliott going 1-2-3 in the NASCAR Cup race. It's the first time an organization ever swept the podium at that track. That's your sports on the Fox News Rundown. Tim McMaster, Fox News.
Now an update from Outkick's Hot Mic.
We stand at attention for and with respect for the national anthem because it's the right thing to do. I'm also all for intelligence in some sort of sense before tweeting something out like this from Jeff Landry. It's like he just saw from the corner of his eye the glimpse of some sort of made-up controversy about LSU not being on the court and decided to tweet something out. I think social media and the access to elected officials to have social media is damning. And it shows a lack of intelligence, and that a lot of people who are elected to high public office, like the governor of Louisiana, to say that the regents or whoever it is at universities should put a rule in place that you have to be on the playing surface honoring the flag or you risk losing your scholarship. This is paint by numbers political stupidity. I'm Chad Withrow with Hot Mike with Hutton and Withrow on the Fox News Rundown.
When you enter a place of business, you're owed a legal duty that the place of business is safe for you to shop in because they are making a profit from you. That's the law. Yet many times a normal day ends with injuries because that business breached that duty because they knew or should have known of the dangerous condition that caused your injury. It happens every day in many ways. Slip and falls where cleaning and maintenance were ignored, falling boxes and items stacked too high, and so many other unexpected occurrences and dangers only known to that business owner. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you suffered an injury at a place of business, let our team investigate and report back to you. The duty to protect customers from harm is the law, and our duty is to protect you after that harm. Visit forthepeople.com for more information, or on your cell phone, dial #law. That's all. Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. forthepeople.com.
Hi, I'm Henry Winkler. My eyes are very important to me. My eyes connect me with everything I love. I loved my late father-in-law dearly. He always lit up a room, but his vision dimmed with age. He had age-related macular degeneration, or AMD. And since partnering with Apellis, I've learned there's an advanced form of dry AMD called geographic atrophy, or GA. His struggle with vision loss made me want to help others know about GA's warning signs. For some, colors appear dull or washed out. For others, hazy or blurred vision make it hard to see details, like fine print on price tags. Many have trouble seeing in the dark, making driving at night difficult. GA gets worse over time and cannot be reversed. If you think you have GA, don't wait. Treatments are available. Ask a retina specialist about FDA-approved treatments for GA and go to GAWon'tWait.com.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6986. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. There is zero risk to you. If we can't reduce your tax debt, then you pay nothing. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have a 5-star rating on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6986. That's 800-575-6986. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
I'm always striving to live my healthiest life, so I need a health plan that has my back. With Independence Blue Cross, I get access to the largest network of doctors and hospitals in the region and free virtual doctor visits 24/7. Plus, with premiums as low as $0 per month, I can stay on top of my health and keep my budget in check. Independence has given me coverage I can count on, and they'll do the same for you. Learn more about your coverage options at IBX.com.
Youngsters are sure to smile on Sunday, April 14th when the Phils host the Pirates at 1:35 for Cavity Busters Kids Opening Day. And kids 14 and under receive a sleeveless hoodie. Order tickets now at Phillies.com. Spend a weekend with the White Sox when Chicago comes to Philly on Friday, April 19th at 6:40, Saturday, April 20th at 6:05, and Sunday, April 21st at 1:35. Order tickets now at Phillies.com.
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential, but finding those people can be a major hassle, unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. And right now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. With ZipRecruiter, one click sends your job to hundreds of top job sites. But more than that, ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies the candidates with the skills you need, sends you a list of great matches to review, then actively invites them to apply for your job. And the results speak for themselves. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. That's right, the first day. Now you can focus on your business and let ZipRecruiter do the work finding the best people for you. See for yourself. Experience the ease, efficiency, and power of ZipRecruiter for free. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-700-6898. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-700-6898. That's 800-700-6898. For $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898.
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential, but finding those people can be a major hassle unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies candidates with the right skills, sends you great matches, then you can easily invite them to apply. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. See for yourself. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/free to try ZipRecruiter for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Hey, so what's a great way to spread awareness that driving high is illegal everywhere? A catchy song, of course.
You can run, but you can't drive high. You can run, but you can't drive high.
Friendly reminder, don't drive high. If you feel different, you drive different. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Live and local from Philadelphia. Free speech lives here. It's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
And away we go, live on this Monday, April 8th. It is indeed Kayal and Company, right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. We are always live on the free Odyssey app, and of course, streaming live for your video viewing pleasure on YouTube as we head until 10 o'clock this morning. 855-839-1210 is the phone number. On social media, at 1210 WPHT. I am at Nick Kayal, Kayal. Mary Walter in for Dawn Stensland today. Greg Stocker is the chairman of the board. Phil Omquist, Anthony Dorenzo, our associate producers. Action-packed Monday morning. Mary, good morning. How are you? Oh, no. We do not have her. Mary Walter.
I see her.
Coming in live.
She's there.
1, 2.
1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Mary, if you can hear us, just wave to the crowd on YouTube. Uh-oh.
That's a no.
All right.
All right, boys in the back, please fix this.
We'll get to Mary in a second. But you know what? Just hang tight, Mary. Just smile. Wave to the camera. Because we have a lot of good stuff to get to this morning. Where do you hear the big take that I have lined up for you on an experiment that I think is coming to a close? But before we get to that and all sorts of other things in the news today, Gregory, how are you, buddy?
Don't look directly at the sun today, whatever you do. Don't
do it?
Don't do it.
For all of the 4 minutes that it'll take?
Don't do it.
I can't believe people are actually making this out to be like appointment viewership.
Nick, there was a report on Friday, David Muir, ABC World News Tonight, about terrorist attacks that can happen
in those 4 minutes
because of large gatherings today, this morning, or this afternoon, whatever
honestly, people loot, they steal, they rob, they kill in broad daylight. So if you get 4 minutes where the sun's completely blocked out,
It's true.
Shoot or shoot, right?
It's a good point.
You got to take your shot.
It's a very good point. It's a very good point.
And this is coming at what? Is it 3:23 Eastern? I believe is
something
the
like
exact
that.
time.
Yeah.
All right, so I'll be up from the nap, so I'll catch it.
Oh, for God's sake!
If it was going to be at like my point being, if it was going to be at 1:23,
yeah,
I'd probably sleep right through it.
Did you stay up and watch the entirety of WrestleMania?
I did. I'm on about 4 hours of sleep.
You watched the entire thing?
Yeah.
Oh, dude,
I did.
I tapped out after.
You missed the greatest main event of all time.
I don't tell me.
Greatest thing I've ever seen in my life.
I mean, I saw a video this morning, so I know what happened. But
I'm 40 years old, sitting there in my underwear, geeking out like I'm 6.
I tapped out after Logan Paul won.
Okay. Very good.
But
big day. I mean, a big weekend for the city of Philadelphia. 145,000 plus people was the 2-night total attendance.
How much?
145,000 plus.
Wow.
For Saturday and
It
Sunday.
was, I mean, we had a lot of Kayal and Company listeners go down there. I saw, some people tweet some stuff out. Our buddy Amy went down there. A lot of people.
Jason Kelsey and Lane Johnson
yeah.
jumping into the ring on Saturday night wearing luchador masks.
I love how everybody thought that was like a big surprise. We reported that a week and a half ago that they were thinking about doing that.
That's correct.
Yeah.
So, obviously a huge weekend. Congrats to Phil Almquist and his UConn Huskies beating my Alabama Crimson Tide on Saturday night. They'll play in the national championship tonight.
And South Carolina, the Gamecocks.
Yeah, we got to get to Dawn Staley coming up.
Yeah,
she bottom of the hour.
I will say that she did call Caitlin Clark the GOAT.
Well, that's nice.
So
nice of her to admit that.
Yeah.
We'll talk about what she
Boys,
did.
is anybody working on Mary's audio, or are we just going to, we start at 6:05 now?
Oh, man, here we go.
We start at 6 a.m.
Dorenzo says he's coming in now.
Oh, for God, it's 6:05.
Yeah, he's taking his time, He's gonna come scooting on by the studio like Tiny Tim. It's gonna be great. All right, so Mary, hang tight. If you're talking, if you're yelling, if you're throwing things, I can't hear it. Maybe I can see it, but we'll get to you in a little bit. All right, we got a lot of good things I want to get to. Not only the big take with the DEI experiment and defund the police, we're going to get to Dawn Staley, what she said on Saturday about men coming into women's sports, Trump with a big cash haul over the weekend, and another interview from John Fetterman that makes you sit back and say, what's going on with this guy? I don't know. He's starting to become very, very likable as the days go by. Cut sheet will be loaded. We've got some thoughts on The Rock and not endorsing Joe Biden in 2024 and much, much more. But let's get to the big take right here. It is 6:06, and let's get right to it on a Monday morning.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
All right, the big take this morning is brought to you by Budget Blinds. Experiment over the death of DEI and defund the police. On this show, on a daily basis, we cover stories and we talk about the issues plaguing America during the Joe Biden presidency. And for 3.5 years, we have seen and we have been stunned at the headlines, the empty speeches, the god-awful progressive policies, and the goals of this bumbling, mumbling, and stumbling administration. From climate change to gender ideology, diversity, equity, and inclusion, and racism. This is an administration and a staff that is hell-bent on the fringe issues, pushed by the fringe left, that ignores or doesn't have the solution to kitchen table issues for Americans. The border, the economy, energy, and crime. And as Joe Biden's first term, and hopefully only term, winds down, it's time to officially inform America that the experiment is over. And I believe you are seeing the death of DEI and the defund the police movement in this country, and it is long past due. And to highlight why this absurd experiment is over, I want to put up a spotlight on 4 prominent black media members who will echo what I am alluding to this morning on The Big Take. That being Charlamagne the God, Sage Steele, Stephen A. Smith, and Charles Barkley. Let's begin with Charlamagne, who was hosting The Daily Show, and he said this. Listen and watch.
The truth about DEI is that although it's well-intentioned, it's mostly garbage. okay? It's kind of like the Black Little Mermaid. Just because racists hate it doesn't mean it's good. And you know I'm right, because every one of you has sat through one of those diversity training sessions and thought, this is some And it's not just you. Over 900 studies have shown that DEI programs don't make the workplace better for minorities. In fact, it can actually make things worse because of the backlash effect.
And he is correct on a few of those points that he makes, because these programs do not work. First of all, they are discriminatory in nature. Second of all, they are illegal when you come out and advertise that the position is basically not available for one or two demographics. That's exclusionary and also a civil rights violation, or at the very least, a violation of discriminatory hiring practices, which is why you have stories like these recently in the news. University of Minnesota Law School will no longer give preference to minorities for fellowship in a win for civil rights. Change to equally consider white and male applicants came after a civil rights complaint was filed. And how about this headline? Texas University clears DEI offices, lays off employees in light of new state law. The Texas Senate Committee on Education is expected to hold a hearing in May, probing university officials on how they are ensuring compliance with state law banning DEI. Now, here is part 2 of Charlemagne. Listen and watch this.
I'm not surprised these programs didn't work, and here's why. It's just corporate PR. They want good vibes, and also they want to cover their okay? Did you know that if a company gets sued for civil rights violations, just having a DEI program will be counted as evidence in their favor, even if the program doesn't do okay? It's the I have a black friend of the legal system, right? We don't need corporate DEI.
DEI is divisive, it is exclusionary, and I think downright idiotic. Why would anybody in a for-profit business potentially shun prospective employees who could be the best person for the job merely for social credit scores, optics, and for cosmetic sakes? Merit-based hiring is the only proven way to go. Best person for the job, regardless of identity politics. The reality of the situation is that DEI is actually this. Listen and watch.
Today, when people talk about DEI, it's more likely to sound like this.
DEI is just a rebranded version of hating white people.
DEI, in this case, stands for divisive, erroneous, and insidious.
DEI, which stands for didn't earn it.
Discrimination, exclusion, and indoctrination.
The biggest joke of all of the DEI that is pushed and the agendas that are shoved down Americans' throats is that it relishes diversity in appearance and lifestyle, but it doesn't value diversity of thought. You will all look different, but think and speak the same beliefs. I think it's a bunch of crap, and Sage Steele knew it as well. The former ESPN host was a guest of Tucker Carlson's and had this to say about being a black conservative female no longer willing to go along with ESPN's left-wing narratives. Listen and watch this.
Found out, more from my employer, like, zip it. And so I made sure that night when I received that email, which was, wow, I'm in the middle of a free speech lawsuit against that company. I made sure and sent another email because, are you going to tell me to not support women? Like,
this is like the most Orwellian sentence. I alluded to it in the intro, but here it is. While civil discourse on the issue of transgender athletes competing in women's sports is both appropriate and beneficial, that discourse needs to be fact-based and should not rely on personal attacks, insults, derogatory or crude language, or misgendering others. So you can disagree as long as you accept their premise.
As long as you follow the narrative.
The experiment of DEI, in my opinion, is done. Now let's get to the death of the defund the police movement, because progressive elected officials in big blue cities have turned major metropolitan areas into unsafe, filthy, drug-ridden disasters. Portland, Oregon, prime example. They are now reversing course after the decriminalization of drugs in the Pacific Northwest. In fact, it was so bad that even the junkies that were interviewed on the streets said this is not a good idea. And in New York City, we've seen cops beaten, attacked, and killed by illegal immigrants. The New York Post reporting that New York City crime has reached a 2-decade high. despite Mayor Eric Adams insisting that the Big Apple's transit system is the safest in the world. Here's Stephen A. Smith and Charles Barkley on the ridiculous times we are living in post George Floyd. Listen and watch.
And you see the streets. You see the streets in New York.
3 weeks ago on TV, they had these migrants. First of all, the border is a joke. The border is a joke. Yeah. But they had these migrants, they call them, had just bust up in New York. They got them on camera kicking and beating like cops. They beat up these
two cops, beating up two cops, beating up two police officers.
But they were
in the subway station.
They were out of jail in 24 hours, and the next day.
Actually, it was the same day, Charles.
But but 2 days later, they called them robbing Macy's. I'm like, wow. First of all, they beat up cops. How are you out of jail in 24 hours? And then clearly, 2 days later, they're robbing Macy's. Anybody, whether you're a Democrat, Republican, or dog, or cat, or puppy, you know that's wrong, period.
And he's right. The border is a joke. Our immigration system is broken, and it's a joke. And our criminal justice system under criminal justice reform has also become a major laughingstock. And it's affected corporate America as big companies and stores are closing up shop and getting out of crime-riddled areas where retail theft and shoplifting is driving up costs to the companies and the cost to insure those products, not to mention the safety of their employees and their customers. So who will these two vote for? Stephen A. Smith posted that question to his guest, Charles Barkley. Listen and watch this.
But it's woke culture. But with woke culture and everything else that's been going on, you've got folks on the left that have endorsed a more lenient legal system, and obviously folks on the right going crazy about it and calling for law and order. Who do you side with, considering our iniquitous history, what's going on today, and who the candidates are in terms of Biden and Trump, in all likelihood, running for office? What do you do, Charles? Who do you vote for?
First of all, we need law and order, Stephen A. If we're gonna,
I agree.
If we're gonna,
I'm with you,
dude. We need law and order. Hey, trying to fix inequalities has nothing to do with letting people go in stores and rob people. That has nothing to do. That has nothing to do with diversity.
Of course, Charles didn't answer the question about who he would vote for, but his points were correct and valid. Keep in mind, Charles Barkley does a show on CNN on Wednesday nights with Gayle King, so he's not going to come out publicly, I don't think, and say he's voting for Trump. But I'll tell you this much. There are plenty of celebrities and Hollywood elites that are out there now that I think will vote for Donald Trump. 50 Cent, Michael Rappaport, Charles Barkley, Stephen A. Smith, perhaps even The Rock. They all say that Biden has been awful. It's easy to say that. They regurgitate the talking points about the border, crime, law and order, DEI, and woke culture. They, I think, are actually Trump supporters policy-wise, and either they don't know it or they just won't come out and say it, but they are. And I just hope they vote R on Tuesday, November 5th, 2024, because there's a lot at stake. And I think the experiments of DEI and defunding the police are officially over. And that's the big take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
All right, Big Take this morning brought to you by Budget Blinds. Spring is here, and now is the time to budget. Budget Blinds is your one-stop shop for blinds, shades, shutters, custom drapery, and motorization. Visit budgetblinds.com for a free in-home consultation and the only no-questions-asked warranty in the business, budgetblinds.com. Come back, and we'll check in with Mary Walter, get her thought on the big take on DEI and defund the police. And then we got to get to Dawn Staley, who I think just took a flamethrower to the entire sport of women's basketball with one Q&A over the weekend. We'll get to that as we continue. Nick Kayal, Mary Walter in for Dawn Stenzel and Greg Stocker. It is Kayal and Company on this Monday morning here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
So it's Purdue and UConn for the national championship, the men's national championship. UConn at a -6.5, the over-under at 145.5. I'm going to take UConn at -6.5 and the under for 145.5. I love the FanDuel app. You can bet on it all on FanDuel. Right now, new customers get $200 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. That's $200 to use on point spreads, money lines. You can even pick who's going to win it all. Visit FanDuel.com/Greg, FanDuel.com/Greg. Bet on college hoops. FanDuel.com/Greg. FanDuel Sportsbook, the official partner of 1210 WPHT, 21 and over, President PA. First online real money wager, only $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued is non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
April is here, and if your windows won't open for fresh air or seal tight to keep out pollen and bugs, then talk to Window Nation. Right now, for every 2 windows you buy, you'll get 2 free. There's no limit to how much you can save. Plus, save even more with no interest or payments for 24 months. With proven quality, you'll get affordable windows that meet or beat the national brands. Don't miss out. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com to schedule your free in-home estimate.
Stirring fiber, exercising, frequent trips to the store for more laxatives and fiber. Sounds like your constipation with belly pain is a lot to manage. But if your symptoms that keep coming back are signs of irritable bowel syndrome with constipation or IBS-C, ask your doctor how Linzess can help you get ahead of it. Linzess linaclotide is a prescription medicine that treats IBS-C in adults. It's not a laxative. It's a once-daily pill that helps you get ahead of your symptoms. It's proven to help you have more frequent and complete bowel movements and helps relieve overall abdominal symptoms, belly pain, discomfort, and bloating. These symptoms were studied in combination, not individually. Do not give Linzess to children less than 2. It may harm them. Do not take Linzess if you have a bowel blockage. Get immediate help if you develop unusual or severe stomach pain, especially with bloody or black stools. The most common side effect is diarrhea, sometimes severe. If it's severe, stop taking Linzess and call your doctor right away. Other side effects include gas, stomach area pain, and swelling. Learn more at linzess.com or call 1-800-LANZESS.
This is Norman Chaikin, also known as Norman the Floorman. You know, I lost my first wife when she fell down a wishing well. Hey, I didn't know they worked. Whether you need carpet, LVT, hardwood, tile, or area rugs for your residential or commercial project, we've got you covered. Savings up to 50%, and that ain't chopped liver. Visit us in Bryn Mawr, Conshohocken, or call us at 800-220-RUGS for your home or business, and we'll bring the store to your door.
Although you try not to, most of us have used an ATM out of network. And at the end, you get that notice that it's going to cost you $4 extra.
Are you kidding me?
So you're paying money to get your own money. It makes you crazy. In retirement, you're going to want to use that 401k, but every time you dip into it, you have to pay taxes. Here we go again. You have to pay money to get your own money.
Oh, come on!
Jim Cipriotti and the Retire Ready Financial Group believes that every retirement plan needs a tax plan. Without it, you're using Uncle Sam's plan. And do you really think that's going to work in your favor? Call Retire Ready Financial Group today at 610-894-7415. That's 610-894-7415 and schedule a complimentary retirement consultation. Or you can find them online at retirereadyfg.com. Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC, NPN number 2083768.
It's a Joe Conklin Comedy Show fundraiser at the Church of the Incarnation in Mantua, New Jersey.
We're raising money to send altar server Christina McNasby to the shrine at Lourdes in France.
24 years old, she's been going through a lot. Her faith is steadfast. She's an unbelievable parishioner.
Christine is in pain quite often. All she has to say is she's offering up that pain to the Lord.
And get her to Lourdes, and we're going to do that with your help.
The Benefit Comedy Show for Christina McNasby, Saturday, April 20th. Get tickets at joeconklin.com. joeconklin.com!
Get slimmer for the summer by losing a contractually guaranteed 20 to 40 plus pounds in only 40 days with NJ Diet. Call 855-5NJ-DIET or go to njdiet.com. Get ready for spring with njdiet.com.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Are you dealing with hard water, dry skin, and dull hair? Let Martin Water Conditioning help for a limited time. Receive up to $500 off when purchasing a Connecticut water system. Visit martinwater.com or call 1-800-853-1093 today to learn more. Martin Water Conditioning, your trusted source for clean, soft water. Offer expires April 22nd. Offers cannot be combined or applied to prior sales.
At Cherry Hill Volvo, we have absolutely incredible offers, and a plethora of both new and certified Volvos from which to choose. We are eager to offer amazingly competitive prices because we need the room for all of our construction vehicles. When leasing or purchasing a new or certified Cherry Hill Volvo, you become part of our team. Join Cherry Hill Volvo for the pricing and attention you deserve. I am Judith Krupnick, President of Cherry Hill Volvo.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same but is 95% cheaper? And you can get it online at hims.com/joy. Through Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation to determine the ED medication that's best for you. Discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and a range of treatment options, including trusted generic alternatives to the name brands, at up to 95% off. ED is personal, and at Hims, so is treating it. Just go to hims.com/joy and get connected to a licensed medical provider online for free, with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. hims.com/joy.
Keep free speech alive. Follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Guess the time is right for us to see.
624. Welcome back in as we are off and rolling live here on a Monday morning. It is Kayal and Company here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Get us on the free Odyssey app. And, of course, watch us live on YouTube. Nick Kayal, Greg Stocker, and Mary Walter in for Dawn Stensland this morning. Mary, I believe we have you now.
Yeah.
Good morning, Mary. Hello.
Good morning.
There she
How are you
is.
guys?
Yeah.
I was going to say, that was the best you have ever sounded. In the history of us doing shows together, I thought you were sensational in the first segment. 10 out of 10. But
My husband says that about me a lot. Especially when I'm not home. I had the best night tonight.
oh, wait, you weren't here. Oh, so that explains why it was. Okay, gotcha. And then he probably ducks, right, and takes cover because you might want to haul off and give him a good shot across the skull. All right, I was thinking for a moment maybe the solar eclipse took you and knocked you out and took your power supply away or something like that. Are you going to do anything special today for the solar eclipse at 3:23 Eastern, Mary?
Listen, after surviving the earthquake on Friday.
Oh, yes.
I know. How about that?
Thoughts and prayers.
Correct.
Everybody.
I will tell you though. Okay, so it wasn't that big of a deal in the long run. But if you've never been through a earthquake before, I was on the air, and we were luckily in a break. And I was like, "Wow, that's a really loud truck." I'm like, "Wow, that's louder than a truck." And the house and things are still moving. Then everything started to shake because I'm on the third floor, so things are moving. Things are rocking and rolling up here, and I was like, "Oh, I think this is an earthquake."
A lot of people were wondering what the heck it was because it was a 4.8. A lot of people thought Chris Christie fell out of bed.
That's not true. That's not true. So, Mary, are you saying the third floor was a shaken?
It was because, the higher up you go, the more you feel it.
Yeah, I've heard that. I've heard that. Thank you.
Yes.
Wow.
It's too early for the double entendre.
No, it's never too early.
I didn't feel a thing. I didn't even know what happened. I'm driving home Friday after the show on the Schuylkill, and then I go grocery shopping, and I hear people in the aisles of the grocery store saying, "Yeah, did you feel the earthquake?" And I'm like, "The hell? Where was I at? I didn't know anything about it until I looked on Twitter."
Yeah. Apparently, if you're driving, I guess you don't feel it.
Yeah.
So my husband was driving, and he feels very left out.
Okay.
Because he didn't get to feel it. But I was a Friday years old, so I'm now 4 days old from when I learned that earthquakes make noise, and they sound like a tank coming down your street.
Okay.
I had no idea.
Well, every day is a new day, a learning experience, right?
Right. So we had the really bad nor'easter right on Tuesday. Then we had the earthquake on Friday. Now we've got an eclipse today.
This is it.
I don't know, people. I'm stocking up on cans of Spam. I don't know about the rest of you.
You getting all the bread and all the toilet paper for 14 days?
14 days, that's it?
All right. I want to get your thoughts on the big take, and then we're going to get to Dawn Staley here. So I'm looking at all of these stories with DEI, and then you have many people with a major platform in the African American community, many of which who are not conservative, not Republican. Charles Barkley's not a Republican. Stephen A. Smith is not. Charlamagne the God's not. You go on down the list. Sage Steele is. She's a conservative African American female.
And unemployed.
And good for her, because she stood up to ESPN with the vaccine mandate and free speech and things like that, and refused to be suppressed anymore and have to march to the beat of the left. But when you have some prominent figures coming out like that and saying DEI is mostly garbage, defund the police is a total joke, our border is this, our border is that, it just makes me, first of all, both of them are absolutely correct, but it also makes me wonder if this is a reckoning for those that have historically voted Democrat, where the left has gone so far off the reservation, so to speak, that people are like, you know what, you're too crazy for me. I'm voting for common sense. What do you think about that?
Well, I think, first of all, you're not allowed to say off the reservation.
Ah, that's true.
That, because you're a white man, and that is no longer allowed.
True.
Someone did not read the handbook when he signed his employment agreement.
Ah, you're right.
Yeah, so that's the first thing. As for, a reckoning, coming to Jesus moment. So a couple things. I'm just made some notes here on your big take. So 2016, I don't know how it was for you, but here in New Jersey, everybody was on the down low, right? Like, you had to be like on the, very quiet about your support for Trump.
Yep.
Because you can put a Trump bumper sticker on your car because you want your tires slashed. We had a big Trump flag and my husband wanted to fly it. And I'm like, no, because I really can't afford to have the house burned down. So why don't we just not do that? But what I noticed was, like, we were having work done on our house, and about a week before the election, I finally told my husband, okay, fine, you can fly the Trump flag. So he's flying the flag. And slowly but surely, each one of the contractors came out as Trump supporters. Mm-hmm. One of them just looks at me and goes, I love the flag. And then he just
said that real low key too, right?
Yeah, really low key, so no one else could hear it. I was like, I love the flag. It was went back so nobody else could hear it. But it was so funny because they were all on the same page, but they didn't even know it.
Mm-hmm.
Because there was, and I loved, and I don't want to tease myself thinking that it's going to be the same as 2016, because watching them cry after the election was one of the happiest moments ever in my entire life. And I truly would love to have that, to be able to experience that Schadenfreude again.
Yep.
So I'm preparing myself for defeat. Mm-hmm. Okay. Just like I did in 2020, because I'd rather be pleasantly surprised than horribly disappointed. Now, as far as DEI goes, the left always pushes things too far.
Mm-hmm.
Always. They always do. I saw a video on X about 2 weeks ago, older gay woman who said, I am so sorry that I fought for gay rights because we never wanted it to be this. We just wanted to be equal.
Right.
But they always go too far, and that's what they've done with DEI, which it's kind of fun to watch them always push too far. But they do get what, they get what they want and a little bit more. But what's interesting to me is that the woman, Sage Steele, is the only one who had the guts to come out and back Trump. All the men are giving their opinion but staying on the down low.
Mm-hmm.
That's all I'm going to say.
Well said. It's well said. 855-839-1210 if you want to jump in. And then when we get to, notable figures coming out and having an influence with what they say, we had what I believe was probably the biggest story of the weekend. And the ripple effect, I think, is I don't think you can even categorize it or classify it, because Dawn Staley is a Philly girl. She was the former head coach at Temple University for women's basketball. She has now since gone down and has become the head coach at South Carolina University. And they just won the national championship in college basketball yesterday on Sunday, capping off an undefeated season. I believe she's now won 3 national championships, and I think she's only lost 1 game the last 2 years. She's like 78-1 or something like that the last 2 years. And on Saturday, leading up to the game on Sunday, she was asked by Dan Zakshesky, who works for Outkick, which has now been bought by Fox News. Dan used to be a reporter and a producer at ESPN, and he asked Dawn Staley, the South Carolina women's coach, her thoughts on biological men competing in female sports. And here is what former Temple head coach Dawn Staley had to say. Listen and watch this.
Dan Zakrzewski, Outkick coach. You just talked about, what a massive weekend this is, obviously, for women's basketball, women's sports in general. One of the major issues facing women's sports right now is the discussion topic about the inclusion of transgender athletes, biological males, in women's sports. I was wondering if you would tell me your position on that issue.
Damn, you got deep on me, didn't you? I'm under the opinion of.
You can say it. Come on, Don. Come on. Come on.
If you're a woman, you should play. If you consider yourself a woman, and you want to play sports, or vice versa, you should be able to play. That's my opinion. You want me to go deeper?
Do you think transgender women should be able to participate?
That's your question.
In
You want
college
me to
basketball?
ask? You want to ask, so I'll give you that. Yes. So now, the barnstorm of people are going to flood my timeline and be a distraction to me on one of the biggest days of our game, and I'm okay with that. I really am.
See, that's where if I'm Dan Zakrzewski, I say, no, I don't necessarily need you to go deeper. I need you to give me your honest opinion, because I can't imagine that Dawn, and maybe she truly feels that way, and maybe the question caught her off guard, but I can't imagine that Dawn Staley, a former Temple coach, actually believes what she just said, but she's forced to say yes because of the small vocal minority of the left-wing outrage mob. You're going to have probably, I think I recited that one Gallup poll months ago on this show, almost 80% of Americans believe that men have no place in women's sports. And I actually think that number's probably higher, but they are afraid to speak out in fear of being canceled. Mary, I think she truly does. It's just a guess, but I don't think she believes what she said. And then she goes, well, now my timeline's going to be flooded. And then she's going to claim to be the victim here because most people with common sense and a functional brain do not believe men have any right to take women's spot in sports.
Yeah, no. And I agree with you. I think you're right. She doesn't believe that and how did she not expect that question? How do you not expect that question, right? That's the question, because you have to bow down. Are you part of our cult? Do you worship the same gods we worship? And they will compel you to say that you worship the same God, that yes, I'm part of your religion. When they, to your point, are a vocal minority. Okay, you're a vocal minority. Why not tell them no?
Right.
Because you're a vocal minority. No, I don't believe that a biological man who can hurt a woman severely playing in the same sport as she should be allowed to do that.
Mm-hmm.
I want to protect my women. She has the power. She is so accomplished. She has the power to speak her mind and say what was it? What did you say was like 80% of people feel?
Yeah.
Right?
And I think that number's probably higher.
I agree. So why not be true? Because she has the power. Her job's not in jeopardy.
Nope. No, she's a great coach. She's got 3 national championships. She's loved by her players. And I haven't heard of one specific instance where a biological male that tried to identify as female is trying to get recruited and get a scholarship to play at South Carolina. So I really don't know who she's alienating. But see, this is the absurdity of the left-wing woke nonsense is, let's just say 90 to 95% of Americans think men have no spot in women's sports, which is the right opinion. And then you do some dummy math. Well, I think it was 9% of the United States identifies as LGBTQ+, right? And within that 9%, only 1% is trans. So we're going to take the smallest sliver of the pie and force that little small sliver's thought process onto the masses. And if you don't get behind it, then you become persona non grata. It's sheer lunacy.
It's the tyranny of the minority.
Right. That is correct.
Right? And so she should man up, no pun intended, and be honest. And I'm willing to bet now she has ticked off a lot of her players.
Could very well be the case. And again, I don't know how many females that play college basketball identify as LGBTQ+, but I would assume there's a certain percentage for sure. And I would argue that today, on Monday, coming off of the weekend, people going back to work, all of the 5-day-a-week shows. This should be the number one story in all of sports talk radio for sure, and maybe even in news and political talk as well, because I want people to think about this for a second. Think, well, it's not a sports issue, it's a social issue, it's a political issue. No, it's not. It is a fundamental eligibility issue at the highest level, right? There's a reason why when you were growing up as a kid, we competed in age groups with sports. 7 to 9-year-olds competed together, 10 to 12-year-olds, and then you get to middle school and junior high and high school. There's a reason why we have weight classes in little peewee football. We have weight classes in wrestling, because there's an inherent advantage. And biology dictates that by and large, most men, not all men, but most men are physically more gifted than females. Doesn't mean I could beat a female that plays at South Carolina. She would wipe the floor with me. But generally speaking, apples to apples, men are usually stronger, faster, and bigger.
True. And I don't know if you saw the Dave Chappelle Netflix special, and because you were talking about how many women identify as gay or one of the alphabets, but Dave Chappelle put it in a way that I thought was really interesting. He said the L's, the B's, and the L's, the G's, and the B's don't like the T's.
Hold on, I got to get my calculator out here. I'm going to need I might need a.
I love Venn diagram.
I'm going to need a Venn diagram for this.
He's 100% right about that too. By the way, the gays don't like the lesbians don't like the trans. It's a whole. There's a whole
does it go back to
civil war amongst the?
Does it go back to what gay and lesbian people were fighting for? With just the equality concept?
Yes.
And they feel like the trans people are making a mockery of them now.
Yes.
Yep. Okay. That's what I figured. So I think you have one of three scenarios today in the media, because I'm always interested to see how media will cover or not cover a story. So they can completely ignore that story. They could talk about it with the forced left-wing talking points, or they could actually have the courage and the guts. And it's ridiculous that you have to say that, because 90% of people believe what you're about to say, but it's viewed as courageous and possibly fireable or cancelable to come out and speak with truth and facts and biology. But I would also say this, and working with Mary, I don't want to be considered a sexist by this comment, but
but go ahead anyway.
But I'm going to go ahead anyway. I'm going to shoot my shot. Especially women in sports or sports media or just general society. We need more females to fight this battle. It can only go so far with people on talk radio. It only carries so much weight if a man says it. But you know how you get true change and you stop this and you kind of get the reversing of the course, like we talked about in the big take with the decriminalization of drugs in the Pacific Northwest? Failed experiment. You know what? Let me reel back in the poll a little bit. We're going to need women in masses to speak up for this, or you're going to have 100 years of progress erased.
We're kind of busy cleaning up the rest of your messes.
I know. I'm a slob, actually.
So here's, I actually think it's the opposite. I think that we need men, because, who watches the WNBA? Not nearly as many people watch the NBA.
Right.
We need men in professional sports who truly believe that what's happening here is wrong, to stand up and say, no, if there's a dude playing on this team over here, we're going to protect our sisters. We're going to protect our women, and we're not going to play until they fix this.
That's a good point.
Because if the men stand up who make the money in sports, not the women aren't making the money, they're not drawing the crowds, so I get it.
Right.
But the men who have the big bucks, the men who control, the NFL, I would love to see NFL, NBA, NHL go on strike for a couple of games and see how quickly this would change. So you guys clean it up.
Yeah, that's a very good point. 855-839-1210 if you want to jump in. Noted college basketball expert, our very own Phil Almquist, says South Carolina the last 3 years is 109-3. They've won 109 of their last 112 games.
Oh my God!
I would argue that makes Dawn Staley untouchable. And if she came out and said, dude, you have no spot, and you don't like that, fire me.
It's like what we always say about comedians: how the ones who are have made all their money, who have FU money, who can do these things, they're the ones that should be standing up for cancel culture, because the ones coming up who don't have the money that a Jerry Seinfeld does don't have that luxury of doing it.
Very true.
It's the same thing with Dawn Staley, and she should have used her platform to say the right thing, but she didn't.
I agree.
And may I dare say, she checks two boxes at least on the diversity thing, right?
Yeah.
She's not getting fired.
Yep.
If she were a white woman, she's got a white man, she would have been gone already.
Yep.
But she's a minority, so she's got more power, so she should have done the right thing.
Iowa coach Lisa Blutter declined to answer the same question when Dan Zakshesky asked her. She said, quote, my focus is on tomorrow's game. She's added that it's an important issue, but an important issue for, quote, another time. As in, maybe she really felt it wasn't the right time, but I think she kind of gave you the answer of, yeah, I think it's kind of ridiculous. I'm not going to answer it right now.
Yeah.
Because I'm trying to win a national championship. So there you go. 855-839-1210 if you would like to jump in. Big cash hauls over the weekend, not only for Trump, but also for Biden for the month of March. We'll get to that, and also how much money Trump was able to raise this past weekend at Mar-a-Lago. But first, a word from my friends at the Piazza Auto Group. And I got to tell you, it has now been, I think, 9 weeks since the debut of Kayal Pool Karaoke, and I get tweets from time to time asking about the vehicle, the SUV that we were in when we filmed the debut episode. Yeah, that's the 2024 Pilot Trail Sport, the full-size SUV from Honda with all the rugged off-roading, all-terrain abilities. And the thing I love most about this vehicle, and that's where we filmed the first episode of Kayal Pool Karaoke, is the third row seating. It's becoming a common theme, whether you're looking for a minivan or an SUV, whether you're a husband or a wife. A lot of people looking for that third row seating. It comes standard, and it also features a 7-mode drive system, Trail Watch multi-camera view, 18-inch alloy wheels, and wireless Apple CarPlay, all the tech for all the kids. And you can explore all of the new options and all the new variations of the Honda Pilot, the 2024 model, at one of the 5 Piazza Honda locations in Philadelphia, Pottstown, Reading, Springfield, and Langhorne, or online, piazzaautogroup.com.
Hey, Philly. Jason Kelsey here. Even though I won't be playing on Sundays anymore, you can still find me at Lincoln Financial Field on Saturday, May 18th for the Eagles Autism Challenge, presented by Lincoln Financial Group. This event raises millions of dollars to support autism research and care and gives you the chance to walk, run, or ride your bike beside your favorite Eagles players. Together, we can transform the lives of individuals affected by autism. Register today at eaglesautismchallenge.org, and I'll see you there.
Listen to Joe Yakovich on The Heart of Your Money, Sunday mornings at 9 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Learn about investing, tax strategies, and more. Joe Yakovich on The Heart of Your Money, Sunday mornings at 9. Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Let's face it, most people fear the dentist. It's a real thing. It's called dentophobia. But my friend and dentist, Dr. Robert Bentz, understands this. I've seen over the years how he's helped even the most fearful patients overcome their anxiety and show them a comfortable, positive dental experience. Give Dr. Bentz a call, 610-272-6949. Take care of that dental work that you've been putting off and finally get that smile that you've always wanted. 610-272-6949. BentzDentalGroup.com.
Tune in to Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturdays at 11 a.m. to hear Phil Cannella and Joanne Small. The Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturday mornings at 11 on Talk Radio 1210.
Tasty Cake has a treat for every John. Peanut butter fans have candy cakes, the chocolate-coated cakes with a creamy layer of peanut butter inside. You like the simple classics? Crimpets are light sponge cakes topped with rich icing. Donut lovers have options for days. You've got frosted mini donuts, powdered mini donuts, and can't forget about the delicious new Dippin' Sticks flavors. I mean, there's so many uniquely satisfying treats to choose from. But that's no surprise because it's Tasty Cake, except no substitutes.
Hey, Clementon. We know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. WPHT.
Kayal and Company, as we put a bow on hour number 1. Nick Kayal, Mary Walter in for Dawn Stenzel, Greg Stocker. Get us on the free Odyssey app. Watch us live on YouTube. 855-839-1210. John Fetterman back in the news. We'll get to him in the 7 o'clock hour. Also, parents in the world of technology. Where do you hear about this story with your children? We're going to get to that before we get to the cut sheet, and also some very interesting stories about Biden's economy, and also one ban that the Biden administration they were pushing for, but in light of new news and new polling figures, they're like, you know what, maybe we ought to put this on the back burner for now. We'll get to that story as we continue as well. But it was a big cash haul over the weekend. We talked about a lot of these fundraisers. Joe Biden had an incredibly strong March as he raised over $90 million in the month of March alone, and he had that $25 million big wig fundraiser last week when he was too busy to get to the wake of that officer that was killed in New York, Jonathan Diller, and he raised $25 million in that little get together. And then Trump and his fundraiser and his donors, they doubled it up over the weekend. Many people were expecting north of 35, 40 million, maybe close to 50, and according to the New York Post, Trump raked in a record-setting $50.5 million this past weekend at the exclusive Florida campaign fundraiser, shattering Biden's New York City haul. Trump posted on Truth over the weekend after the fundraiser saying, quote, "It was the biggest night in fundraising of all time. We will double up the Biden number of last week at Radio City. People are desperate for change, and they want to make America great again." Now, Mary Walter, you're married to a doctor, I believe you said on the air, correct?
Yes.
So you can afford $250,000 a plate. I'm just wondering, how many plates did you and your husband get on Saturday night at Mar-a-Lago? Because attendees paid between $250,000 and $814,000 per person to sit down and have dinner at Mar-a-Lago.
Actually, almost 825,000, 824,600, according. Yeah, 824,600. Not to correct you.
Put me down for put me down
but
for
that
2
extra.
plates.
But in my world, that extra $10,600 is a lot of money.
Yeah, it is. You know, it's like when Jim Carrey and Lloyd from Dumb and Dumber walk into that gala, and they're like, "I'm sorry, sir, this is $100 a plate dinner." And he's like, "Oh, put me down for 3." And he stuffs the cash in the guy's pocket and then shoots the mouth rinse in his face. That's what this reminds me of. Special guests included Vivek Ramaswamy, Tim Scott, Doug Burgum, WWE co-founder Linda McMahon, Steve Wynn, the hotel mogul, and other hedge fund billionaires, including Robert Mercer. Here's my question, though, and I think this is a legit, valid question. We understand how politics works, how money is essential for a campaign, obviously ballot access, things like that as well. But you have Biden raising $90 million in March. They say his kind of war chest total now is like $155, $160 million. Trump raised all of this money, certainly could use it after getting hit for $84 million and then $400 or $500 million with Letitia James. But at this point, does money actually make a difference when we're talking about these two individuals? Because we have been told this is the election of everybody already knows where they're going to vote. Let's just fast forward to November. People are like, I'm exhausted and fatigued by both. I'm not in love with the options. We've heard all of those narratives, and some of them are certainly factual as well. Does the money actually make a difference here? Does it win anybody over if you spend more in advertising? I mean, is Trump getting anybody that he doesn't? Is Biden getting anybody that he didn't 4 years ago? What do you think?
So I think I was going to say no until you said advertising.
Okay.
And then I kind of changed my mind. For instance, I think the Republicans are terrible at messaging.
Awful.
But the Republicans need money because I think they need to get out and advertise. They need to do more. For instance, does anybody realize that a week ago today, Joe Biden signed a new rule that's going to cut Medicare Advantage starting in January of 2025?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
And it's going to cost seniors who are on Medicare Advantage almost $400 a year more.
Which a lot of people can't afford.
But what is the left doing at every turn? The GOP Republicans are going to push Granny off a cliff. They ran a commercial that showed a guy who was supposed to be a Republican literally pushing an old woman in a wheelchair off a cliff.
Mm-hmm.
And that was so memorable. And they scream that at every turn. Trump's going to cut Medicare. Trump's going to cut Social Security. They're literally doing it.
Well, they're good, and they're good at the messaging. You're exactly right.
But that's my thing. Yes, yeah. They need the money to message and hire someone. Please hire me. I'll do it for you. It's not that hard. that to get the message out and have to hit it over and over and over again. Trump is great at messaging, and so I do think that they need more money. There's Trump is about 100 million short compared to Biden.
For right now, if we were comparing both bank accounts, so to speak.
I'm thinking between the three of us, we could probably put a dent in that, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, put me down for 10.
Yeah, 10.
$10.
Yeah.
So we're still substantially short. But it's just, it's one of these things. You're right. Maybe the money actually means more for Trump, because if you think about the disadvantages here, if you're Trump or if you're a Republican, you're already outnumbered in registered voters in certain states. Pennsylvania, we've chipped away. Scott Pressler has done a great job, and guys like that. Media coverage, I mean, let's face it, what is it, a 10-1 advantage, 8-2 as far as channels out there, with where you get all, big tech. We know what happened 4 years ago. So probably the $50.5 million for Trump in one night probably means more to counter the disadvantage than vice versa with Joe, with what he's been able to raise.
Yeah. Absolutely. And like I said, I was going to say no until you said advertising, and I was like, the light bulb went off in my head. I'm like, he's absolutely right.
Yeah.
The advertising, to me, is the linchpin of the whole thing.
Yeah, we'll see how it plays out for sure. 855-839-1210. All right, we've got some incredible stories coming up to kick off the 7 o'clock hour. Very interesting story from the Wall Street Journal when we look at Western Pennsylvania and the fracking industry and how this hurts Joe Biden. And also, John Fetterman, day by day, as he has recovered from his stroke, he either pulled the wool over the eyes of the Democrats, or he is just all of a sudden reconnecting the wires and realizes how absurd some of the far-left progressive policies are. He had an exclusive interview with the New York Post, and he had some really, really interesting stuff to say, and we'll get to that when we break it down coming up in hour number 2. But if you want to jump in, 855-839-1210 on social media at 1210 WPHT. And, of course, fire away in the YouTube chat. It's the Kayal and Company comment community. Just go to youtube.com/@1210 WPHT and hit the like and subscribe buttons. Hour number 2 coming up next. It's Kayal and Company. Nick, Mary, she's in for Dawn. Stalker's here as well, and we're back after this on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-403-5569 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-403-5569. That's 800-403-5569. What do you have to lose? Call 800-403-5569. Again, 800-403-5569.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. If you're dealing with inflammation or stiff joints, then Glyco Plus from Rescue Natural Supplements can be your ticket to a healthier spring. Glyco Plus features a unique blend of green-lipped muscle complex and UC2 collagen, specifically designed to support joint health. Collagen, a vital component of joint cartilage, plays a crucial role in maintaining strength and flexibility. And right now, Rescue Glyco Plus is buy one, get one free for anyone with our exclusive radio code. Just use the code RELIEF to double up your order for free. Again, that's RELIEF. Call them today at 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483. Speak to a knowledgeable rescue product consultant. You can also use the code online when you visit res-q.com. res-q.com. Get back into action with less pain and more comfort. Again, use the code RELIEF. Buy one, get one free on Rescue Glyco Plus.
Deborah Heart and Lung Center and Cleveland Clinic Heart Vascular and Thoracic Institute have formed a powerful alliance. Legends in caregiving New Jersey families, the most sophisticated heart team in America. Innovators in research and patient care who've made life better for thousands of patients, raising the standard for the next generation of care. The alliance between Deborah Heart and Lung Center and Cleveland Clinic Heart Vascular and Thoracic Institute means the highest quality care close to home for you. DemandDeborah.org.
Planning a wedding? Enhance the experience with a rehearsal dinner or reception at Del Frisco's Double Eagle Steakhouse in Center City, Philadelphia. Experience the Del Frisco's difference for all your wedding festivities. For more information, call 267-817-3867.
Don't miss the Labor and Energy Show with J-Doc and Krause, brought to you by Advocacy United, this Saturday night at 6. Find out about the important issues that'll affect you. The Labor and Energy Show, Saturday night at 6 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Are you a victim of the timeshare trap and think there's no way out? I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, the original timeshare cancellation expert, and I'm here to tell you that there is a way out. All you need to do is give my office a call. I will send you a timeshare exit information kit absolutely free, explaining how the timeshare industry works and your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free info kit. 800-790-1400. 800-790-1400.
If you want jazz music, go to New Orleans. Bagels, New York. And for psychics, think California Psychics. You want the best, you go to the best. At California Psychics, home of free spirits and open minds, we know better than anyone what makes a good psychic. That's why we guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com and experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
The IRS is the most powerful collection agency on earth. And if you owe back taxes, the news isn't good. The IRS is raising the interest rate it charges on unpaid taxes, and further rate hikes are expected. Most people don't know it, but the IRS adds interest charges to your tax debts daily. So if you owe the IRS today, you'll owe even more tomorrow. And it doesn't stop until you get right with the IRS. The good news is getting right can start with one phone call to Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax relief firm. Optima's tax professionals specialize in the Fresh Start Initiative, a powerful IRS program that can save you thousands if you qualify. In fact, the experts at Optima have resolved over $1 billion in tax debt for their clients. Call now for a free consultation.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
All right, welcome back. It is 7 o'clock. Hour number 2 underway here on a Monday morning. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Nick Kayal, Mary Walter in for Dawn Stensland, Greg Stocker, 855-839-1210. Loaded cut sheet coming up at 7:45. Looking forward to that. We'll get to the John Fetterman story as well. And also a very interesting story about the changing political landscape for voters in western Pennsylvania, and it has to do with energy. We'll get to that coming up as well. But I want to throw out this question here, and I just tweeted the question, a poll question on Twitter if you want to vote on it. It was retweeted by the station at 1210 WPHT. Yesterday, I was having a conversation with my wife. and it's in regards to the solar eclipse. So they had a big dance competition on Saturday. So they were exhausted yesterday. They're just lounging around doing a whole bunch of nothing, kind of like me every day. And my wife says, well, I was actually talking with Mia on FaceTime, and she says, yeah, Mom's going to pick us up from school tomorrow at 11:30. And I said, oh, what do you have? You have a half day, early dismissal, like teacher and service day? Like, what's going on? And she goes, no, Mom's going to bring us out. Now, full disclosure, my in-laws are down in Nashville visiting for like 2 weeks. But still, they've been there for like 10 days already, so they've seen enough of them probably. But they're going to be getting out of school early at 11:30.
Yeah.
Now, keep in mind, Nashville, Tennessee is a central time zone locale. So the eclipse will come through at 2:23 p.m. Central Time. Now, my girls, they get out of school normally around 2:50. They're on the bus. They're home by like 3:15. So I would argue that there's really no reason for them to get out. And then to make things worse, my wife says in the background, she goes, yeah, I bought special sunglasses for them, and they're going to watch the solar eclipse with Nana and Pop-Pop. And I go, oh, you got like, what do you mean special glasses? Like what? Different than normal sunglasses that you could buy like at a gas station? There's solar eclipse glasses out there.
Of course.
She's like, yeah, Amazon has everything. I go, of course they do.
Did you just wake up this morning like?
I just fell out of a tree.
I was just gonna say.
So,
This is everybody's doing this.
I didn't know that. Well, I didn't know that the glasses were like a legit thing that you could buy.
Yeah.
And like, I'm not enamored with this whole solar eclipse thing.
I mean, once every 40 years. Come on.
But I'm curious. Like, are parents doing things different with their kids today? Is it business as usual? Do you let them just do it at school? Do you get them out early? Do you keep them off for the whole day? I don't know. I think for 4 minutes, I mean, we really got to alter the day for these kids. I don't know. I mean, maybe I'm old man, get off my lawn, but I'm just.
To me, it's this is a learning experience in school. No, so like,
I would say keep them in school.
Keep them in school. Let the teachers tell you about. The solar eclipse and everything about it.
Because all I know about it, Mary, is that basically the moon goes in front of the sun and it's darkness for 4 minutes. Other than that, I don't know much about it.
Right. No, that was pretty much it.
Yeah.
But Greg is right. You're right. Let's keep them in school and have them actually learn some science.
Yes.
Imagine that.
Well, yeah.
But wait, here's the thing. I think what's happening here is the schools don't want to be responsible if some dopey kid looks at the sun without the glasses on, or doesn't look at the the reflection in the box or whatever. However they're doing it, they don't want to be responsible.
Well, yeah.
And so they're sending them home to the parents. This way, if your kid blinds themselves, it's not on them because everybody sues. So my hunch is that's what's going on.
I'm going to actually have to look during the next break what solar eclipse sunglasses cost. I mean, they can't be.
You can get them at like a gas station, dude.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
So they're paper. You can get like the plastic ones that have like the really dark film.
Yep.
And when I was a kid, there was an eclipse, like partial eclipse. It wasn't like a big thing like this. And my dad used old pieces of like, negatives, the old film, right? And you put two of those together and you held them. You're like it's something along those lines, and you could look at this.
So Mark on the YouTube chat writes, once every 40 years, we had one like 7 years ago. I know, but this is like almost like a total.
Okay.
Not for us, though. Not for us.
Well, there's a certain path where it's a total, right?
Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
So,
but it's not going to be for us.
Salt Queen says, Nick lives under a rock. Also, my kids' schools sent home permission slips and are going to have all the kids enjoy it with the glasses that they will provide unless the parents opt out.
Okay. Yeah. Look, I think that's the perfect solution. But make it educational and give the opt out for the parents to leave it up to them.
Here's the issue, though, is that you're, no offense to your in-laws, but I feel the teachers at Mia and Olivia's school can teach them more than Kristen's parents can.
1,000%.
About the eclipse. So why not keep them in school and make this a teaching moment?
Yeah, I totally agree. Especially if you're talking about, the science teacher who should be, relatively well more, better versed than, the English language arts teacher, so to speak. So with these solar glasses, so this is like, these are easily accessible, like walking into a movie theater to see something in 3D, where they give you those little, like, disposable ones.
Yes.
All right.
Yeah.
I'm learning
some
so
places
much.
have those. Some places people will pop for like real solar glasses. You know, in 2017, I was in Washington, and so we all go up on the rooftop of the apartment building to watch I have to tell you, it was one of the most anticlimactic things ever. I'm like, I got up from my nap for this, but somebody had a big welder's mask, and so he was passing it around. Everybody was looking at it through the welder's mask. I'm like, that's it.
You know, there's going to be stories probably by the end of the week that for somebody that looked up at it and went blind. Like, we're going to hear these horror stories. I guarantee you, give it 48 to 70. By the time Friday comes, we're going to hear about either somebody that got, blinded. There's going to be fallout from this. There's no way this could possibly go smoothly in today's society.
Yeah, you can literally burn your retina and it would be like you will forever see like that sliver of sun.
Yeah.
That was coming out from behind the moon. You'll like that can be burned into your eye. So the other thing you can do is just watch it on TV.
That's probably what I'll do.
Patrick writes, the science teacher will teach the kids that the sun identifies as the moon.
Okay, that's very funny.
Yeah, that's well played.
Yeah.
Might be the leader in the
Nice,
clubhouse
Patrick.
for Twitter
Exactly.
of the day.
Exactly.
All right. If you want to jump in on that and how you're handling it, 855-839-1210.
Yeah, I can't believe that schools are letting out early for this, honestly.
It's unbelievable, especially at the end of the day. Like I said, here in the Eastern time zone, it's at 3:23. So in all likelihood, schools are already done and probably getting ready to board the bus. I would just say keep them in school for an extra 30 minutes. Provide the glasses, do some popcorn and whatever, and then load them up on the bus at 3:40.
And like Salt Queen said, just send home a permission slip. If the parents opt out of it, then they stay inside.
Yep, I agree. Yeah. All right, let's get to John Fetterman as he is continuing his rehabilitation back to sanity and normalcy. And I think it's worth noting before we get to the specifics of this story is that by and large, John Fetterman throughout his political career was always just kind of like a classic liberal Democrat. He was not really this left-wing until he started to run for Senate, and then I think he kind of bought into the whole left-wing ideology stuff that got him elected. He started listening to the Squad Dems a little bit, but as he has recovered from his stroke, he has clearly shifted back to being more liberal to moderate as a Democrat. And he had this exclusive interview with the New York Post this past week. And he talked about squatters, violent crime, wokeism, and also the Middle East, especially his profound love for Israel, which I believe he is on the right side of when we talk about these issues between Gaza and Israel. And he said that squatters have no rights. Quote, squatters have no rights, Fetterman said, adding that the issue was one he often dealt with when he was the mayor of working-class Braddock, Pennsylvania. Quote, how can you even pretend that this is anything other than you just breaking the law, Fetterman said. He goes on to warn, quote, I am not woke. Quote, we always tried to push back against that, he said, adding that he had been horrified by what he's read in the Post's extensive coverage of the squatting issue. Quote, it's wild that if you go away on a long trip for 30 days and someone breaks into your home and suddenly they have rights, he said. Quote, this is crazy. Like if somebody stole your car and then they held it for 30 days, then somehow you now have some rights, question mark. Fetterman also tore into soft on crime policies that critics said contributed to the fatal shooting of NYPD detective Jonathan Diller, saying, quote, I have gone to police funerals. Quote, if this individual is convicted, then he should spend the rest of his life in prison and never have the opportunity to get out. Now, you might sit there and say, wow, well, I think everybody agrees with that, right? That's common sense. That's what rational people would say. Squatters shouldn't have rights, and if you kill a police officer, you should never see the light of day again. But I think this just goes to show you, Mary, how far left the left has gone, where people like Fetterman, and I haven't seen any polls recently on Fetterman, but I just assume he's still very popular with most core Democrats. Now, he's clearly alienated the left wing and the progressives, and they're probably mad at him. But I got to think that this is just a Democrat saying common sense things. And I know a lot of us on social media are like, oh, my God, in 4 years, John Fetterman, he's going to run as a Republican. It's not going to happen. But he's making a lot of sense. And day by day, I'm like, I kind of like the guy. Even though a lot of his policies I disagree with, he's saying things that guys like, who was our guy down in that pulled the fire alarm? Jamal Bowman.
Jamal Bowman.
And all these squad Dems that are just so unlikable. He's really not one of them, if you think about it.
I'm not trusting this.
You think there's shenanigans here?
I don't know. Politicians talk the talk, but they don't walk the walk. Everybody loved what Barack Obama had to say. He said a lot of things.
Mm-hmm.
He didn't necessarily do them.
No.
So, he's saying these things. I believe actions, not words.
Trust me.
Put it that way.
I totally
So I don't necessarily trust that this is like some weird transformed John Fetterman that's suddenly emerging.
Do you think we will see more of what we would consider progressives as their, because think about this, it's an election year. Now, again, it could be lip service. It could just merely be talking a good game. We're going to get tougher on crime. We're not going to let squatters get away with this in a re-election effort. A lot like, student loans. I think that was thrown out, the forgiveness program to get people to vote. But I just look at Fetterman on the squatting issue, the violent crime. You think about defund the police, and also where his stance has been for 6 months on the Middle East. I mean, he came out and blasted Chuck Schumer. So he's gone all the way up to the top of the Senate with Chuck Schumer, all the way down to his colleagues, the Squad Dems, the Ilhan Omars, the AOCs. I think a lot of them probably look at Fetterman right now as like, we thought you were one of us, and it's clearly not the case right now.
Yes, and you're starting to see, and this goes back to the DEI conversation, the big take, right? Mm-hmm. I think their numbers are shrinking. AOC's district looks like a third world country.
It is.
It's a mess, and her constituents aren't happy. Jamal Bowman, who we were just talking about, pulled the fire alarm. He's down in the polls against his challenger.
Yep.
Right? And a big part of it is over Israel in New York.
Ooh. That's
so what did you think was going to happen in New York, right?
Right.
So there's that. And you had Ilhan Omar almost didn't win her reelection in 22. So you're starting to see, I think, a swing, and I wonder if Fetterman or his handlers are just reading the room.
Fetterman said he still believes in second chances when it comes to crime, but not 20 second chances. Quote, if you have those kind of established records, it doesn't serve any greater goal to allow people that are offending, and then allow them out to not be held accountable. He says we have to be very smart and aggressive on crime. So he's talking the talk from a law and order perspective. And as I mentioned, I think the biggest issue that he has within his own party is his stance on the Jewish state. Fetterman has remained completely steadfast in his support of Israel. He called out Senator Chuck Schumer for his remarks because Schumer came out and says there needs to be new elections in Israel. And he said the following, quote, it's reasonable if you want to criticize, but to call for effectively like a regime change, I disagree. I didn't agree because Israel is a democracy and it is a key special ally. And then he goes on to talk about, lastly, Pennsylvania, and he knows a thing or two about Pennsylvania. Fetterman said in regards to re-election between Biden and Trump, quote, it's going to be very close. Trump is going to be incredibly strong in Pennsylvania. So we'll see how that plays out. I still think, and I'm on record as saying, I think Biden is going to take Pennsylvania, although I think it'll be closer than it was in 2020. But I think there are many issues right now, and Fetterman's highlighting a lot of them. And I think that's why, and everything always kind of goes full circle back to the big take. Everything that Fetterman is opposed to is exactly what we were talking about in the big take with defund the police and DEI and all the woke nonsense. A lot of people are done with this experiment. I really believe that. Whether or not that I'm not saying the policies will end overnight, but you're going to see the migration and the shift of people on the political spectrum bailing out of that, so to speak.
Yeah, no, I agree. I think people have had enough, and the bullying and the forced speech and the this and the that, and I think people are just starting to draw the line.
Yep.
Although not all of them.
Yep, you're right. 855-839-1210 is the number. We'll stay in Pennsylvania. We'll come back. A very interesting story in the Wall Street Journal about Joe Biden's re-election chances based on one F word. We'll get to that when we continue. It's Kayal and Company. Mary's in for Dawn, and we're back after this on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hi, it's Dawn. Want an environmentally friendly approach to lawn care? Call my lawn care company, Natural Lawn of America. Natural Lawn has been creating green lawns quickly, more naturally, and with fewer weeds for more than 35 years. I've been a customer for years. Trust me, you're going to love the results. Their certified specialists tailor their treatments to your lawn's specific needs. This reduces the need for chemicals and creates a safer lawn for your entire family, including your pets. Natural Lawn is locally owned and family operated. They have offices in Pennsylvania and New Jersey. They're competitively priced and have a satisfaction guarantee. I trust the leader in organic-based lawn care. You should too. Give them a call. New customers, take advantage of Natural Lawn's unbeatable offer. Free seeding every year. Schedule Natural Lawn's full-service program, and they'll seed your lawn every year free of charge. 800-FREE-SEED. NaturalLawn.com. 800-FREE-SEED. And choose my lawn care company, Natural Lawn of America. Greener grass, fewer weeds, guaranteed. Tell them Dawn sent you.
I'm Philomena, founder of Kin Apparel here in Philly. I love my natural hair, but not what hoodies and hats were doing to it. So I made my own satin-lined hoodies and created a business in the process. I've got big dreams, and Chase for Business in Philly was like, all right, how do we get you there?
Get financial guidance from bankers in your community and convenient digital tools all in one place. Learn more at chaseforbusiness.com. Make more of what's yours. Real customers compensated. JP Morgan Chase Bank, NA member FDIC.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli. Let me tell you about my buddy, Dr. Mike Veneri, a great guy. Whether you're looking for pediatric, general, cosmetic, or implant dentistry, look no further. Dr. Veneri and his award-winning team, they have your whole family covered, just like mine. Dr. Veneri's office exceeds CDC guidelines and has always maintained the strictest infection control with centralized UV sterilization of airflow to ensure your safety. Locations right over the bridge in Cinnaminson and Woodbury, 856-786-2020 or veneriadental.com.
Odyssey salutes Philly radio legend Bob Pantano as he receives the ultimate honor from the city of Philadelphia. This Tuesday, the intersection of 7th and Federal in South Philly, where Bob grew up, will be named Bob Pantano Way. All of Bob's fans are invited to celebrate at the Street Naming Concert and Festival this Tuesday starting at 4 p.m. Seating for this event will be on a first-come, first-served basis. Congratulations, Bob, from your Odyssey family.
There's breaking news all day long from around the world, and sometimes all that noise makes it hard to hear about what's happening right here at home. With the free Odyssey app, getting your local news plus breaking news is easy. And even when you're not near a radio, stay connected with what's going on right here by listening live and push alerts. Just download the free Odyssey app and search and follow your local news station, and you're good to go. The local breaking news to get you through your day at your fingertips on the free Odyssey app. That's AUDACY.
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential, but finding those people can be a major hassle, unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. And right now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. With ZipRecruiter, one click sends your job to hundreds of top job sites. But more than that, ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies the candidates with the skills you need, sends you a list of great matches to review, then actively invites them to apply for your job. And the results speak for themselves. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. That's right, the first day. Now you can focus on your business and let ZipRecruiter do the work finding the best people for you. See for yourself. Experience the ease, efficiency, and power of ZipRecruiter for free. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
This is the time of year to enjoy life. Dawn Stensland here. Stop letting that pain in your joints keep you from doing what you want to do this spring. Just call my friends at QC Kinetics. QC Kinetics is the nation's leader in regenerative medicine. I'm talking lasting joint pain relief. No surgery, no drugs, no downtime. It's a fact. QC Kinetics is transforming lives. Their advanced treatments harness your own body's ability to restore and repair damaged joint tissue. Now, this life-changing treatment is available for you. So you can walk, run, climb stairs, play golf, move again, pain-free. No pain pills, no risky surgery. It's an all-natural solution. QC Kinetics has tens of thousands of satisfied patients who've reclaimed their mobility. Take action now. Do this. Live your best life this spring and summer. Great use of your tax refund check, by the way. Call QC Kinetics for a free consultation. 215-999-3000. 215-999-3000. Tell Dawn sent you.
Dawn Stensland this morning at 10. Kayal and Company now on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
All that you touch and all that you see, all that you taste, all you feel, and all that you love.
It is Kayal and Company, 7:22 on this Monday morning as we get closer and closer and closer to the eclipse. Approximately 3:23 p.m. Eastern Time. 855-839-1210. Nick Kayal, Mary Walter in for Dawn Stensland. Kathy Barnett will be in for Dawn at 10 o'clock this morning. Cut sheet coming up in just about 20 minutes. I saw what you tweeted out, Mary, during the break of the solar eclipse based off of Oreos and how you open them up. How do you like to eat your Oreo? Remember what was the commercial with that was the peanut butter cup, right? It was how you would eat a peanut butter cup, where you go around the edges or you just bite it like a normal human being.
Right. Yeah, they have I guess there's been a lot of commercials like that with different foods. But
do you dip your Oreo in milk all the time?
Coffee.
Coffee?
Yeah, usually coffee.
Yeah.
But has anyone noticed that like the regular Oreos now just have like a teeny tiny little bit of the filling, and then they have the thins, which are basically 2 chocolate cookies.
Well, it's shrinkflation.
Right. And they have the little bit. And then like the double stuff now are the size of what the original used to be.
Are you serious?
And now the mega stuff has the amount of stuff inside that what the double stuff used to have.
Oh, that's good. That's
my humble opinion.
That's good Oreo knowledge out of you, Mary.
It's been a long time since I had Oreos.
Me too, honestly, and now I'm kind of craving them. Do we have any in the vending machine out here, Kayal?
I've never actually looked for Oreos, to be completely honest. Although I would argue the Oreo without dipping them in milk makes the Oreo a little overrated.
Boys, bring me Oreo stack.
Yes.
You got to get the mega stuff ones, though.
Yeah.
Stalker's sugar is going to crash if you don't get it for him.
That's right. So we get them. That's our treat when we go skiing, and we went skiing in February and skiing in March. So I'm done with my Oreo allotment for the year.
Okay.
But,
nice work out of you.
Or if you let them get stale, they get a little softer, then they're good too.
Is that true?
Yes.
All right. When they used to be in the house when I was younger, they didn't last more than 2 days. I would knock back a sleeve each night.
I got to tell you, I was more of a chunky Chips Ahoy kid.
Really?
Yeah.
See, I was never big in the
jam.
cookie game, but I always was an Oreo guy. If milk was there.
I'm with you, brother. I was never like a cookie aficionado, but if I had to choose, it was always the chunky Chips Ahoy.
I grew up with a bakery in the family, so carbs are my jam.
Yeah.
Nice. Before we get to this other story here in Pennsylvania, I thought this was interesting. Phil just came in during the break, and Phil's a very interesting guy from a sports perspective because he went to UConn and he's like a New York sports fan, so he's got like the whole New York.
He grew up in Connecticut
thing going on.
Yeah.
And like every weekend he goes to a New York sporting event. It's unbelievable. I don't know how he pulls it off. And he says that because I think he's either a Yankee fan or a Met fan, and he said that the Yankees have moved their start time today because of the eclipse.
They did.
They were supposed to play at like 2:05,
and they did it last minute where they like it. We knew this was coming.
Yes.
And then they did it last minute, like, oh, by the way, we're going to move this because of the eclipse. It's ridiculous.
And they moved it by 4 hours.
4 hours.
They didn't delay the first pitch for 30 minutes.
Yep.
They moved it to 6 o'clock at night.
Yep.
Do we just overreact to everything in society
100%.
now? 100%. And is this a direct result of the pandemic?
Every morning news show has led with it. Savannah Guthrie and Hoda both had their glasses on.
That's
They're
why
ready.
I keep bringing it up and every time I see something new, because it's like, I mean, it's a once in a 4-decade thing, right? I mean, for the most part.
Well, yes,
although
it
there's
happens.
conflicting.
It happens, but Kevin Pools, our buddy on YouTube, said that we won't see one this big for like another 50 years.
That's what she said. 855-839-1210. Mary's like, I wish my mic wasn't working again.
That was Wait, what did you say? I'm sorry, I think I lost the connection.
Yeah, the earphones cut out for a second. All right, let me get to this story. I found this to be very interesting. I try not to do a lot of like deep dives with numbers and data and stuff like that beyond polling, because I just feel like on the radio it's kind of a snooze to listen to. But I've always been intrigued, and like one of the things I do outside of this show is I write once or twice a month for Real Clear Politics, and one of the things is it can't just be opinion; it has to be data and polling driven, and a lot of numbers and numerical stuff to kind of really solidify the point you're trying to make. So when the Wall Street Journal comes out with some voting changes in the state of Pennsylvania, I find it fascinating because, let's face it, we are probably the most prominent swing state this November for the election. And I'm always curious as to why certain places that used to vote D now vote R, and vice versa, and kind of the trends and the electorate changing, so to speak. And the Wall Street Journal has a column out, says, "They're voting red, how a Pennsylvania fracking boom weighs on Biden's re-election chances." And I thought this was interesting. They're talking about Pittsburgh area communities, and they bring up two individuals, just two random people that work in different fields in the Pittsburgh area. And one is now voting Republican, and the other has turned into a progressive Democrat. Why, I have no idea, but that's the way the story goes. They're talking about these two men, John Sabo and Josh Thieler, who grew up in the Pittsburgh area. And obviously that area was hit hard with steel and manufacturing jobs over the years and the decades that were disappearing from the region. Obviously, we know Bethlehem, Pennsylvania used to be the steel capital of the world, and then it became Birmingham, Alabama. And they talk about how Sabo, the son and grandson of mill voters, says his father rarely found steady work after losing his job. But today, both men have good jobs in thriving industries, but their paths to a better life have landed them in different sectors of the region's new economy and changed their political identities, turning one of these two that we just mentioned into a staunch Republican and the other into a progressive Democrat. And Pittsburgh is the epicenter of a class inversion between the two parties that is redefining American politics. Democrats have traded their former blue-collar base for professional class metropolitan workers, while Republicans have become overwhelmingly dependent on working class voters concentrated in far-flung suburbs, small towns, and rural areas. And they talk about how these jobs in Pennsylvania, and specifically in Western Pennsylvania, how these energy economy voters see Biden as a hostile threat to fracking. And Biden has been particularly hurt by his decision to cancel the Keystone Pipeline. And he says in the following here, this is from one voter who lives 30 miles north of Pittsburgh. He says, "Everyone here is aware that it's better for us in the oil and gas industry if Republicans get elected. The area's reliance on energy jobs helps explain why Democrats look to be losing more voters than ever in this region." So I find it funny, Mary, and it's very interesting the way the two parties have kind of flipped, so to speak. And, in a state as important as Pennsylvania, Joe Biden, who won the state in 2020 by 154,000 votes, if you look at it, he's got Philadelphia locked down. We know the middle of the state is Trump country for the most part, and you would assume that Pittsburgh is blue and solid blue, and it probably still is, but I feel like Trump and Republicans have kind of chipped away at the left end of the state, so to speak.
Yeah, you're right. I don't know when the flip happened. It's kind of weird. I think Trump had a lot to do with it because Trump went after, in 2016, the forgotten man and woman.
Yep.
But he did ignore the other 32 genders, so that could have been part of the problem. Right? But it was the forgotten man and woman. Where that's what he went for. And he went for the workers. He went for the blue collar people who have been voting against their best interests by voting for Democrats, right? Because they thought that Democrats are going to solve all my problems and all this stuff. Anyway, Trump went after them. But so I don't know if that's what started it. And in response, look what Democrats have done. They fought during Trump's administration because Trump wanted to make the census just citizens. Mm-hmm. Only citizens would be counted. But the census says all persons because we didn't have an illegal immigration problem back in the day. Right. So they held it to all persons. And since then, what have they done? They have imported over 10 million people into this country illegally. Where do they mostly go? The big cities. What does that do? It gives them more representation in Congress.
It's true. Let me ask you this, because we have seen this open border, and not everybody that's coming up from the southern border is from a South American country. No. We've seen many people from China. We've seen presumably terrorists from the Middle East, and even non-terrorists from the Middle East. But this and look, Democrats are very diabolical. I think they do everything by design for the most part. And obviously, and we've heard, some of these, people from smaller districts throughout major blue cities in little areas such as like the Bronx. There was that notable clip that went viral about a month or two ago with that one elected official saying, no, we want new people here. I'm trying to get my district. I need people in my district. Is it possible, because we know historically right now that the Latinos typically skew conservative, family-oriented, hardworking, religious people? Could this backfire on the Biden administration? They're just assuming that as they let people in, they'll eventually vote D. Is it possible that they don't?
Well, it is possible, but right now, they're not voting as of yet that we know of. I wouldn't be surprised if some of these NGOs are handing out voter registration cards. That wouldn't surprise me at all. And then we just trust them to be honest and not check the box that says, yes, I'm a citizen, or yes, I can vote. And I think there will be a lot of them who vote and go, I had no idea. Mm-hmm. Because to your point, Democrats are progressive, Republicans are reactive, right? So they plan out, like you said. And so what did they do when they saw the blue collar, that they were losing that blue collar base? They went to bring in all of these illegals and bring them in and juice the numbers for the census, etc. But the other thing here is the African American vote, because in the Bronx, in these other inner city areas, in Philadelphia, etc., where do these people get put? They get put in their neighborhoods. It's their kids' schools that lose their playgrounds, etc., so they can house these people. Yep. And that part of the calculus, I don't think Democrats really calculated in. Yeah. But I think they are so secure in their ability to win this election, which makes me wonder. Right. But they are so secure in that they don't care. They'll take the hit in exchange for the power they will get in Congress by bringing in 10 million plus extra bodies, putting them in blue areas in inner cities to give them more representation.
I said that the other day too. That I really,
you're a genius.
I really believe that it is unsettling to me in a large way that all the polls you see are Joe Biden down here, down there, but you look at that campaign, they are as calm, cool, and collect as I've ever seen. They don't have a worry in the world, which is like, I wonder why.
They have the comfort of like somebody that was just given like a 20-year contract.
Exactly. Like
it's almost like they know something we don't.
Yes.
Right?
We don't have to bend and budge for
we're fine.
The will of the people. We're fine.
We're just getting started.
It doesn't matter. Yeah.
Unbelievable. 855-839-1210. I mean, we know in Philadelphia that Democrats have a 7-1 voter registration advantage, but I'll be interested to see how Pittsburgh plays out. I don't know what the advantage is in Pittsburgh for Dems to Republicans. Maybe it's 4-1, 5-1. I'd be surprised if it's as high as Philly is at 7-1. But with that story, I'll be interested to see if that number gets whittled away. All right, we'll come back. What's on the cut sheet in less than 10 minutes? And also, hey, parents, a lot of people are urging you to buy your children dumb phones. Not smartphones.
Yeah.
Dumb phones.
I can get behind this.
I can too. We're back after this. Stay right there.
Hi, I'm Mark Cuban, entrepreneur, businessman, and TV fan. People always come to me for investment advice. So here's a quick tip for you. Stop overpaying for cable and switch to Philo. What's Philo? It's the best way to watch more than 70 of your favorite channels and save big on your monthly bills. You can stream top channels like AMC, A&E, Discovery, Live, and On Demand. Philo's also got a library with thousands of hours of movies and shows just waiting for you. Plus, an unlimited DVR that lets you save all your favorites and rewatch them for up to 1 year. All of this for just $25 a month. You don't need me to tell you that this is a deal you need to make. Philo, now and forever.
Head on over to philo.tv. That's PHILO.tv. And start your 7-day free trial now.
Hi, this is Norman Chaikin, also known as Norman the Floorman. Every night my wife calls me to dinner in the same way. She yells out, "Dinner's on the table. Come and guess it." Whether you need carpet, LVT, hardwood, tile, or area rugs for your residential or commercial project, we've got you covered. Savings up to 50%, and that ain't chopped liver. Visit us in Bryn Mawr, Conshohocken, or call us at 800-220-RUGS for your home or business, and we'll bring the store to your door.
Get slimmer for the summer by losing a contractually guaranteed 20 to 40 plus pounds in only 40 days with NJ Diet. Call 855-5NJ-DIET or go to njdiet.com. Get ready for spring with njdiet.com.
The IRS finally caught up with Louie.
I hadn't paid my taxes in 8 years. I owe the IRS a lot of money.
Louie was in deep trouble.
We're going to take your house, put a lien on your bank account, garnish your pay. They don't care. They're going to take your paycheck.
Louie found out about Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima Tax, they help me. They calm me down. They make me feel comfortable, and I trust them.
Louie has a lot to be thankful for.
I don't owe the IRS anymore, and I'm able to live a comfortable life, a lot better life. It was because of Optima Tax.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation. Take it from Louie.
If you owe the IRS, don't go it alone. Give Optima Tax a call. They can help you.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Are you ready to take your business to the next level? My name is Michael Bertoni, founder and CEO of SAS Talent and Philly 100 board member. I wanted to invite you to join the Philadelphia 100 Forum CEO community. Your key to meaningful content, peer-to-peer learning, and business opportunities. Every year, the Philadelphia 100 recognizes the region's fastest growing companies. Just go to philly100.org to learn more about becoming a member of the forum. That's philly100.org.
My kitchen is the heart of my home. Dawn Stensland here. If your kitchen or bath is outdated, you need Kitchen Magic. They're local, family-owned and operated since 1979. Schedule your free in-home design consultation today. Kitchen Magic is the full-service remodeler I trust to quickly, beautifully, and affordably transform your kitchen or bath. Right now, they're offering 12 months, no payments, no interest financing, and 10% off your remodel. Just visit kitchenmagic.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. If your child needs support, special tutoring, and custom instruction, METC is here to help. Now's the time to call to Kathy Gannon, METC. Call the Motivational Educational Tutoring Company for over 30 years. METC's tutoring studio, founded by educator Kathy Gannon, has helped people of all ages to grow personally and academically. Call Kathy at 215-493-4200. METC offers motivational SAT prep as well as academic skills and leadership training. 215-493-4200. Now's the time to get assistance for your child to help them succeed. All you have to do is visit online at METC.com. METC's tutoring studio. Call them today, 215-493-4200, or email Kathy directly, info@METC.com. Remember, 1210 listeners receive a free 1-hour consultation. Take advantage of this opportunity to help your child get one-on-one help. 215-493-4200, 215-493-4200.
Hi, Dawn Stensland here. You've heard me talk about my friends from Piazza Premium Automobiles. They continue to grow their luxury collection of brands, and now Piazza is excited to welcome Infiniti Ardmore and Maserati of the main line, both located right there on Lancaster Avenue, and you're going to receive the very same first-class customer experience that you've come to expect. Find your new or certified pre-owned Infiniti, Maserati, or other Piazza luxury brands like Jaguar, Land Rover, Mercedes-Benz, BMW, and more at PiazzaPremiumAutos.com.
Free speech lives here with Kayal and Company weekday mornings. Talk Radio 1210. WPHT.
Can you hear us? Can you hear us? 741. Kayal and Company as we continue live on this Monday morning. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Get us on the free Odyssey app. Watch us live on YouTube. Nick, Mary, and Greg with you this morning. Cut sheet coming up in just about 5 minutes. Very interesting story from Yahoo. And I am all for this, but I'm also going to check myself and call myself out at the end of why I tell you I am for this. So the story goes like this. Yahoo has a very good column up, and the headline says, "Parents urged to buy dumb phones to protect children from social media." So I have said that the smartphone has made us stupid as a society over the last 10 or 15 years. And in this article for Yahoo, it says parents should be able to buy phones without social media apps for teenagers. That according to the leader of the United Kingdom's biggest teaching union. Daniel Kabede, the General Secretary of the National Education Union, the NEU, has warned, and I think we've all come to realize this, there's plenty of data that confirms it, that there is a link between the addictive nature of social media and screen time and how teenagers are feeling. I mean, I think there's clearly a correlation to just the addictive nature of the phone because people can't put it down. Teachers are reporting a sharp rise in the numbers of pupils that have poor mental health. He told The Telegraph that, quote, parents should have a choice and should be able to get phones for their teenagers that come without access to apps. The NEU leader has become the leading prominent figure to support restrictions on addictive social media apps for children. And since February, tens of thousands of parents have joined a grassroots movement over in England, Parents for a Smartphone-Free Childhood, which launched to help parents support each other in delaying giving their children smartphones. So this is fascinating because I am at the point now, and I've come around to this probably in the last 4 to 6 weeks, that I'm against the banning. I'm against the banning of these apps, TikTok, because I just don't think bans work. And, oh, by the way, let's have better parents and less government. But here's the interesting part of this. I like the idea. I mean, have you ever had like a little toddler or an infant and you buy the little toy smartphone?
Yep.
And it's just a big chunk of plastic, but I'll be darned if it doesn't look like an iPhone nowadays or a Galaxy.
Yep. Yeah.
So what about, kids 14 and under, where these companies, and this is an opportunity for these big, AT&T and Apple and Samsung and whoever, where you create a phone. And let's just say you advertise it for the sake of, for kids 14 and under, where all you can do on the phone is make phone calls. Shocking, right? Like that was the original point of the phone call. The phone is to make phone calls. Nobody picks up the phone anymore. Text messages and the internet. Those are the only three things. Phone, text, internet, no apps, no cameras, and nothing else that can lead to the deterioration of the mental health of the youths. You on board with that?
They actually have those. As far as I know.
Of course, I would never know that they do.
No, as far as I know, and believe now, I'm not 100% sure that because my nieces, when they got their first phones, and this was a while ago, they could only make phone calls and get phone calls in, but only from certain numbers. But I don't know about the internet and camera and that kind of stuff.
Okay.
So I don't know about that aspect of it. So, you may have a great idea, and maybe this is something you should get on and make.
I should.
Like, market this.
I know.
Like, this could be a great business opportunity for you.
And you might say, well, okay, I'm down with the social media. I'm down with the banning of the apps, but what about the camera? We have a society today that is obsessed with taking pictures of themselves. I'm all for you feeling good about yourself, but I can't tell you how many times I see my daughters, and when they're on FaceTime, I can tell they're not looking at me. They're staring at themselves on the phone while they talk to me.
Yeah,
it's not healthy.
It's so bad for their mental health. These studies that have come out that said, girls around the age of 12, 13 years old are twice as likely to become depressed as boys. Right? And that's a really hard age. Remember being back to that age? Like, you couldn't pay me to go back and be 12, 13 years old again. Forget it.
Agreed.
Right?
Right.
And so they're looking at themselves, and they're looking at these other girls, and they're using filters, and they're doing all these things to make themselves look better than they really look. And so it really affects their psyche a lot. It's a really dangerous time, I think, in your development. And then to add all of that in to make you even more secure than you already are about your body, because it's changing and all that stuff. I agree with you. I think it can cause a lot of mental health issues when it comes to all of those pictures and stuff like that. So yeah, no cameras.
Thank you, Natalie. Natalie on the YouTube chat says this phone already exists. It's called the Gab Wireless. So there you go.
Gab Wireless.
Yeah.
So all you do is gab on it and talk.
Her kids have one.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, no, I did know what Mary was saying. I did know that they had these things where you could literally just make phone calls on them. I don't even think they need to be on the internet.
Well, I mean,
I don't
I'm
even
with
think
you.
it should be
I agree.
internet access.
When
it should
we
just
got
be calls.
when we got our daughters iPhones for the first time 2 years ago when they were 6 or 7, we put all the restrictions on it. They couldn't get on certain apps. They could only do texting with people that were in their. I mean, there's all sorts of like safeguards and stuff like that put in place. But I didn't. Once again, there's another great idea that I didn't think about. A couple of years ago.
Yeah. That's why they're
Darn it.
great ideas.
That's why I'm in radio.
The other part of this that makes you, and I noticed for me, is that try to get somewhere without you just punching it into Waze or your GPS or whatever, and it just tells you how to go, and you just mindlessly drive there. Right? So I realized that I was doing that a lot, and so I try to use my brain now to try to get places, and I find myself having to sit in the driveway before I go, okay, I know how to get there.
Right.
And I have to, in my brain, figure out, all right, you can do this, because I'm so used to mindlessly just punching it in and just going. And millennials, only 1 in 7 say they have ever read a paper map. They can't read maps.
Really? Paper
According
maps?
Wow.
Paper maps.
All right, true confession.
1 in 7.
We got to get to the cut sheet, but true confession. I still don't have Waze on my phone.
What is wrong with you?
Well, I have the GPS built into my truck.
Yeah.
And I still have the old school MapQuest app on my phone.
Oh my God.
Like it's 2013.
Okay.
And, by the way, you're right about mindlessly traveling. And for true confession, I moved back up here. I never lived in Bluebell before, so I didn't know the area. But I moved back up here in August of 2022. And for the first 4 to 6 weeks, I kept using the GPS to get to my grocery store. I mean, Mary, it's literally 2 lefts and a right, and I used the stinking GPS for like a month.
Awesome.
And eventually the light just went off for me. I'm like, 2 lefts and a right. You got this, Nick. You can do this.
Yeah, but we've rewired our brains, retrained our brains to not depend on memory to get us places. My wife always laughs, Nick, because the area you and I grew up in, I can drive around that area, and I know my way around. I haven't lived there in 20 years.
Yep.
I can drive around that area like it's the back of my hand. Yep. I know this way, I know that way,
It's
I know
still
back ways
stored
here.
in your brain.
Around here, I've been here literally 20 years. I can't get any place without GPS. Honestly, it's wonder I can get to the radio station.
Yeah, and how many people remember their childhood phone number?
Absolutely.
But if you ask me, like, my brother's phone, I don't know my brother's phone number.
Yep. You're 100% right. I couldn't tell you Nick's phone number.
Yeah, that's
and
right.
I text him a lot.
Yeah, it's because all we do is put our names in there and we just go with that.
Yep.
It's a good point.
Yeah.
Do I remember my home phone number as a kid?
Oh, I remember my home phone number in my brain, except the area code change. Well, I don't care. Some of my parents don't live there anymore. But
I think it was 867.
No. Yeah. Okay.
Oh no, that was Jenny.
I see what you did there.
I used to text Jenny back in the day.
No, there's FCC rules about.
Yeah, I know.
Putting our phone numbers.
86753.
I love that he thinks we're such we're such a threat here.
Hey,
Nick.
look,
did you notice that? Did you notice he was like you just let the two of us were just going to break the FCC rules
are we
right
to
there. No
Mary?
faith in us whatsoever.
None.
None.
My job. I'm just making sure.
Protect that license.
It's a big.
It's the number one thing they say when you get in radio. Protect that FCC license.
It's a big quarter hour. There's a lot of people listening right now, so I have to make sure that we're on our best game.
Yeah, and speaking of quarter hours, we should probably try to win one here. So let's get to what everybody looks forward to every day at 7:45. It's time for What's on the Cut Sheet.
What's on the Cut Sheet?
What's on the Cut Sheet on this Monday is sponsored by Cherry Hill Volvo, where they have incredible offers for spring. Choose Cherry Hill Volvo for the pricing and attention you deserve. Cherry Hill Volvo is where relationships really do matter. Judith Yosef and the entire team look forward to meeting you. Check them out on Route 70 in Cherry Hill Volvo, where relationships matter. Thank you, Cherry Hill Volvo, for sponsoring the ever-important Monday edition of What's on the Cut Sheet. Yes, we've talked a lot about the solar eclipse. I'm playing some eclipse-type songs this morning. I played Eclipse by Pink Floyd and Children of the Sun by Billy Thorpe. There's a song you don't hear every day. So that's the big story of today, the eclipse. What did ABC World News Tonight warn everybody about?
Bonnie Tyler's total eclipse of the heart.
Violent threats in the U.S. from large gatherings. That's right. U.S. intelligence officials are warning of violence targeting mass gatherings days before millions gather to watch the eclipse. So, as usual, we can't have anything nice. We can't enjoy anything. Because...
Keep peddling fear.
We have to keep peddling fear. Exactly, Nick Kayal. This is how David Muir explained it on World News Tonight on Friday. This is Cut 12. Phil, go.
Security warning right here in the U.S. from the FBI and Homeland Security. Warning of potential threats to public gatherings. The timing of this and why they're concerned tonight. Here's our Chief Justice correspondent, Pierre Thomas, with late reporting.
Tonight, FBI and Homeland Security officials are warning U.S. law enforcement about the potential for terror inspired by that deadly ISIS attack in Moscow targeting a concert hall.
Yes.
The concern, according to the bulletin, violence targeting mass gatherings such as sports stadiums, concert venues, or houses of worship in the United States. Law enforcement told to be on the lookout for any suspicious activity. The bulletin coming just days before millions will gather to watch the eclipse on Monday. Authorities say following the Moscow attack, ISIS and its supporters celebrated the assault and shared graphic and violent attack footage, the terror group calling for similar attacks in the United States. I'm told U.S. law enforcement is being urged to take this bulletin seriously. Sources say ISIS remains a very real threat.
There you go.
You know, there's so many things I want to say to this. Let me just a couple of quick ones. Number one, it's a total of 4 minutes. So unless everybody's just standing by waiting with a little stop. All right, we got 4 minutes. Go. Shoot, blow things up, rob, loot, do whatever you got to do. I would be more concerned about getting on a SEPTA platform in broad daylight than I would this 4 minute stretch. But you know what? Maybe they should. I'm surprised they didn't take it further. I'm surprised they didn't say that in these 4 minutes, the federal authorities believe the trans community could be under attack. And it could be right-wing extremists. So if you are from a normally marginalized and oppressed community, be on the lookout. My God. You know what? I might take my nap later today. I just want to be I want to be asleep through this whole thing.
Or you could be like me and just choose to watch it by yourself because you generally don't like people.
Yes.
Amen, Mary. I knew I liked you.
You just like me because we agree.
Yeah, exactly.
But here's the thing. Wait, ISIS-K, could those be some of the military-aged men that are walking into our country every single freaking day?
Mm-hmm.
and the government's allowing it to happen, and the government's also then using our taxpayer money to transport them anywhere they want to go in this country to commit their their mass murder or attack or whatever it is they have planned.
Right. It's amazing.
So
like the border's not an issue, but for 4 minutes the solar eclipse will be.
Right. It's they were more worried about controlling our movements than they are about shuttling, potential terrorists around the country to wherever they want to go. So since our government doesn't take it that seriously, I have a really super hard time getting worked up about this.
I saw the path of the eclipse coming up from, I think it was Fayetteville, Arkansas through Tennessee, kind of up on that trajectory if you're thinking about it visually with a map. And then it comes through, I think the section of Pennsylvania that's going to be hit the most is central PA. It looked like Philly and Jersey and Delaware were kind of like on the fringe, whereas like Scranton or maybe Happy Valley, State College, Pennsylvania would be hit more directly.
Yeah. So we're out of it anyway. So nobody wants us. Apparently, our bodies are not important to them. They don't want us. So there you go.
What is going on with Boeing, by the way? Have you guys seen this? Audio released after Southwest Airlines Flight 3695 was forced to make an emergency landing after its engine cowling detached during takeoff. Cool. The pilot can be heard. The pilot can be heard calling for an emergency landing. The Boeing 737-800's engine cowling detached and struck the wing flap during takeoff. The flight was able to turn around and land safely at Denver International Airport. Southwest Airlines Flight 3695 returned safely to Denver International Airport around 8:15 local time on Sunday. After the pilot reported the engine cowling fell off during takeoff and struck the wing flap. Here's the audio of that from yesterday. This is cut 13. Phil, go.
Let's go ahead and declare an emergency for Southwest 3695.
Oh my God, can you imagine?
An immediate return. We got a piece of the engine cowling hanging off, apparently. Southwest 3695, roger that. Turn left heading 190, clear to Denver via radar vectors. Left turn heading 190, Southwest 3695.
Everybody's like, uh-oh.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah. If you see that as you're taking off, you're like, stop the plane, stop the plane, stop the plane.
Wait, stewardess, flight attendant, I need a Tito's double. Stat.
There you go.
Now imagine if you were one of those people that were like arguing with a family member over who gets the window seat. And you end up with the window seat, and you look out and you see that.
Yep.
And honestly, like I don't know what's going on with Boeing. We've seen now, I don't know, I'm just going to guess here, since the fall of 2023, I think we've had at least 6 stories. Now, granted, how many flights, how many Boeing planes are there that have no issues at all? It's probably, 98.7% and no issues. But when these stories continue to be in the news, you have to wonder what the heck's going on. I saw people saying DEI, DEI, DEI. I don't know if that's the case or not, but if you're a company that advocates and advertises that, you put yourself out there on the limb to be ridiculed for.
Well, in their defense, Boeing's defense, Southwest Airlines, the average fleet age for them is almost 12 years old for each one of their planes. So the average 737 is about 10 years old in pretty much most of the main carriers' fleets. Okay. That's not a Boeing problem. That's a Southwest maintenance problem.
Yeah.
So that's not a Boeing problem, but Boeing's taking the blame for this, but it's not them. That United plane, remember it went down the runway and he made a turn and the left wheel collapsed, remember? And everybody's like, oh, Boeing, the wheels are collapsing, what's going on? The NTSB, according to the report, he was going too fast when he got off the runway, and he went off the runway there, and the wheel went into the grass, and it wasn't supported. And so that's why there was that accident. So again, that's not a Boeing problem. That was pilot error. So Boeing's taking the hit on all of this, but a lot of this has to go back to either pilot error, and a lot of it goes to maintenance by the airlines, not Boeing. Boeing hasn't touched that plane in 10 years.
You seem and sound really well versed on this. So
my husband's a pilot.
Oh, I thought he was a doctor. He's a doctor and a pilot?
Yeah, well, he flies.
So you married
for the
Vivek
Coast Guard.
You married
too.
Vivek Ramaswamy, basically. You married a whiz kid.
Yeah, just a poor version. I just married a poor version of Vivek Ramaswamy.
So is Boeing the most popular company that these airlines purchase planes from? Is what I'm gathering?
I would assume so, right?
Okay.
I don't know. I would assume so. Who else makes planes anymore in this country? General Dynamics used to make, right? But they made military.
I've just got to imagine if you're Mayor Pete right now, if you're Mr. Boot Edge,
Yeah.
Look, I mean, it's not like I was paying attention to this 4 years ago, 8 years ago, 20 years ago, but just transportation in general. If you're Pete right now, I mean, it's like, if it's not a barge banging into a bridge, it's something flying off of a plane, trains derailing in East Palestine. I get it, these things happen, but we've seen a lot of high-profile prevalence of these stories in the last 3.5 years. If you're the head of transportation, you might want to have a cocktail on a Friday.
I'm just bringing this up because I want everybody to remember at 8 o'clock in the morning that Boeing quality manager turned whistleblower John Barnett did not kill himself. That's all I want to say. That's all I want to say. He did not kill himself, in my humble opinion.
Yes.
I need to make sure I'm careful here. There we go.
Okay.
He was just friends with Epstein, right?
Yeah.
Soccer with the take of the week at 8 o'clock Monday.
I'm just saying. Just saying.
Oh, there's a lot of people that think that way.
Yeah, exactly.
Nice callback.
Thank you. I appreciate that. We played the clip on Friday, Nick Kayal, of Joe Biden. Where did he claim he? Oh, Bidenopolis. Right?
Joe Bidenopolis. He's a Greek man.
He was raised in the Greek community.
Every community.
We have this little montage of every community that Joe Biden was raised in.
This is gold.
Just to spout a few: Puerto Rican, Greek, Irish Catholic, Jewish. Italian, Polish, a ton.
Yep.
This is cut one, Phil, if you will, my friend. Go.
I was sort of raised in the Puerto Rican community. I had a very close relationship with the Greek American community, for real. I am Joe Bidenopolis. I grew up in a heavily Irish Catholic community in Scranton, Pennsylvania, and a heavily Italian Polish community. When I say I got raised in the black church, he knows I'm not kidding. The Persian culture is amazing. As a student of the Persian culture, I probably went to shul more than many of you. I come out of the black community. The background of my family is Irish American, not fundamentally unlike the Palestinian people. I, you might say, raised in the synagogues of my state. Everybody in town was either Polish or Italian. I grew up feeling self-conscious. My name didn't end in an S-K-I. I was raised in a neighborhood where I felt self-conscious. My name didn't end in O. That's kind of how I was raised, like so many Americans of Irish heritage.
In HBCU in your home state, Mr. President.
Let me tell you, forget about it. That's right. That's where I got raised, man. Just like rabbis, synagogues, and Jewish community centers in your hometown, and that's the tradition I got raised. Hard-working people, the middle class, the neighborhoods I got raised in. I was raised on GM. I was raised by Danny Inouye. I was raised by a righteous Christian. I got raised on automobiles.
There you go.
Good Lord Almighty.
That was great.
He is the ultimate snake oil salesman. Yes. He is the ultimate con artist. He's the only guy ever to be standing in the Eastern time zone and the Central time zones simultaneously, raised in 14 communities. No wonder why there's 37 genders, because Joe Biden's proven that you could be raised by every single community all simultaneously at once.
You can actually stand in the Eastern and Central time zones at the same time, though, can't you?
Yes, you can. And you can stand in 2 states at the same time as well if you just stand across the border. Yeah,
right.
How about that?
There's a place where you can do 4, right?
I'll tell you what, though.
4 corners?
Joe Bidenopolis, the Greek aspect might be my favorite thing. It just rolls off the tongue for him.
Yeah, it does.
Joe Bidenopolis.
It's true.
Yeah, you just
It's amazing, isn't it? It's
yeah.
amazing.
He's really, he's a true politician, man. He's a chameleon. He thinks he can blend in any setting.
And you don't really... For those, I mean, we all follow this closely, so we hear all the crap daily. But for those who don't really follow it, putting it together in that little montage there, it just shows you how full of crap he is.
Totally
with
crap.
With just everything he says. It's like, oh yeah, I was raised here, I was raised there. Like, we know Scranton, we know Delaware. Like, they're not exactly bastions of diversity.
No.
Can I just say that?
Definitely not.
But he did make his way to Baltimore on Friday. Are you guys surprised about that?
No,
that he made his way to Baltimore a lot quicker than East Palestine, Ohio.
Well, Baltimore doesn't vote R.
Did he take the train?
Over the bridge.
Over the Pacific.
Over the bridge.
He does this a lot in speeches. I guess he's trying to connect with grieving families, but he always brings his son into this as a way to like, hey, I feel your pain.
Yeah.
I don't know how you guys feel about this. This is cut 7, Phil. Joe Biden, Baltimore. Cut 7, go.
It's not the same, but I know a little bit about what it's like to lose a piece of your soul, to get that phone call in the middle of the night to say family members are gone. I've been there. It's feeling like having a black hole in your chest, like you're being sucked in, unable to breathe. The anger, the pain, the depth of the loss is so profound. And we know it's hard to believe. And you're probably not going to believe me, but I can tell you now from personal experience, the day is going to come when the memory of your loved one as you walk by that park or the church or something that you shared together is going to bring a smile to your lips before it brings a tear to your eye. It's going to happen. It's going to take a while, but I promise you it will happen. And that's when you know you're going to be able to make it. I promise you it will come. Our prayers for you is that time comes sooner rather than later.
You know, I think as a parent, I think everybody would all agree that you never should have to bury your child. It should be the other way around. Your kid buries you. But he talks about losing a loved one, and obviously he's referring to Beau Biden after, serving in the war, and then he died, not directly like in the Middle East, in Iraq. It was, 2 years after he returned, and obviously he had been exposed to a lot of stuff over there. So we get all of that. But he talks about losing somebody in this lifetime like he's the only one that's ever done it. Like, part of life is the loss of life, and we all experience it. We all lose a parent, a spouse, a friend, a family member. And it's just one of those things where I think he's trying to come off as the common man. And I just feel like it doesn't land. I don't know what it is about that specific delivery, because he's given that speech probably 24 times since he's been in office.
It doesn't land because we're tired of hearing about it, right? Like, I always know he's going to trot Beau out.
Yeah.
And I have an entire theory as to Beau Biden's death and Hunter and why Hunter is the way he is. But it's a bit long, and I don't want to bore anyone. But I think that Hunter's the way he is because clearly Beau was the favorite.
Oh yeah.
Oh,
there's no question about that.
Okay,
There's no question about that.
100%.
Yeah, he was always living in the shadow of Beau.
Yes.
Beau was the smart one. Beau was going to be president. I ran for president because Beau never got a chance to.
So that's why Hunter shacked up with Beau's spouse, widow.
Oh.
Yeah.
A little payback, huh? Okay.
Well, I don't know.
Well, I mean, she was the widow, but not that makes it better, but in the Biden family, that does make it better. Like, I love families like this because it makes mine seem so much more functional.
Yeah, it's not a good look when you end up with your spouse's widow, right?
No.
Yeah,
it's
a tough sell at Thanksgiving.
Mary, have you been invited back to a Christmas dinner yet or something? You weren't invited to like weddings and stuff because you weren't vaccinated, right?
Right, not vaccinated, yeah.
Yeah, sorry about that.
Because you were going to kill people by being unvaxxed.
Right, well, I was invited to Christmas because the epidemiological numbers and the numbers of people hospitalized were acceptable. I didn't go.
I don't blame you.
Good job.
Yeah.
You got to take a stand, Mary.
No, I'm keeping people safe.
Yes.
Is this your family or the family you married into?
I'm not getting into that.
Okay, I got you. Smart. He also had to, talk about, how you pronounce Baltimore?
Baltimore.
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 Yeah. Joe Biden likes to say that he asked his dad why they were mispronouncing Baltimore. Cut 8, Phil, go.
By the way, folks. Say to my dad, they're mispronouncing Balmer. My dad and the Biden, please sit down. The Biden family goes all the way back to being watermen in this bay for a long, long time back in the mid-1800s.
Yeah. And we founded the Baltimore Ravens, and I drafted Lamar Jackson. I also built the baseball stadium.
Yeah.
I wonder if that was before or after they were a family of miners.
That's right. Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
This family would come from miners.
Yep.
Everything about them just comes off as so fraudulent. I mean, even Dr. Jill, right, with the whole education background and always. I got to tell you, if I had a doctorates in education, I would not require you to call me Dr. Kayal. I think it's a little cheesy. I got to be honest. Like if you're a medical doctor, I got you. Doctorate of education, doctor of English, doctor of what? No.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of if they ask, if you're on a plane and they ask for a doctor and you don't raise your hand, you shouldn't be calling yourself doctor. That's pretty much where I draw the line.
It's amazing. Yeah, I do agree with that, by the way. Yeah, people who, you're right, Nick. It's the people who aren't actually medical doctors are always the ones who correct you. Say, it's Dr. Smith. Like,
I don't even feel comfortable calling chiropractors doctors. And they're certainly doctors. They have a doctorates in chiropractic medicine.
Are they?
Yeah, I mean they're physically manipulating your body.
Okay.
They're altering
I can physically manipulate your body too.
Oh,
wow. Ew.
Oh, sorry. No, but I'm just...
You want me to lay on the floor?
No.
You can step on my back?
I'm just... okay.
By the way, bad idea to do. Don't let people crack your back or neck.
Exactly. A lot... Okay.
I have a terrible habit of that, by the way.
I don't want to go down I don't want to go down this path because
you go down whatever path you want, sir.
Yeah, I just,
Don't crack your own neck, folks. I've been doing it for years. It's bad.
Does anybody here, and I'm asking you, Mary, do you go to a chiropractor?
No, I'm not allowed.
I do.
Yeah. You're not allowed.
No, my husband will not let me go to a chiropractor.
Well, he's a doctor, right?
Yes.
So yeah, there's like a friction between doctors and chiropractors.
No.
There is.
Oh, yeah. I thought he didn't want somebody else touching his wife.
No,
oh dear God, no. He doesn't care about that. He's like, good luck. He considers me getting lucky if somebody is like at that point. He goes, at your age, honey, you still got it. Good for you.
Yeah.
And Mary, correct me if I'm wrong, because doctors view chiropractors to be a little kooky because they do everything organically, holistically. They say your spine can alleviate the proper adjustments can get you to be where your body recovers from stuff, whereas doctors want to either do surgery or put you on medicine.
Well, no, he has no problem with holistic medicine or anything like that. And I've actually had doctors that have put me on, not prescription medicines. They said, look, go get this or go get that. See if it helps you first before we put you on. So I think medicine in and of itself is opening up to that more and more and more. My brother goes to one and he swears by it. So whatever.
Swears by what? The chiropractor?
Chiropractor.
Well, so do I.
He swears by it.
I've been a patient for 15 years.
Just read Dr. Sarno's book. Most back problems are psychosomatic. I truly believe that.
I do have some vertebrae out of whack according to the x-rays, so I'm going to go that that's not psychosomatic. But I'm tempted.
You mean as in like the symptoms are all in your head?
Well, no. To Mary's point,
see what he did?
to Mary's point, you do get yes, issues can happen with your back, but all of these people, it's like, oh, my back, I need a chiropractor because of back this and a back. A lot of that is
does wonders for my golf game, buddy.
Is stress and psychosomatic. You go to a chiropractor?
Yeah, he does.
Yeah, I've been going for. I just said.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, I've been going for 15 years routinely. Okay. Yeah. I get my whole body adjusted. Dead serious. I get my fingers cracked, my wrists, elbows, shoulders, neck, back, hips, knees.
And it works for you?
I even get my ankles adjusted.
And it works for you?
It helps when I'm sore from golf. It gets me more flexible, takes away some inflammation, reduces the head. I had headaches for a stretch where they do the occipital adjustment. Oh, man.
Junk science. Oh, sorry.
That's fine. Have you ever seen so I've been tempted to go and just not tell my husband and just go. Mm-hmm. But he's listening to this, so now it's never going to happen.
Uh-oh.
But I saw on TV how a chiropractor does it. It looks very violent. And so I'm like, I don't know if I want to do that.
Well, my daughters just started doing it because they're in dance and their joints are getting out of whack. So they're going and they were scared because of the cracking and the twisting of the neck. And then they finally had an adjustment and they were like, oh, I love that.
See, I'm a crack addict. Like I'll watch those YouTube crack videos with people getting adjusted for like 15 minutes straight. Oh, I love it.
It looks so violent.
Oh, it's the best. I could talk for hours about chiropractic.
Yeah, no, I
that would be the one doctor I would actually want to be.
People are yelling at me on the YouTube chat for going after
good, and I'm going to keep speaking truth to power here. But no, like I would be scared to death to operate on somebody. Like I couldn't cut a human being open or work on a heart or a brain. But if there was one area of medicine, if I could be a doctor and go through 8 years of school and then residency, I would be a chiropractor.
And they get paid nothing.
Yeah.
Are they doctors though?
Wait, they don't get.
And we're back.
Are you saying they don't get paid good money?
Depends on what you do. Plastic surgeons make a lot of money.
Oh, yeah.
Orthopedic surgeons make good money. But in general, most doctors now are being forced to join hospitals and they become staff. Almost, it's corporatization of medicine. It's not. It's ugly. I'm open to chiropractic. I'm open to it, and I think if it makes you feel better and it's not hurting you, then knock yourself out, right?
So, yeah, I'm very libertarian with that. I agree with you. I have no problems with people doing whatever they need to do to make themselves feel better. I'm just saying that, like, we go down these paths of, like, yes, I'm a chiropractor, a doctor. It's like, yeah.
All right, so you're being ripped.
Crackbacks.
You're being ripped on the YouTube chat for chiropractic?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, yeah. People are just like, you have no idea what you're talking about.
I think for
That's
the
why
audience,
I don't read it.
For the audience to get their pound of flesh, we should have Stalker go to a chiropractor.
Nope.
Yes.
No, I don't need to.
Go, yes, please. Go and get that. Tell me what it's like.
We live stream it on the YouTube channel.
No.
And watch your head get yanked off.
I'm afraid that they're going to do damage to me, to be honest with you.
I get that because, like I said, if you've ever seen it, and there was a show, like they have like Dr. Pimple Popper and this.
Yeah,
They had the foot guy for a while.
Yep.
There is one, and it is called Crack Addicts, Nick.
I know.
Yeah.
I know.
Oh, okay. So that's the name of the show. When you said I'm a crack addict, I didn't know if you knew that's the name of the show.
Yep.
So I watched. I had to turn it off. It looked so violent to me. I was like, I couldn't watch it.
Look,
it's too much.
Last take I have on chiropractors. If you ever go, ask or in advance, ask them if they do the ring dinger. The ring dinger, they put that you lay on a table, they lift your legs up, and they put these two big posts that keep your hips locked tight. And they get a big beach towel, and they wrap it around your neck, and then they yank your head, almost like it's a guillotine. It's almost like they're pulling your head off your shoulders.
You're literally asking somebody to snap your neck.
And your whole spine decompresses.
Yes!
And it literally, I mean,
junk science.
I couldn't move for 45 seconds after the first time I had it.
Yeah, you're lucky you can move. Like
I felt it all the way down into my crotch.
And I'm looking up, what was it called? I'm going to look that up on Urban Dictionary just because this sounds like something.
It's called the ring dinger.
Yeah, that sounds like something that I'm going to say in public and then regret.
I think it's copyrighted by a dude in Houston, but
I'm sorry, but what happens if they're off just slightly and you're like paralyzed for life? And you're like, and they're in the emergency room. How did this happen? Well, this guy strapped some boards to my legs, and then he put a beach towel around my neck and just yanked me backwards. Gee, I don't know how it happened.
I'm thinking
and I paid for it.
The odds of being hurt by a chiropractor are probably the same odds of dying of COVID.
Can I ask you a question? And you really want to? I'm really going to upset the YouTube chat by saying this, but I don't care.
Well, take a shot. It's only a Monday.
Try, in all honesty, like instead of try doing yoga. Try stretching your back. Try stretching your muscles.
Yep.
Instead of
great for you as well.
Having somebody crack everything.
It's truly what I need to do because I'm stiff as a board, which is not a good combination if you golf because you got to have fluidity.
Yep.
And I've done yoga twice, like 2 30-minute sessions. I'll tell you what.
It's hard.
It kicks your butt.
Yeah, I was doing it with my wife for a while, and she just she can get into these bendable poses, and it's amazing to see. And I'm like, I can barely touch my toes.
Yeah. I was sweating like a pig. Yeah. My hamstrings were on fire.
See, try that. It's cheap. It's free instead of going to some junk science.
Yeah, my husband used to have back problems, and so I got him doing Pilates. And then he went into when we were doing P90X, he did the P90X yoga too. He doesn't have back problems anymore.
Yes.
Great.
Yes. Thank you.
Oh, so
he can touch his toes now. Yep. He's so much more flexible and mobile than he was before.
Yep.
So I would I think you're right, Greg. I think that's a way to go.
Yeah.
Start it.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Try that, Kayal.
And you could do it at home for free.
Stop with the junk science.
P90X. Just eat salads, people. You won't have to do P90X.
Is that what I'm
Oh man,
I'm not taking the bait, and I'm not going off on that topic.
We're just pissing people off today, left and right. Yep. Speaking of teeing people off, Pete Buttigieg was on Inside with Jen Psaki. Inside with Jen Psaki. You have to. That width makes all the difference, and you can barely see it. By the way,
the width is small.
Yeah. The width is very small. Inside with Jen Psaki, blaming Biden's bad approval ratings on a well-funded noise machine trying to talk down the economy. This is what Mayor Pete said on Sunday. This is Cut 9. Philip, go.
I think it's important to recognize where people are at, too. The country's been through a lot. Families have been through a lot. And just because a number on a page looks good doesn't mean people can feel it. Anybody who's been in a relationship knows that if somebody's not feeling great, the first thing you say to them is not, you should be feeling better than you are, right? Stop not feeling it. So, look, we've been through a lot as a country. Having said that, we're also achieving a lot as a country. And while there is a very well-funded noise machine trying to poke holes in those achievements, trying to talk down the economy and all the things America has done, I think it reflects well on the president that the American people, under his leadership, and the American economy under his leadership, have added so many jobs, including, importantly, in areas like manufacturing. I think.
Well, I got to tell you, it takes a lot of gumption for a Democrat to talk about the machine, doesn't it not? Like, I mean, you talk about the mainstream media and the machine that's always humming and operating for the left, propping up every single thing they do, tearing down or not even acknowledging what Republicans are getting accomplished or whatever. Mayor Pete talking about the machine. I didn't have that one on my bingo card.
Yeah.
So I was up early this morning because we had 3 cats in bed and I did not get a good night's sleep. Anyway, so I was up and so I turned on the TV and if you go to MSNBC, you get the real early show. So I'm going to go see what craziness is happening there. And it was the Jen Psaki thing. Mm-hmm. So first of all, kudos to MSNBC because they actually make her look great. She looks phenomenal. I want their makeup people. That's number one. She looks great, so God bless the makeup people. Mm-hmm. But so I was listening to this entire thing happening, and there were so many follow-up questions I would have asked if I were her, and it just made me crazy because she's like, okay, great, have a great day.
Yeah.
It's like, wait, what?
Mm-hmm.
Just have a great day?
Yeah, it's
no,
like two
really,
buddies having a conversation.
But I mean, she didn't talk about like, well, you know, butter's like $4 a pound and eggs, you know, or $5. And she didn't go into any of the reality of day to day because none of them know the reality of day to day.
Right.
And that's the problem. This is one of the reasons I hated living in Washington, D.C. It truly is a bubble. Mm-hmm. They don't live in the real world. Those people who work in Washington don't live in our world.
No, of course not.
And so they have no clue what it's really like in our world.
Yeah.
And to listen to Buttigieg there go, well, you know, you really can't tell people. And then he takes a swipe at the landlines. I got news for you. Landlines, we still have a landline because when your cell signal goes down, guess what still works?
Yeah.
Your landline.
Funny you say that, Mary. We just had this conversation on Thursday or Friday of last week, and I forget what the subject was, but I brought up the question of, does anybody still have a landline on this show? And nobody does, myself included. But it feels like a thing that you might want to have, right?
Yeah, because I remember after 9/11, all the cell phones went down because the towers went down, right? But our landline worked.
And what's a landline?
Hurricane Sandy, cell phone didn't work. Landline couldn't recharge the cell phone.
What does a landline phone bill cost a month these days? I can't imagine it's much.
It's not much.
Yeah,
no, they like practically pay you to keep it.
Yeah, you bundle it in. Like they actually give you discounts if you have like internet with it or whatever. Like you can have. This is actually what he said. We played this clip on Friday, but for those of you who did not hear it, he was talking about Americans who don't want electric vehicles.
That's right.
And he compared it to you know those people who still who won't get rid of the landlines. This is how that conversation went.
To be clear, consumers have wanted and purchased more EVs every single year than the year before. And you know, Tesla is facing more competition as GM and Ford and Stellantis and other competitive players start to make sure they get a piece of the EV market. Let's be clear that the automotive sector is moving toward EVs, and we can't pretend otherwise. Sometimes when these debates happen, I feel like it's the early 2000s, and I'm talking to some people who think that we can just have landline phones forever. The reality is that the automotive sector is moving toward EVs, and the U.S. can either fall behind China or we can claim the lead.
There you go.
Another guy detached from reality. I mean, is Mayor Pete aware that some people that live either in apartments or complexes or even out in the country, some of us don't have great cell phone service in our homes? I know that's a wild concept. It's actually, to be honest, in 2024, it's kind of inexcusable that you can have bad cell phone service in some areas that you do. But I still think there's value to it. I mean, I remember we had our landline in service up until 2013, 2014, and until I moved to Nashville in 2018. Those last 4 years, from like 2014 to 2018, we still had the 2 cordless phones in our house, situated wherever we had them set up. Now, they weren't functional or operational anymore, but they were still sitting there. I don't know why, but they were.
I'll tell you, on Friday, after the earthquake here, texts weren't going through, and when cell phones, when you called, I know because my husband, I didn't try to call him because I was on the air, but his sibling tried to call him, and it just bounced. It said person's not available.
Oh yeah, no doubt about it.
So.
By the way, guys, this is actually for Nick. A lot of mentions are blowing up because of the chiropractor conversation. Tracy writes, if you still have to go to a chiropractor for 15 years, then it's not working.
I only go once a month. Maintenance.
It's like going to marriage counseling for 15 years.
Exactly. That's right. I'll be in that too soon.
Speaking of, you guys mentioned the growing price of things at the grocery store. Good Morning America did a segment on this on Friday about the explosion of prices at grocery stores, not mentioning the Biden administration.
No, of course not. It's probably Trump's fault.
Yes. This is how that segment sounded. This is cut 6. Phil, go.
And now to sticker shock at the grocery store. According to new data that first appeared in the Wall Street Journal and obtained by ABC News, prices for hundreds of food items have jumped more than 50% since 2019. Rebecca, you have more, including how you can turn back time on your grocery bill, which is very important. So let's take a look at what $100 got you in 2019 and what it gets you now.
And the visual is what really creates the contrast. So this is 2019, Michael.
Look at that
this
visual,
is what
guys.
you got
Look
in
at that
2019 for $100. Come over here. This is the current day, what you get. And you see, there's an entire section over here that's missing because you're getting about 30% less these days for your money. So back then, you could have done the frozen food, some meat, some hot dogs, some steaks, some strawberries. You see, that's missing from over here because $100 then will now cost you about $130. So you wanted to buy all of that then. Today, it would cost you $130. If your budget is $100, then you're sticking to $100. You're getting less.
All right, but you have some tips. We're going to turn back a little bit. As much as we can, we're going to turn back time on your food bill. And you can say you can do that by starting with apps.
Yes. So apps are really, really helpful, Michael, in putting the whole thing together. They're also helpful in making sure you stick to that budget. So cashback apps like Ibotta will help you save. All the stores now have apps. And what we found is this particular can of mayonnaise, we could save $3 if we shopped at Walmart using the Ibotta app. That's one item, but once you make that for all the items in your shopping cart, you're going to really add up.
There you go.
Now, how much gas am I going to burn driving from Ibotta to Walmart to save there? That will be my question. I continue to fight this battle. I talk about it every week. Friday, I go into the grocery store after the show at 11 o'clock, and I walk out with tears rolling down my cheeks. I know from polling that the border is the number one issue, and the economy in general is number 2. But when we think about the economy and just anything we buy, I would argue that the groceries are probably more painful than the cost of gas or heating your home or cooling your home. Because at the end of the day, honestly, now you don't want to have to do it, but occasionally if you have to turn the heat down a little bit to save on the bill, you throw on an extra sweatshirt or a blanket. Same thing in the summer. Maybe you wear a tank top instead of a T-shirt. But it's hard to get around the grocery thing. And yes, you can do bargain shopping. But the last time I checked, Mary, if you don't eat, eventually you die.
The key, so my husband and I are probably some of the most frugal people you've ever met. And the key is when things are on sale, you have to have a freezer. Invest in a freezer. That's the key to it all. So, and this is how I lived growing up, because when I was younger, we grew all our own vegetables, and we would go to the farm and get, a couple of, they package it all up for you and give it to you. So we always had freezers when I was a kid. Mm-hmm. And so like when chicken's on sale at Aldi or at ShopRite, whatever store you go to, we'll buy several packages of it, or we buy it in bulk at Costco or BJ's or a warehouse store, and then I individually portion wrap it, date it, put it in the freezer. Mm-hmm. And so when the price goes up, at least I have that. I cannot tell you how many pounds of bacon I have in our freezer.
Oh, party at Mary's.
Breakfast
right,
at Mary's.
Yeah, I was just going to say.
Because we buy the same thing. We have a lot of canned stuff. There's no shame in canned vegetables. They're just as healthy as good vegetables, and for a lot of them, not all of them. Don't yell at me. But it's better to have canned than none, right? Yep. So you can eat well. We also go to our store has a 30 to 70% off section. I go there first before I go anywhere else in the store.
Okay. Very good. I'm not super frugal. Like I'll spend my money on certain things. Like I have no problem paying for good coffee. I think life's too bad for crappy coffee. I have no problem paying for a good cocktail at a restaurant. And I like the rest of the time I spend my money on golf. Like I play golf. I buy golf hats and golf stuff, whatever. But like where the spending has really crushed me is at the grocery store. When I go in and, my mom's gone, so I don't have her pasta recipe anymore, her sauce recipe. So I don't know how to make a good, I love Italian food and carbs and sauces and cheese. But when I go into the grocery store and I buy the best, and all the Italians are going to go nuts here in the YouTube chat. So Zioli and Dom and everybody else can criticize me. But there's only one jarred sauce, pasta sauce or gravy as some would call it, that I think is actually good. And it's that Rouse, however you say it. But it's like $10.99 a jar.
Is it?
How am I paying $11 for a jar of sauce?
Wow.
Now you can say, well, get the Prego. It's $4.99.
Mary's right. Make your own.
I know.
You go to the can sale.
Yeah.
And you hit the can sale twice a year, and you stock up on your Cento and all the good stuff, and then you make your own.
Okay.
Yep.
I go.
Mary's correct.
Friday,
and I'm not even Italian.
I go to the deli, and this was Boar's Head Firesmith chicken breast. It's grilled chicken breast.
Sounds good.
It's probably full of preservatives and all kinds of garbage.
Absolutely it is.
And I was thinking, and I didn't even think and look at the menu board or look down at the thing in the glass where it says what it cost. And I said, give me a pound of it, slice it thin. They handed it over to me. I looked at the sticker. It was $16.99.
For sandwich meat?
For a pound of chicken breast lunch meat. Yes, deli meat. I'm like, now the store brand probably would have been like $9.99 or $10.99, but $17 for a pound of sandwich meat. What are we doing here?
You're better off getting a can of tuna and eating that for lunch. That'll cost you under $1.
Yeah, I was just
going to say. And you get more protein, and it's healthier.
I'm just going to marinate and grill my flip-flops. How about that? Cheaper.
All of this brings us back to Bidenomics, right?
Yeah, not a joke.
David Axelrod was on a podcast over the weekend where he says it drives me crazy when Biden is extolling the miracles of the Biden economy. So even David Axelrod is steering him against talking about the economy. This is cut 3, Phil, go.
I wouldn't go out there and extol the miracle of the Biden economy. It just drives me crazy when he does that. He was on the Today Show yesterday, and he got asked by Al Roker about a very simple question. It was at the Easter egg hunt, and Roker asked, a lot of people are worried that their bucks aren't going as far. What do you tell them? And instead of sort of doing what you'd expect Joe Biden to do, because he's a person of empathy who grew up in a working class circumstance, and identify with the concern, he said, I tell them we've got the strongest economy in the world, and and he continues to do that. That is the wrong strategy. The right strategy is to say, look, we've made a lot of progress from the day I walked in the door as a country, and I'm proud of our country for fighting through this pandemic and getting back to where we've got this much employment. But the fact is, the way people experience this economy is the way I did when I was growing up in Scranton, Pennsylvania, how much did you pay for the groceries? How do you afford the gas, the rent? And these continue to be a problem. And I'm fighting that fight. And then I'd go through a few things that, So I think he needs to put himself on the side of working people in their economic fight here.
You can say what you will about David Axelrod. You might not agree with him on a lot, but he's a smart guy as far as politics go.
Right.
And I think that he's 100% right with that.
And he's also from Scranton, much like Joe Biden. So, that's he wasn't raised in the Greek community as well. But, here's the difference, though. For the most part, now, look, if Joe gets asked about the economy by Al Roker, you obviously have to answer the question. And I would imagine that Joe was probably tipped off, if we've learned anything from Sage Steele's interview with Biden from 3 years ago, that the Biden administration wants everything given in advance. But there's a difference in answering a question and then not campaigning and avoiding it. I think by and large, and either one of you, correct me if you've seen it more than I haven't seen the Biden administration touting Bidenomics as much as they did when they first created that term.
Yeah.
They've pivoted away from that, have they not?
You're right.
Okay.
Yep, absolutely.
That's what I was thinking.
Yeah.
All
right. This is something I haven't heard in a while, guys.
What's that?
This is Maribel Hernandez Rivera. She's the Director of Policy and Government Affairs, Border and Immigration at the ACLU. On Trump's second term, putting kids in cages. I haven't heard that in like 4 years, guys.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, it's time to trot it out. That's how you know we're in election season.
Yeah. It's election season, time to bring out the kooks who want to talk about kids in cages. Cut 5, Philip, go.
Maribel, what is Trump signaling, you think, by appearing with these anti-immigrant hawks like Tom Homan and Matt Whitaker, who were both essential in shaping family separation, and what it might mean if Donald Trump is reelected?
Family separation. That's it.
Yeah, thank you for having me, Eamon. Well, the first thing is we know that the Trump campaign, their main tactic is using fear, is dividing us, which is why they use the humanizing language when speaking about people who are immigrants. But let's just be clear. We're talking about human beings. We're talking about children. We're talking about mothers. We're talking about fathers. We're talking about people who are contributing to our society and our economy. But what we have seen, this is not just rhetoric. This actually has real-life consequences. So in his administration, we saw the real-life consequences of his rhetoric. What did we see? We saw children being ripped away from their parents. We saw children being caged.
Cages.
We saw people who have a legal right to seek refuge not being able to protect themselves. So what can we expect in a new Trump administration? The same and even worse. He's already said it. He put out his immigration plan and said that he was going to do that and more. So what I want to make sure that we are clear is that this has real-life consequences, and it not only affects people who are immigrants, it also affects U.S. citizens, and it affects people who will be voting in November. So we need to make our voices heard, because this cannot be normalized. Putting kids in cages and putting kids away from their families cannot be normalized.
Mary, I said this on Friday when I was doing the show with Sean Farish. It's amazing to me how the left can ignore an actual issue and the physical repercussions of an issue, like people coming across the border illegally and then raping and killing people, or killing a police officer, or assaulting those in law enforcement positions. Yet they're worried about the dehumanizing stigma of the way people are labeled. The left is more offended and hurt and bothered by the words of people sharing truth and fact, as opposed to the consequences and results of failed progressive policy. Isn't that a bizarre concept?
Well, when you understand that they are driven by emotion and that their feelings are facts to them, then you understand why you cannot reason with them, because you can't reason with someone about their feelings.
What was the old adage? Sticks and stones may break my bones, but names will never hurt me.
Yeah.
It's like the opposite for them. It's like the names hurt, but the sticks and stones they just ignore.
Well, it's interesting to see where their feelings go, though. I wonder how many refugees, how many migrants, how many of these humans she has living in her home.
Yeah.
Remember, Maine has been begging people the governor there, begging people to please take them into your homes, please take them into their homes. Shocking how all those people with those signs that say hate has no home here, and, there's no such thing as an illegal human and all this other stuff. They all took the signs in. Yeah. They didn't take any immigrants in.
Yeah, and I don't know what it's like where you are, Mary, but here the people who have those signs live in gated communities.
Well, of course they do.
And they, put up giant walls and fences so they don't have to see or be near their neighbors. But yet they have the "hate has no home here" sign, and they think no human is illegal.
Yeah, and the two things that they do to confuse the message. Number one, immigrants are immigrants with them. Legal, illegal. They've managed to change the language that we're not allowed to say illegals, which I do like to say the word illegals. Just to annoy them. But there is a difference between a legal immigrant and an illegal immigrant, and they try to make them all the same, and that denigrates the legal immigrants who did the right thing and took the time and learned the language and did everything that they had to do and respected our laws. And so we shouldn't allow them to denigrate it by using the term immigrant for everybody. Number one. Number two, they're just here seeking refugee status. The UN, the Geneva Convention, you have to seek first safe country refuge.
Yep.
So if you're fleeing, so you're supposed to seek refuge, not just because in America, if you're passing through 10 other countries to get here.
Yep. Yep.
That's not how it works, but we're just going to ignore that.
Squatters are also an issue here.
Yeah, John Fetterman does not support them.
In New York City, this video, by the way, is courtesy of CBS 2 in New York City. This New York City homeowner tells CBS, that they are now in debt because they not only have to pay their own bills, they have to pay the squatters' utility bills too.
Yes.
This is amazing. This is cut 4. Phil, go.
Why can't you just change the locks?
Oh, I will be arrested instantly.
They turned off the hot water and then reported that they had no hot water. It's a $250 fine per day, up to $15,000, punishable by 5 years in jail.
So here you are. You have to pay the upkeep of the house.
Right. I pay the
and not getting any rent?
I'm not getting any rent, and I'm paying the gas and electric every month.
4 stories repeated over and over and over again by irate and often unwitting property owners. Worry lines marking their faces, who came to City Councilwoman Vicky Palladino's office desperately seeking help. Hong Chen has spent thousands trying unsuccessfully to get the squatters out of this home in Mazpath. John Sokran using his pension money for expenses on this College Point home. He hoped to provide retirement income. And Susan Mascara, who's used up her savings paying for 7 years of upkeep on this Bayside home she inherited from her mother.
I'm in debt. My credit cards are pretty much maxed out.
There you go.
That poor man has to cut into his pension fund.
Yep.
Because somebody's going to sit there and squat and take over his property. Let me use the Fetterman analogy that I gave you in the first hour with that story where Fetterman said that would be like somebody stealing your car and then claiming rights to it 30 days later.
Look at you quoting Fetterman.
I'll go back and further that and take it to another level. That would be like somebody taking your car, 30 days later claiming they own it, and then they hit you up and say, "Can you fill up the car? I need some gas."
Yep.
Like what? No. Get out of my car.
Yep.
And if you do anything about it, you're the criminal.
Yes, exactly.
Sorry, I disappeared to sneeze. So I have a friend who actually lost a townhouse in New Jersey, and this has to be probably more than 10 years ago. They had a similar situation. They wound up with renters, and then the renters just stopped paying the rent. And because of the laws, they had, and this thing's mortgage. Now they have no income coming in for mortgage, so they're paying the mortgage. They had to pay a lawyer to try to get them out. They fought it, I want to say, for a year and a half, almost 2 years. They couldn't afford it anymore. They walked away. They're like, keep it.
Wow.
And they walked away.
Wow. Yeah. I don't want to out this person because of what they said, but I said, this person that I know rents properties, and I said, what would you do if somebody was in there squatting and wouldn't come out? He goes, oh, it's really simple. You turn on the gas and you light the house on fire and say, oh, they must have done something. Lock all the doors.
It's not that he's been planning it.
Not that he's been planning on it.
We're thinking it out.
He was joking, of course.
Yeah.
Of course he was joking when he said that.
This is why you never buy a rental property in a liberal state.
Agreed.
Wow.
Yeah.
All right, that'll do it for round 1 of the cut sheet. But right now, here is a special opportunity for you. Do you guys want to go to see Politics and Pints?
Yes.
Does that sound like a cool thing?
Yes.
I think it does. Hosted by our very own Dom Giordano and the great Senator Rand Paul. It is coming up this Thursday, April 11th at 7 o'clock at the Zlock Performing Arts Center at Bucks County Community College. And right now, if you are caller 10 at 855-839-1210, you will get a free pair of tickets that if you don't win, you have to buy 1210WPHT.com to purchase them. But caller 10 right now will get a free pair. 855-839-1210.
By the way, I bought the Woodford Reserve over the weekend.
Now, did you go double oak or
that's
standard?
good.
No, I just went standard. And I'm also going to get that other one that they suggested, so I'm going to have two. And you're going to be there. You're going to bring them on stage, right?
That's this Thursday, right?
Yeah.
Yes, I am.
All right, cool.
I'll watch the Masters after the show, and
You're
I'm going to watch Rand and Dom.
You can do You can lead everybody in a shot or a cheers or whatever.
Yeah.
While you bring them out.
Damn right. And then we'll grill Fauci. Well, Dom and Rand will all just sit back and drink and laugh. All right, 855-839-1210. Caller 10, you get a pair of tickets to Pints and Politics. And we continue after this on Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Purdue and UConn. That's it. That's what it comes down to. I don't know how your brackets did this season. Mine were not great. Purdue and UConn, -6.5. UConn at -6.5. And you can get it all on a FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge Casino. Whether you're betting on a big upset or who's going to win it all, FanDuel has you covered. FanDuel right now, new customers can get $200 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. That's $200 to use on point spreads, money lines. You can even pick who's going to win it all. So go to FanDuel.com/Greg, FanDuel.com/Greg to sign up right now. Do it now. What are you waiting for? It makes these games so much more interesting to watch when you have a little skin in the game. 21 and over, President PA. FanDuel.com/Greg. 21 and over, President PA. First online real money wager. Only $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets. That expires 7 days after receipt. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Please call 1-800-GAMBLER.
QC Kinetics announces the arrival of National Medical Director Dr. Mitchell Scheinkup, an acclaimed orthopedic surgeon with 2 decades of experience and extensive research in regenerative medicine.
But I was one of the first orthopedic surgeons to do it, and at the same time I integrated clinical research that's resulted in several publications that are really directing the future of regenerative medicine. I was drawn to QC Kinetics after I reviewed their protocols, and everything they were doing is consistent with my own approach.
Today, Dr. Scheinkup leads the entire team of medical professionals at QC Kinetics, taking this exciting medical breakthrough to a whole new level.
What we are doing at QC Kinetics is transforming lives.
Get lasting joint pain relief. Call QC Kinetics now for your free consultation.
This is the future of medicine.
Call QC Kinetics, 215-999-3000. That's 215-999-3000. 215-999-3000.
Space may be the final frontier, but it's also what a lot of us lack in our basement or garage. By switching to a Navien tankless water heater, not only will you have all the hot water you need whenever you need it, but you'll gain storage area as well. Maybe a place to display your space collectibles. Highly logical. Learn about Navien's series of high-efficiency tankless water heaters and how they don't just save space, but save dollars on your utility bills too. For more, go to tanklessmadesimple.com.
Are you a victim of the timeshare trap and think there's no way out? I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, the original timeshare cancellation expert, and I'm here to tell you that there is a way out. All you need to do is give my office a call. I will send you a timeshare exit information kit absolutely free, explaining how the timeshare industry works and your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free info kit. 800-790-1400. 800-790-1400.
Calling on Blackwood to follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Turn around. Every now and then I get a little bit lonely and you're never coming around. Turn around. Every now and then I get a little bit tired of listening to the sound of my tears. Turn around. Every now and then I get a little bit nervous that the best of all the years have gone by. Turn around. Every now and then I get a little bit terrified and then I see the look in your eyes.
All right, Kayal and Company, 848. As we continue live on this Monday morning.
How many times will this song be played on radio stations everywhere today?
Yep. The afternoon jocks on music stations in their 2 and 3 o'clock hours, they'll probably play this 4 times. Nick Kayal, Mary Walter. She's in for Dawn Stenslin this morning. Greg Stocker, 855-839-1210. We've got some Bidenomics stuff to get to in the final hour of the show. Jobs report is out. And surprise, surprise, it's not as good as the mainstream media is trying to let on. We'll get to that. And also why and how the Biden administration is putting a pause on one specific band before the election. We'll get to all of that. I'm going to get to some of these comments on social media as well. A lot of people just blowing up the YouTube chat and our Twitter comments as well. But let's give away our tickets to Pints in Politics. We've got Joe in Jenkintown. Joe, good morning. Congratulations, buddy. You are caller number 10 this morning.
Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you. You will be attending. You have a pair of tickets for Thursday night in Bucks County at the Zlock Performing Arts Center. So congratulations.
Thank you.
You are welcome. All right, we'll have a shot of bourbon. It'll be you, Joe, myself, Dom, Rand Paul. We'll have a good time, all right? How's that sound?
Sounds great.
All right, brother. Joe in Jenkintown, there he is. Congratulations, and thank you for playing. Very simple. Think about that. Just call her 10.
That's all you have to do.
Right.
That's all you have to do. By the way, tickets still available at 1210WPHT.com, but they are really, really, really going fast. I think Dom has Rand Paul on with him today at 12:30. So I'm assuming it's going to sell out when Rand Paul comes on. So if you haven't got your tickets now, get them right now.
Yes. So we've got a lot of comments coming in on social media. You can always tweet us at 1210WPHT. I'm at Nick Kayal, Kayal. Mary is at Mary Walter Radio. No S on the end of Walters. It's just Walter.
There's only one of me.
Yeah, you're like the opposite of Abby Phillip for CNN. She doesn't have an S on the end of her name. It's not Abby Phillips. It's Abby Phillip. You're Mary Walter.
Exactly.
It only took me 4 shows of working with you to realize that and get it right.
I'm not going to say anything.
You don't have to. I've corrected the errors of my ways. Mike Braun checks in. He says, Rouse at Costco is 2 jars for $10. He only buys it at Costco. Big jars as well. And also people weighing in on the talk we were having earlier about some of the economy stuff. Lebo at Inspector Lee 1 says, follow Giant's sale brochure and do their gas points. It works out. See, the only thing is, though, the Giant that I go to doesn't have a gas station attached to it. I would probably have to find another one that does. But when he says sale brochure, what is that, like the little coupon flyers?
It's the flyer. No, it's like the flyer. You probably get one in the mail. I don't know. I don't have a Giant near me. There was one near me in D.C. that I used to shop at. But you usually get a flyer in the mail, and it's the weekly flyer, or they have them at the door when you walk in.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen them at the door for sure when you walk in.
Right, it has everything that's on sale, and that's how you make your shopping list.
I don't, when I get my mail, I don't get any of these coupon things in the mail anymore. All I get is like standard bills.
Yeah, you're not going to, they stopped coupons in the mail a long time ago. See, so what I do is I get my flyer in the mail that comes in the mail, and it always has, it's a week ahead of time. And then I go on, and you can click the digital coupons. You just download them onto your card on the computer, and I make my list. So you have to put some effort into saving money.
Well, yeah, and see, I said
you don't want to do that.
Well, no, I said this last week to I think when Dawn was still here. It was I think Wednesday or Thursday. I actually since probably almost 2 years now, I actually create a grocery store list. I go old school like my mom used to do. She'd pull out the little legal pad. She'd go around the house and say, okay, I need this, I need that, I need that. Mm-hmm. That way she goes in knowing exactly what she needs, exactly roughly what she's going to spend.
Yeah.
And she's not leaving with 3 items that she didn't have on that list.
Exactly.
Everybody's telling you to use the app, Nick.
Yeah, and you just download the coupons.
Yeah.
And it's so easy. And then when it rings up, you know, because you have your number or your card or your phone or whatever it is, and it just takes it all off at the end. Ching, 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 off it comes.
Let's be honest, Mary. Nick is just trying to be a man of the people. He goes in there. He has no thought about expenses. He's like, give me this, give me that, give me this. I'll take 7 of those.
Yeah, give me 7 ribeyes, 3 strips.
34 of those. He has no idea what anything costs. Don't let him fool you, Mary.
He's hosting a morning show on the #1 talk station in a top 10 market. So, you know, I know he's raking in cash.
Yeah, he's making tens of dollars.
Tens of dollars.
That's you, Greg, and I didn't even know I don't even get paid to do this.
I'll put it this way. This salary would have been great in 2019. 855-839-1210. But no, I really do. I try to watch with what I'm spending, just because the grocery store is just the bane of my existence. And then Greg's like, oh, get the app and this and that. And it's just, and then you get to the checkout and it's, do you agree with the total? $129.97. Yes. Would you like cash back? Would you like to round up to the nearest charity? I'm like, can I just get in and out of the store without being asked 40,000 questions?
That rounding up to the nearest charity, there's nothing that bugs me more than that.
The only thing that's worse than that is the tip jar at a drive-thru.
Yes, I just, I give
to a drive-thru?
I give to charity. I love giving to certain charities. Travis Manny Foundation.
Yeah.
I have no problem, but don't force me to give to a charity.
And the worst part is, it's usually like Children's Hospital of Philadelphia, which is like
a great
near and dear to my heart. And it's
course.
just like, not today, please.
Yes.
I hate being guilted.
Exactly.
I don't like being guilted. Don't guilt me.
It. Yeah.
But here's the question: do you self-checkout?
We talk about self.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
No.
I look for the human being.
So do I. Okay. Now, if they pay me or they give me like a percentage off my bill for doing the job, I'll do it. But if I'm not getting invited to the Christmas party, then I'm not coming. Yeah. I'm not doing the self checkout. You know what I mean?
I hear you. 855-839-1210. The segment brought to you by the Arden Theater. Experience Arden Children's Theater modern retelling of the classic tale Pinocchio, adapted by Greg Banks, a wooden boy, a nose that grows, a huge whale, and a cricket with a lot of opinions. Live on stage April 10th. Info at ardentheater.org. Morning mystery movie clip in about 25 minutes. We'll come back and get to a couple of stories in the world of Bidenomics with the jobs report and also a ban that has been put on the back burner. And then once we get through those two stories, I have maybe the greatest headline I have ever seen. I'm going to give you the headline right now just as a little tease to keep you for a little bit.
I like teasing.
Here's the headline. How climate change is hitting vulnerable Indonesian trans sex workers.
Wow.
That's a lot of boxes on my bingo card.
A lot.
It's a bingo right there. Boom, right down in the order.
Yeah.
Hour 4 coming up next. Stay right there.
This is the time of year to enjoy life. Dawn Stensland here. Stop letting that pain in your joints keep you from doing what you want to do this spring. Just call my friends at QC Kinetics. QC Kinetics is the nation's leader in regenerative medicine. I'm talking lasting joint pain relief. No surgery, no drugs, no downtime. It's a fact. QC Kinetics is transforming lives. Their advanced treatments harness your own body's ability to restore and repair damaged joint tissue. Now, this life-changing treatment is available for you. So you can walk, run, climb stairs, play golf, move again, pain-free. No pain pills, no risky surgery. It's an all-natural solution. QC Kinetics has tens of thousands of satisfied patients who've reclaimed their mobility. Take action now. Do this. Live your best life this spring and summer. Great use of your tax refund check, by the way. Call QC Kinetics for a free consultation. 215-999-3000. 215-999-3000. Tell Dawn sent you.
As an educator, Mr. Nelson's teachings are still being quoted in schools.
Education is the most powerful weapon you can use to change the world.
Mr. Nelson taught hope.
Everyone can rise above their circumstances if they are dedicated and passionate.
And giving our best efforts.
It's always impossible until it's done.
Mr. Nelson Mandela's teachings not only united a nation, they inspire us today. Inspiration. Pass it on from passiton.com.
You've heard it said, he's a diamond in the rough. Or maybe, diamonds are forever. Here's something else I've learned about diamonds. They're just pieces of coal put under pressure for a long, long, long time. So when I start feeling like I want to give up, I think about that little piece of coal. And if that piece of coal can make something of itself by not giving up, so can I. Persistence is in you. Pass it on. From passiton.com.
At California Psychics, we know that nagging doubts like, how much will a psychic cost? And how will I find the right one? Can stop you from getting the guidance you need. That's why we offer the best psychics at the best value. California Psychics have a wide range of psychics available 24/7, so you can find the one that meets your needs and your budget. If you can't decide, our dedicated customer service team are always available to guide you. Right now, new customers receive 20 minutes for just $20. And what do you know? most of our customers get everything they need from a reading within that time. Our psychics may surprise you with their ability to offer unique insight on your life situation. In fact, we guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. So, there's never been a better time to take the next step. Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com and experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same but is 95% cheaper? And you can get it online at hims.com/joy. Through Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation to determine the ED medication that's best for you. Discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and a range of treatment options, including trusted generic alternatives to the name brands, at up to 95% off. ED is personal, and at Hims, so is treating it. Just go to hims.com/joy and get connected to a licensed medical provider online for free, with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. hims.com/joy.
WPHT, WPHT-HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
There's nothing quite like local. Local is your weekly farmer's market or homemade strawberry ice cream. It's live music on the corner, yoga in the park, and a chance to try something new. That's why AARP is local, right here in our community, offering free events and enriching experiences that can help with finances, family, and fun. Join AARP Philadelphia and Longwood Gardens for a free virtual tour of the garden's history on April 23rd. Register at aarp.org/local.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
Blinded by the light, wrapped up like a douche, another runner in the night. Blinded by the light, wrapped up like a douche, another runner in the night. Blinded by the light, wrapped up like a douche.
Kayal and Company, it is 9:01. Welcome back in, fourth and final hour here on a Monday morning. Nick Kayal, Mary Walter in for Dawn Stensland, Greg Stocker. Morning mystery movie clip in 19 minutes. What's on the cut sheet? Part 2 today in music history. Who won Twitter today? All still on the way as we get ready for the big solar eclipse coming up in 6 hours and 22 minutes. Not that I'm tracking or doing any math on the fly, but get ready, folks. The big eclipse, 40 years in the making roughly, although some people said it happened 7 years ago. What are you going to do? Are you going to wear glasses? Are you going to stay inside? Should kids be out of school? Should sporting events be moved? Our pets' heads are falling off. We've had tankers banging into bridges. Boeing has parts falling off. It's the end of civilization as we know it.
Yep.
Mary Walter agreeing with Greg Stocker. I mean, it's it.
Yeah.
This is it,
Dogs
folks.
are sleeping with cats. Cats are sleeping with dogs.
It's anarchy, I tell you.
Yes, it is.
I think the Ghostbusters warned us about this. 855-839-1210, the phone number. I did throw up a poll question if you want to vote on it at 1210 WPHT. As a parent, how are you handling your child today with the solar eclipse? Business as usual, early dismissal from school, or getting them out of school early, or letting them stay home? So far, 77% are rational, common sense, functional humans. And they are saying business as usual.
Amen. Amen.
Yeah, good. I like it.
Are you, like, I don't know what we're doing here, but, like, I assume that businesses, like, if you're working, they'll let you outside to see it, maybe?
Will they? Or are they so scared of being held liable that they're going to keep you inside?
Question. Well, you're dealing with adults, so...
I mean, I think you just closed down the blinds last segment out of the hallway, right?
Well, I closed the blinds because because we also run a TV show here.
Yeah, that's true. We do.
So we're getting a bad glare.
Oh, okay.
So
I thought you were maybe doing like liability protection for the company at 323.
I just didn't want a glare.
Okay.
I just thought there was too much light on Greg, and people might actually be able to see him.
Exactly. Thank you, Mary. You know exactly why I did that. By the way, that last song was recommended by our own Mary Walter. So
my brain started turning. I sent you quite a few. Once you start thinking about it, they all come to mind.
I asked Phil Almquist, who's like our music aficionado here, and he sent me a few, and then you sent me a few. So I'm playing all Eclipse type songs.
It's nice that Mary gets to make a recommendation and get it played right away.
Boy.
And I say something, it just falls on deaf ears. Nobody hears it, or I get yelled at.
Nick, text me your suggestions, and I'll text them to Greg.
You see what I deal with here, Mary? He's so temperamental.
I throw out one recommendation for music. He's like, "You do the talking, and I'll handle the music." That's what you signed up for,
yes,
buddy.
Sorry.
I was like, all right, you're right.
Have I ever said that to you? Honestly,
no. Just want you to take more heat in the YouTube chat.
Honestly, it was probably something that you recommended, like Kid Rock. And I know, everybody likes Kid Rock because he's on the side of Trump, but his music is terrible.
It is.
And I don't want to play it.
It is trash. I agree. It is garbage. All right, 855-839-1210. Speaking of garbage, the jobs report for March is a steaming pile of misinformation. It's funny how the left always loves to say, well, that's misinformation, or no, that's disinformation, or you took this out of context, or it's a nuanced conversation. So let's have a nuanced conversation about the Biden economy, Bidenomics, and the jobs report, because Joe loves to come out and talk about, wow, we just added all of these new jobs, never actually going back and saying, well, these were the jobs that were eliminated during COVID and are coming back post-COVID, or trying to sell us a pile of goods that aren't really as desirable, although every job in this day and age, everybody's got a second gig or a side hustle to survive in this Biden economy. So the jobs report comes out, and there's a couple of things where the Biden administration is trying to tell you how great this is, but the reality is most of these jobs are part-time jobs. So I think this is very, very misleading, and obviously a part-time job, you don't get health care, you don't get benefits, paid time off, things like that. So I want to read this. This is from zerohedge.com, where they write the following. I'll give you a little bit of the build-up, and then I'll give you the raw numbers. First things first, unlike the last 2 months when both the January and February jobs reports were printed out, and they were beyond ridiculously manipulated and goal-seeked to pass a terrible number as a strong number, the strong one, the March print was not a complete disaster. To be sure, superficially, the March report was another artificially goal-seeked blowout that guaranteed it would have zero credibility. With 303,000 payrolls added, which was a 4 sigma beat to the median estimate of 214,000 and above the highest Wall Street forecast. There's just one problem. The number of multiple sigma beats in recent months has been so high, the entire concept of beats has become laughable. The silver lining is that unlike previous months, when the household survey reported sharp drops in the number of actual employed workers in March, employment finally rose by 498,000 to 161.46 million, the first monthly increase in the past 4 months. Still, despite the modest rebound in employment, it still lags payrolls by almost 9 million jobs since COVID. However, that's where the mitigating factors end, because while there has been some improvement in the quantitative aspect of the March report, when it comes to the qualitative aspect, it was another disaster for one simple reason. All the job gains were part-time jobs. If you actually want to read this story, there's a lot of graphs and a lot of numbers, payrolls versus employment. And there's one exhibit in March that shows the number of part-time jobs soared by 691,000 to a total of 28.6 million, which is up from 27.9 million. But here's the caveat with this. Full-time jobs dropped by 6,000. They went from 132.9 million down to 132.8 and change million. So we're losing these presumably good full-time jobs, which costs the employer a little bit more because of health care benefits and things like that. And oh, by the way, paid time off. They got to pay you to be off, and then especially in this profession, they got to pay somebody to come in and do the show that's not on a full-time basis. So, Mary, the whole manipulation of the economy, especially in this Biden administration when he talks about jobs, is such a load of crap. Because, again, they never go back and account for the jobs that we lost in 2020 and 2021. Give me all those jobs back,
right?
Then add part-time jobs and add full-time jobs on top of it, and then you can bang your chest.
Exactly. I said to somebody once, I said, so if you have $100 and someone comes into your home and they take 75 of those dollars, and then you slowly get back up to $100, have you gained anything?
No, you just got back to where you were.
Right, exactly.
Yes.
Exactly. But here's the other thing, is the majority of these jobs are being held by people coming into this country, legal and illegally, mostly illegally, because of being them part-time jobs. And a report done by the Center for Immigration Studies found that labor force participation among non-college educated U.S. men has not even returned to pre-pandemic levels, which by itself was very low.
Wow.
By comparison.
Can you repeat that for me one more time?
Sure. Labor force participation among non-college educated U.S.-born men has not even returned to the 2019 level pre-COVID, which itself was very, very low historical standards.
So I'm just going to assume you say non-college educated men. I'm assuming these are the labor positions, the
right.
welders, the construction workers,
exactly.
the trades.
Yep.
Wow. Well, maybe that's why we're seeing the uptick in those Gen Zers. We talked about this story on Friday,
yes.
which I thought was fascinating. And I gave Gen Z credit for the first time in the history of the show. The Wall Street Journal had a great breakdown of how Generation Z has become the tool belt generation. And I never thought in a million years that Gen Zers that are typically on TikTok, scrolling and swiping, that can't hold a functional conversation face-to-face with another human being, would be out there becoming the next laborers of America, yet they're doing it. And I think it's a smart move.
Very smart move, because you drill down into these numbers. 2.9 million job-seeking migrants got jobs, where you find most of the jobs created under Biden that are above the 2019 level are held by migrants. They don't make a distinction between legal or illegal, of course.
Right.
And then, of course, U.S. workers, though, below pre-pandemic levels.
Very interesting.
But I think you're right. I don't even think it's just... I just think it's money that they look at this and they're saying, look at the generation before me. They're coming out of college and they're, $100,000 in debt or $50,000 in debt, whatever it happens to be. I don't want that. And there's you can make good money coming out of high school and learning a trade. You can make really good. Our plumber gets paid more per hour than my husband, and Medicare just cut reimbursements to doctors again. So, he's like, I pay my plumber. He always says every time we go to the vet and we come out with like $1,000 bill, he's like, I should have been a vet.
Yeah. And, we talked about this a little bit Friday, too. I mean, and I'll give you my example. I mean, my two best friends didn't go to college. Well, one of them went to like a business school for like a year and a half and then just stopped and started working. And the other one he's got the IQ of a cinder block, so he was never going to go to college anyway. But I get out of college 4 years after they've been in the workforce, and they've got $15,000, $20,000 saved up in the bank doing whatever they're doing. And I'm $38,000 in the negative. And my first
look where you are.
And my first job in radio was for $6.75 an hour.
Yes.
I got hired at this small little sports station in Easton. It was an ESPN radio affiliate. And I come home and I tell my buddies, like, yeah, I just got hired to be a producer at ESPN radio. And they're like, oh, great job. And they're probably thinking because they heard ESPN that I was getting paid well.
Yep.
Right, exactly.
I was basically making minimum wage as a college graduate. I felt like the biggest stooge on the planet. I'm like, my buddy's here. My one buddy's got the IQ of mustard, and the other one bailed on business school after 18 months, and he's making like 55, 60 grand, which, in 2005 or 2006 certainly went a lot further than it does today. And I'm like, wait a minute, I'm not going to make 40 grand until I'm 27. What am I doing with my life?
Right.
So these Gen Zers are very smart with this because there's a demand. And oh, by the way, too, you go for these training seminars or to get the certificate or the diploma or whatever you receive to show that you're qualified to do whatever trade. What is it, 6 months, 9 months, 12, maybe it's 18? You're not going to school for 4, 6, 8, 10 years.
Well, and a lot of times, if you can, like I know from my high school, I think it was junior and senior year, you could go to Votech half the day. So half the day they would go over to Votech.
Yep. We used to call it CIT. It was called the Career Institute of Technology. And like that's where we used to, and here I am, 22 years later from high school, and the joke is kind of, well, not anymore, but the joke was on me for a while out of college. We used to be like, oh, CIT, that's where the smart kids go. Yeah, they're only here for half a day.
You're 100% right. We
mocked them, didn't we?
We looked down at the Votech kids as like, oh, look at those guys, and half of those guys got out of school and were making your point, like 50, 60, 70 grand a year, doing a trade, and I'm sure are probably all living very nicely and comfortably now.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, you're right. Like that's really, looking back on it now, unless my son has some sort of discernible skill that he wants to, go to college for, I would 100% push him in the trades.
Absolutely. Yeah. I watched a podcast on Friday with a guy named Mike Rowe, and he was talking about how
everybody knows Mike Rowe.
Electricians.
Yes.
Electricians are starting off making close to $100 grand.
Yes. Oh yeah.
Within like 18 months.
Yep. Plumbers. These like my neighbor is a roofer. Like he went right out of college or right out of high school. I mean, and like he lives in a bigger house than I do. You know what I mean? So it's like it doesn't. Find a trade that you're good at, and like you can soar, man.
Yeah,
it's unbelievable.
It's in demand for sure.
Yeah, absolutely.
855-839-1210. Morning mystery movie clip coming up in 5 minutes, and then the Biden administration has decided to delay the ban on menthol cigarettes amid 2024 election concerns over Joe's failing black support. Where do you hear this story from the Washington Post? We'll get to that when we continue. It's Kayal and Company live here on this Monday morning on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hi, it's Dawn. Want an environmentally friendly approach to lawn care? Call my lawn care company, Natural Lawn of America. Natural Lawn has been creating green lawns quickly, more naturally, and with fewer weeds for more than 35 years. I've been a customer for years. Trust me, you're going to love the results. Their certified specialists tailor their treatments to your lawn's specific needs. This reduces the need for chemicals and creates a safer lawn for your entire family, including your pets. Natural Lawn is locally owned and family operated. They have offices in Pennsylvania and New Jersey. They're competitively priced and have a satisfaction guarantee. I trust the leader in organic-based lawn care. You should too. Give them a call. New customers, take advantage of Natural Lawn's unbeatable offer. Free seeding every year. Schedule Natural Lawn's full-service program, and they'll seed your lawn every year free of charge. 800-FREE-SEED. NaturalLawn.com. 800-FREE-SEED, and choose my lawn care company, Natural Lawn of America. Greener grass, fewer weeds, guaranteed. Tell them Dawn sent you.
I'm Bill, and I'm living with idiopathic pulmonary fibrosis, a type of interstitial lung disease that causes scarring of the lungs and makes it hard to breathe. ILD can be hard to diagnose, so if you're out of breath with a constant dry cough, ask a pulmonologist if it could be ILD. My wife, Bev, and I have walked every step of this journey together. I couldn't have traveled this road alone, and neither should you. Get help. Find hope. Go to lungsandyou.com.
Hi, it's Rich Zioli. I'm joined here today by my friend, the co-president and CEO of Cooper University Healthcare, the one and only Dr. Anthony Mazzarelli. Dr. Maz and I are here to tell you about our buddy, Dr. Mike Veneria. Not only is he my dentist, he's my family's dentist as well. And not sure if you knew this, he's Dr. Maz's dentist too.
That's right, Rich. Dr. Mike Veneria is and has been my dentist also. And doctors choosing doctors, that can be quite a selective process. And not only do I go to him, but for years, my sister and my niece and my nephew, the whole family goes.
Well, it's no secret. We're all delighted by the care that Dr. Mike Veneria and his award-winning team provide, and you need to check him out.
Whether you're looking for pediatric, general, cosmetic, implant dentistry, you don't need to look any further. Dr. Veneria's office does everything. Dr. Veneria's office also exceeds all CDC guidelines and has always maintained the strictest infection control, like their centralized UV sterilization of airflow, which is incredibly important to me.
Locations are right over the bridge in Cinnaminson and Woodbury. Your perfect smile's waiting. Call 856-786-2020 or visit veneriadental.com.
Tune in to Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturdays at 11 a.m. to hear Phil Cannella and Joanne Small. The Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturday mornings at 11 on Talk Radio 1210.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano at Martin Water Conditioning's Customer Appreciation Sale. Everything flows smoothly. Martin Water Conditioning has the latest in water purifying technology for your home. Until April 22nd, receive up to $500 off when purchasing a Connecticut water system. 18 and 48-month special financing or 10% off, spot-free car rinse system, and more. Call Martin Water Conditioning at 1-800-853-1093. Offers cannot be combined or applied to prior sales.
The IRS is the most powerful collection agency on earth, and if you owe back taxes, the news isn't good. The IRS is raising the interest rate it charges on unpaid taxes, and further rate hikes are expected. Most people don't know it, but the IRS adds interest charges to your tax debts daily. So if you owe the IRS today, you'll owe even more tomorrow. And it doesn't stop until you get right with the IRS. The good news is getting right can start with one phone call to Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax relief firm. Optima's tax professionals specialize in the Fresh Start Initiative, a powerful IRS program that can save you thousands if you qualify. In fact, the experts at Optima have resolved over $1 billion in tax debt for their clients. Call now for a free consultation.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Hey, Philly. Jason Kelsey here. Even though I won't be playing on Sundays anymore, you can still find me at Lincoln Financial Field on Saturday, May 18th for the Eagles Autism Challenge, presented by Lincoln Financial Group. This event raises millions of dollars to support autism research and care and gives you the chance to walk, run, or ride your bike beside your favorite Eagles players. Together, we can transform the lives of individuals affected by autism. Register today at eaglesautismchallenge.org, and I'll see you there.
Don't miss Good News in Real Estate with Deanne Katsaros and Mark Cumberland, Saturdays at 1 p.m. Find out all you need to know about home buying and selling. Considering a career in real estate? Visit PhiladelphiaRealEstateClasses.com. Good News in Real Estate, Saturdays 1 p.m. on WPHT.
Hi, this is Joe Mederchik, PNC Bank Regional President. Down the corner, around the block, and maybe even in your parking lot, PNC continues to bring banking services closer to your door. Greater Philadelphia is now one of 10 regions where we permanently introduced the PNC Bank mobile branch. This bank on wheels can be seen rolling up to community organizations across the Delaware Valley. On site and by your side, the PNC mobile branch is part of our commitment to supporting communities that need it most. PNC Bank, National Association, member FDIC.
Yo, Roy is Ford. What? We know your favorite station is 1210 WPHT.
Kayal Company, 9:22. Hopefully all of you having a great start to your work week. Nick Kayal, Mary Walter in for Dawn Stensland. Dawn on her trip/Italian sabbatical. She'll be back in 3 months. I'm just kidding. She'll be back in about a week or so. Greg's here as well. Anthony and Phil. It's going to be a rough night for Phil tonight. He's got his UConn Huskies in the national championship. Poor guy's going to have to be up till midnight tonight. I don't have to stay up that late because his team beat my team on Saturday, and I'll never forgive him for it. All right, we got a lot to get to. I want to get to this story on this menthol ban that has been put on pause as the Biden administration doing what they do best, pandering. You know, Joe was raised by the menthol cigarette community as well. You know, not just the Greek churches and, you know, the Jewish synagogues and, you know.
Absolutely true.
His mother was smoking them when he was in utero.
Well, his mother founded Cools.
Yeah.
Yeah, it came for those? I don't think so. I think Newport put him out of business.
Yeah.
Yeah.
By the way, was that your song that you wanted played?
No, that was Mr. Blue Skies by ELO because we are giving something away, Nick Kayal, right now.
Time for the morning mystery movie clip.
And now, the morning mystery movie clip on Kayal Company. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
put 12 amps in these animals, they're never gonna trust me again. Blue, stand down. Stand down. Hey, hey! What did I just say? Delta, I see you. Back up. Okay. Good. Good. Darling. Stay right there. Good. Close the gate. Are you crazy?
Think you know what it is? Be call at 12 at 855-839-1210, and you could win this great prize.
Today we have a pair of tickets to see Jeff Lynne's ELO Over and Out Tour on September 21st at the Wells Fargo Center.
Yeah, buddy.
Caller 12-855-839-1210. You will get a pair of tickets. If you can identify that relatively easy movie clip.
It was.
Tickets on sale at Ticketmaster.com. Best of luck.
Jeff Lynne's ELO. We'll be giving away them all, these tickets all week, too. So
just giving it away again.
9:20 every morning, or as close as we can get to 9:20.
Got those, yeah. Well, that's on me. That's on me to get it on time.
It's all good.
Pints and politics, all sorts of good stuff as we have been giving it away today and this week. All right, last story of the day before we get to our winner and also what's on the cut sheet, part due. Found this to be very fascinating. By the way, I misquoted. It wasn't from the Washington Post. It was from the Washington Examiner. Two totally different publications. With a headline reading that Biden will delay menthol ban amid 2024 concerns over black support. A 2-year-old proposal to ban menthol cigarettes may be delayed until after the 2024 election as President Joe Biden weighs a move that could risk eroding his support within the black community. The Food and Drug Administration first proposed banning menthol cigarettes and flavored cigars back in April of 2022, but has missed 2 deadlines for finalizing the rule, the second of which expired at the end of March. Now, why is this important? Well, according to data, Gwen Carr, an activist and the mother of Eric Garner, says the ban is inconsistent and racially inequitable. According to the CDC, about 81% of black adult smokers use menthol cigarettes. Those numbers from the year 2020. That according to the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, compared to only 34% of white adult smokers that smoke menthol cigarettes. So this is classic Joe Biden, classic politics here, because you're struggling with the African-American voter. You're still going to win the majority. But what we have seen is Donald Trump in 2016, his numbers went up in 2020 with the black community in a very small number. I think it went from like 9 to 12%. But from 2020 to now, it is almost doubled, where Trump is about 22 to 25% support within the black community. So if you're Joe Biden and you're starting to lose in a razor-thin election, you can't afford to lose 5% or 2% or 12%. So what do? Hey, why don't we put this ban on the back burner, because I can't afford to have 4 out of 5 African Americans that smoke cigarettes, that smoke menthols, pissed off at me, basically, right? But the only thing is, and I'm consistent with this, bans do not work. So while this might look good from an optic standpoint, I think at the end of the day, if you want menthol cigarettes, my guess is, I'm not a smoker, I mean, I don't know where all the different places you can buy cigarettes are. I know gas stations, grocery stores, whatever, convenience corner stores. But I would imagine if they were banned in the typical place you would buy them in America from a commerce standpoint, you could probably get them off the internet, have them shipped to you off of the secondary markets. I don't think this will work, Mary.
Yeah. So my question is, why are they banning cigarettes? Like, why just not ban all cigarettes then? Like, I don't understand.
I guess the data says that menthols are more damaging to your lungs because they're more maybe more potent or addictive.
Fiberglass. I was always told when you smoke menthol cigarettes like Newports, they had fiberglass in them.
That's good for your lungs.
Yeah, I don't know if that's true or not. That could have been a.
Well, that's the same thing they say with the vaping these days, because vaping's the trend, and now they're saying that vaping's bad for your heart. There's like little pieces of metallic or nickel in vaping.
Yep.
again.
And there's plastic in your protein drinks, your energy drinks. It is what it is. We're all going to die of something.
Sure.
I just like, if you're going to ban cigarettes.
Yep.
But you get into problems when you pick a group of cigarettes to ban, okay?
Yep, right.
This is where you wind up with the problem. And the difference is, the Biden administration is doing a lot of things. It's usually, though, that the state-run media runs interference for them, right?
Mm-hmm.
And doesn't report it, like the Medicare Advantage cuts, right? They just don't report it. They're taking effect January 1st of 25, going to cost seniors about $400 a pop if you're on Medicare Advantage. But they're very quietly, most people, like I said earlier, don't even know that happened earlier this week.
Mm-hmm.
And so if they were smart, the media would have run cover for them on this.
Right.
And it never would have been, nothing would have been said about it, and it wouldn't take effect until 2025. And this way, if Joe loses, he can blame it on Trump.
Well, yeah, true. And now the usual suspects are coming out in full swing here.
Right.
The Reverend Al Sharpton has come out and said, in regards to the ban, he says, it will give police more reason to target black people through the ban's advocates, though the ban's advocates point out that he has accepted donations from industry groups in the past. Of course he is. And of course he has, because he's a fraud and he's a race hustler. But here's the thing. So the Biden administration could spin this to the African-American community and saying, we're doing this to benefit your health. But it's going to come back to backfire on them. And oh, by the way, forget bans for a moment. You know what? Cigarettes, alcohol, you're an adult, 18 or older, 21 or older to purchase and consume. That's called personal accountability and responsibility. McDonald's can kill you. Drinking too much water can kill you. I'm so over the stuff that can kill you.
But see, this is the slippery slope. This is the road to socialism. This is what's happening when you have a great portion of the population who don't have a God, who don't believe in religion of some sort. You have a need. Every society has had some form of a God, whether you worship the sun, the moon. Today would be a big day for you, or whatever it happened to be. You had a God over you. So now, because we have so many people who don't believe in God, the government is their God. So the government's supposed to keep us safe. So the government should do things like this to protect us. And part of it is also the soft racism of being a Democrat. It's soft racism of the left. Well, black people can't stop smoking on their own. Black people aren't capable of taking care of themselves, just like they're not capable of having an ID. These people are too stupid. It's so racist to assume that, but yet the white guy's cigarette, we'll let them continue to smoke those because, they can make their own decisions.
I just don't know how people can afford to smoke. I mean, it seems $9 a pack.
Yes.
By the way, when I was in school, all the white kids smoked menthol cigarettes, whether it was Marlboro Menthol Lights or Newports. That's what all the white kids smoked. So to say that it's black people that are smoking that, I think is just like you said, Mary. It's racist.
But also, I think what happened, like in high school and stuff like that, it was the gateway cigarette because they're easier to smoke. It doesn't taste disgusting. Everybody was drinking, like a light beer when they started drinking beer. Zima. Oh my God.
It gives you
smeared off.
It gives you a nice, cool feeling in your lungs. Yeah,
right.
I mean, what it's doing to your lungs, who knows?
It's like smoking Winter Fresh.
Yeah, exactly. Smoking Winter Fresh, exactly.
And it helps, better breath, so your mother can't smell it.
Absolutely.
Right.
I got to tell you, I don't see a lot of people smoking anymore in public.
Yes.
That's
I feel
true.
like I don't think there's a lot of Americans. I mean, I don't know what the percentage is. I've got to imagine it has declined substantially in the last 15, 20 years. Yes. It just seems like less and less people do it, which is good.
Yeah.
All right. Scott is in Bluebell. He's our morning mystery movie clip winners this morning. Scott, what movie did we play for you a few minutes ago, sir?
Hey, good morning, guys. Jurassic World.
That is correct. Jurassic World, not Jurassic Park. Congratulations, Scott. You've got the tickets to see Jeff Lynne's ELO coming up this September at the Wells Fargo Center.
Hey, thanks, guys. I appreciate it. Nothing like jumping on talking about smoking Winter Fresh. This has made my Monday morning Masters Week. Thanks,
there you
everybody.
Go, brother. Yes, indeed.
Masters Week.
That's right. Masters Week.
Yeah. Is that a thing? Like it's like WrestleMania week now?
Yeah. This is the best time of the year. I go from wrestling to baseball to the Final Four to the Masters.
Mary, Nick was up past 11 last night, right? Because he had to watch the ending of WrestleMania.
Yeah, I did, like a 5-year-old.
Wow.
I'm gonna take a big nap today.
Yeah. With your binky.
Maybe. And a bottle.
Some graham crackers and milk before you go to bed.
Damn right.
By the way, real fast though, I mean, with the Mummers coming down yesterday at WrestleMania with Seth Rollins, I think it was great.
So good.
There was a lot of with the Kelce's, with Jason Kelce and Lane Johnson.
Travis.
They played to the home crowd.
They did. They did a good job of that. Snoop coming down with his new gin and juice.
Yeah.
I mean, they brought out all the stops for this year's WrestleMania.
They took a page out of the Joe Biden playbook.
Yeah,
just pander to your base.
I'm just happy that we're going to get this economic windfall here in Philadelphia. I'm just hoping they do the right thing with that money that they're getting from all the people that came into Philadelphia over the last week.
Could just power wash Kensington.
Yeah, exactly.
With fire hoses.
Yeah.
With all the tax money they generated from that event,
yes,
they could clean Kensington in 4 hours.
100%. Yep. But they won't.
Nope.
No, we'll get a new DEI officer or something. Yep.
That's exactly what we need.
Hey, Nick, it may be time to make a career switch. Here you go.
You
show that guy. You show those guys from high school.
Yeah. I mean, I can identify as something else and make $212,000 a year.
Amen.
Yeah.
It's the only transition I'll make. All right, coming up next, we'll get to What's on the Cut Sheet Part 2 as we wrap up a Monday with Mary here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Stockbrokers love to paint themselves as transparent, but if you are not aware of all of the fees taken out of your portfolio, can you really trust your broker?
I am Nancy Harding. This is my husband, Robert. We joined Crash Proof in 2018.
When Wall Street hides fees, you are being lied to because they're taking part of your money that you didn't know was going to be taken. Transparency is a word that's really batted around a lot and seldom seen. Crash Proof makes their transparency obvious by recording the meetings. They're demonstrating we have nothing to hide.
All the things that were said become legally binding. Wall Street wouldn't record their meetings. They don't want whatever is said in that office to be legally binding. And so it's a little too dangerous for them to record.
Learn why recording financial meetings is the only way to guarantee legally binding transparency for your retirement future at our next event at Springfield Country Club on April 16th, 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
There's nothing quite like local. Local is your weekly farmers market or homemade strawberry ice cream. It's live music on the corner, yoga in the park, and a chance to try something new. That's why AARP is local, right here in our community, offering free events and enriching experiences that can help with finances, family, and fun. Join AARP Philadelphia and Longwood Gardens for a free virtual tour of the garden's history on April 23rd. Register at aarp.org/local.
At Odyssey, we help protect this planet we all share through our One Thing sustainability initiatives. We donate $1 million of media every year to local environmental nonprofit organizations. And this month, our Odyssey teams will be out in our local communities cleaning up, planting trees, and more. When we each do one thing, it becomes 100, 1,000, a million things for our planet. What's your one thing? For more, download the free Odyssey app or go to odyssey.com/onething.
If you're drowning in IRS debt and can't afford to pay, then you need to take advantage of special IRS tax programs that are available and free yourself from IRS collection efforts once and for all. Due to the financial hardship consumers are facing throughout the country, the Internal Revenue Service has made it easier to settle delinquent tax problems. An open phone line has been established by Community Tax for consumers to call and see if they qualify. Take down this number or store it in your cell phone, but call the Community Tax Helpline at 800-514-1020. If you owe back taxes to the IRS and cannot afford to pay them back, or even if you have years of unfiled tax returns, there's no need to fear anymore. But you have to call the Community Tax Helpline today at 800-514-1026 for the help that you need. Don't take on the IRS alone. They can attack your wages, savings, pension, home, and even your Social Security check. Call 800-514-1026 for your free consultation and to see if you qualify. That's 800-514-1026.
Doors take us to summers away or winter adventures and afternoon getaways. Your dedicated Fidelity advisor can help you open those doors by working with you on a comprehensive plan to help you reach your wealth's full potential, because doors were meant to be opened. Visit fidelity.com/wealth. Investment minimum supply. Fidelity Brokerage Services, LLC, member NYSE SIPC.
Now,
Now your ideas don't have to wait. Now they have everything they need to come to life. Dell Technologies and Intel are creating technology that loves ideas, loves expanding your business, evolving your passions. We push what technology can do, so great ideas can happen right now. Find out how to bring your ideas to life at Dell.com. Welcome to Now.
This is Dr. Marianne Ritchie. Tune in to Your Radio Doctor every Saturday afternoon at 5 here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT for the latest healthcare news and information, because your health is your wealth. That's Your Radio Doctor, Saturdays at 5.
Do you have shoeboxes full of photos? Today only, radio listeners get VIP access to the new Photo Legacy Box. Get your family's photos professionally scanned for as low as 7 cents, which is 76% less than what other brands charge. As the world's largest digitizer, you know you can trust Legacy Box to digitize your entire collection of 4x6 photos. Everything from the embarrassing haircut you had in the 90s to photos of your great-grandma's wedding. Visit legacybox.com/value to get 200 photos scanned starting at just $19.95. Oh, and don't forget, Legacy Box also digitizes over 15 other types of analog media, so you can get your favorite memories on VHS or Grandpa's film reels from the 40s digitized too. Take advantage of this exclusive offer on the new Photo Legacy Box today and preserve your past for as low as 7 cents. Go to legacybox.com/value. That's legacybox.com/value.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli, and if you want to make lifetime memories with your family and friends, you should book a getaway at My Happy Place, the beautiful oceanfront Grand Hotel of Cape May, New Jersey. Right now, book a June midweek stay and save. Stay 3 nights, you're going to get $60 a night in resort credit. 5 nights, $70 a night in resort credit. Stay 7 nights, you're going to get $80 a night in resort credits, and you can use those resort credits to eat and drink at Hemingway's restaurant, the outdoor pool bar, beach concession stand, or in the gift shop. Get passes to take your family on a whale-watching boat cruise. Book direct with them for the best rates. The Grand is also the perfect place to host a wedding, corporate events, baby and bridal showers, and more. With 4 ballrooms, they have the perfect space to make your event perfect. Just call them, ask for my friend Caitlin, and she will help you have your dream event. To book your stay today at the Oceanfront Grand Hotel of Cape May, call 800-257-8550 or visit them at grandhotelcapemay.com.
Download the free Upside app to earn real cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code EARN for an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first fill-up. That's promo code EARN.
Hey, Cherry Hill. We know your favorite station is WPHT. Tell your smart speaker, play 1210 WPHT.
Mustard. 9:41. It is Kayal and Company. 9 o'clock hour brought to you by the Arden Theater. Experience Arden Children's Theater and their modern retelling of the classic tale Pinocchio. Adapted by Greg Banks, a wooden boy, a nose that grows, a huge whale, and a cricket with a lot of opinions. Live on stage starting April 10th. Info at ardentheater.org. And Mary will be doing some TV later today.
Yes, I will, between 4:30 and 5 o'clock. My regular hit on Newsmax TV on the Chris Salcedo Show.
Oh, perfect. I'll check you out, and then I'll watch what I normally watch at 5 o'clock on another network that you won't want to hear about.
Oh, no, I used to work on that network, so it's okay.
All right. Greg doesn't condone it, by the way.
No, it's not. I have nothing against that network. I have nothing against anything. I'm just saying
my viewing habits.
I want you to kind of step away from this when you can. Please.
I'll take the summer off, I think.
I didn't say that.
All right, 9:42. Let's get to a Monday edition of What's on the Cut Sheet.
What's on the Cut Sheet?
I do. What's on the Cut Sheet, Part 2, sponsored by Gift of Life. Join Gift of Life for the 27th annual Donor Dash Sunday. Donor Dash Sunday, it's April 28th at the Philadelphia Navy Yard. Promote the life-saving importance of organ and tissue donation by participating in the 5K or 10K or even 3K walk. Register today at donors1.org. That's donors1.org. It's a great cause, so if you can, you should donate. I wanted to start with this. This wasn't on the cut sheet, Nick, but I see that you have it in today's cuts, and I wanted to discuss it because I think too much is being made of it. We just talked about WrestleMania. On Friday, The Rock was on with Will Kane.
Okay.
And he went, because we know in 2020 he endorsed Joe Biden.
That's correct.
And he gets on Fox News on Friday and says that this year he's not endorsing anybody. Let me play that, and then we can talk about what this actually means.
Sure.
This is K1, Phil, go.
Are you happy that you made that endorsement in 2020? Are you happy with the state of America?
Am I happy with the state of America right now? Well, that answer is no. Do I believe we're going to get better? I believe in that. I'm an optimistic guy, and I believe we can get better. The endorsement that I made years ago with Biden was one I thought was the best decision for me at that time. And I thought back then, when we talk about, hey, I'm in this position where I have some influence, and it's my job then. I felt like that then. It's my job now to exercise my influence and share with this is who I'm going to endorse. Am I going to do that again this year? That answer is no.
Can I just say this real fast, and then I'm interested to hear what you and Mary have to say about this. But everybody took this as he's going to vote for Trump. I did not at all.
Yeah.
I just think that he's in the Michael Jordan category of Republicans buy sneakers too. And I just think that he doesn't want to alienate any side, so he's just staying out of it. But for people to say that they think he's going to vote for Trump, I think is 100% wrong.
To stay out of it is smart, for sure, but he's above being canceled. He's the biggest draw in Hollywood, so he could come out and say he's moving into Mar-a-Lago and sharing a bunk bed with Trump, and nobody's going to cancel him because he's a major draw. I do think he has claimed in the past to be a centrist. He has claimed that he has voted Republican and Democrat. Take that for what it's worth. Take it at face value if you'd like. I think he decided to vote for Biden because of Kamala Harris. The Rock is half African American. Kamala Harris was going to shatter the glass ceilings, blah, blah, blah. You're right. In no way does it mean he's voting for Trump in 2024. But as I said in the big take, and I've said last week, I'm tired of all of these guys that are in Hollywood, celebrities, entertainers, musicians that, well, I'm down on Joe. I'm probably not going to vote for Joe, or I definitely won't vote Joe. But they don't come out. And what did I say last week? Stop pussyfooting around. If you're going to vote Trump, just say it. Just own it. Not saying all of these big wigs in Hollywood will, but if that's where you're going, then just don't straddle the fence with it. If I'm Will Kane, I would have asked him right there, and maybe he did. Are you voting for Trump then? Does that mean you're going to endorse Trump? And he's probably like, no, I'm just going to keep it to myself. It's a personal thing.
This is the pitfalls of thinking that the world cares about your political opinions when you are an actor or a football player or a musician or whatever, and think that somehow your opinions have weight because you sing songs or write them. They don't. It doesn't make you smarter than anyone else. And I'm sure some of these people are really ignorant when it comes to politics. And now it's funny how that sword cuts both ways. His crime was not repeating the religious orthodoxy of the left.
Yep.
That was his crime. And you're right. He's not going to get canceled because he didn't go so far as to say, yeah, I'm going to vote for Trump. I mean, God forbid, then he would be canceled because we have to, censor free speech in order to preserve democracy. So they're learning, the Hollywood elite and, the rest of the elites are learning that sometimes your opinion has a price, has consequences.
But here's the only thing, I push back on one thing you said about, now, I would never allow a Hollywood entertainer to influence how I vote. But to say that certain Hollywood elites don't have influence over getting their minions to follow their lead, I think is wrong. Taylor Swift went out and got all these people to register to vote. Like, I think there's people so obsessed with Taylor Swift or The Rock. If they say jump off the Golden Gate Bridge, they'll do it. So I do think the very select few, the best of the best at their chosen profession in Hollywood, I think they do carry influence, which is why Biden's been trying to, partner up with the Swifties.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. I think there are some who absolutely will, vote for Joe Biden because they say, their favorite person said vote for Joe Biden, or Trump at a country music concert, Jason Aldean or whatever. If he said, vote, or Kid Rock, who very famously, loves Trump. They will because of that. There are some people who are very easily led, and I know some people like this, that they just go along with the group. The group think they're like, okay, you take them out of that environment and put them in the other camp, and after a month or two they're voting the other way. So that's just the way they are. So it does have sway, but again, my point is once they get off the team that everybody else is on in Hollywood or the elites are on, and they dare actually say that they regret being on the team, there are consequences for them.
Right. Yep.
Jennifer Lewis, actress Jennifer Lewis. You might remember her from, I think she was in Sister Act, Blackish. I think she was Aunt Viv, the second Aunt Viv in Fresh Prince of Bel-Air.
I remember her.
She went on she had a meltdown on some podcast where she predicts what will happen if Trump wins.
This is epic.
This is cut 10. Phil, go.
As soon as he takes the oath, he will have generals walk down the steps of the Capitol.
Wow.
He will take a hammer and break the glass where the Constitution is, and he will tear it up in our faces. And say, now, I'm the king of the world. You will bow down. He will punish everybody that didn't vote for him. Let me tell y'all how I know this. I know it because I know what mental illness looks like.
You're exuding it.
That mania is unstoppable.
Hang on. A little bit more. Dramatic pauses. Dramatic pauses.
See, this mother is Hitler.
Uh-oh.
Is the Hitler now.
He didn't come to play.
There we go.
There you go. That right there, that might be the number one case of Trump derangement syndrome I've ever heard.
Yep.
That trumps, no pun intended, Joy Reid, Rachel Maddow, or any other person that's had a conniption fit in front of a microphone.
I know it because I know what mental illness looks like.
Wow.
Yes, you do, ma'am.
Wow.
But, you can recover from TDS because prior to her, the poster child for TDS was Michael Rappaport.
Yep.
Don't you remember his videos where he's literally spitting? It was disgusting.
Yeah.
Yep.
And look at him now.
Yeah, it's on the table. Voting for
true.
Trump is on the table. It's been on the table for months. We'll see if he actually does it.
Yeah.
Wow. Now, how do you treat TDS, by the way? Chiropractor work for that? Or?
I see what you did there. I see what you did there. That's not right. That's not right. That's not right.
All right, is that it for us?
Yeah, we should break and come back and do all the other stuff we do.
We'll wrap it up next with Today in Music History and Who Won Social Media Today. Stay right there.
Tyler from Wendy's here. The best part of Wendy's new Cinnabon Pull-Apart is every part. Unlike mornings, which have no good parts. Until now. Because with Wendy's new breakfast Cinnabon Pull-Apart, mornings finally don't completely suck. And now that mornings have warm cinnamon sugar rolled dough and ooey gooey frosting, are they the best part of every day? Probably not, but you get the idea. Get to Wendy's today and get the best part in every bite with the new Cinnabon Pull-Apart.
At participating U.S. Wendy's, Cinnabon is a registered trademark of Cinnabon Franchisor SPV, LLC.
La 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 la. La 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 la. La 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 la. Oops.
Ever had your singing lessons cut short by icy water?
Oh, I'm sorry, honey.
Say goodbye to those cold notes with Navien tankless water heaters. With Navien, you'll hit all the right notes without the surprise chill. So keep singing and let Navien keep the hot water flowing. And get ready for the encore when you get your utility bill.
La 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 la.
Navien tankless water heaters. Visit tanklessmadesimple.com.
Do you feel like you're going through life clouded by doubt? Talk to California Psychics. Our trusted and accurate psychics are available 24/7. And we guarantee, if it's not life-changing, it's free. Download the app or connect with us at californiapsychics.com. Right now, new customers get 80% off their first reading. Experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same but is 95% cheaper? And you can get it online at hims.com/joy. Through Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation to determine the ED medication that's best for you. Discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and a range of treatment options, including trusted generic alternatives to the name brands, at up to 95% off. ED is personal, and at Hims, so is treating it. Just go to hims.com/joy and get connected to a licensed medical provider online for free, with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. hims.com/joy.
The IRS finally caught up with Louie.
I hadn't paid my taxes in 8 years. I owe the IRS a lot of money.
Louie was in deep trouble.
We're going to take your house, put a lien on your bank account, garnish your pay. They don't care. They're going to take your paycheck.
Louie found out about Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima Tax, they help me. They calm me down. They make me feel comfortable, and I trust them.
Louie has a lot to be thankful for.
I don't owe the IRS anymore, and I'm able to live a comfortable life, a lot better life. It was because of Optima Tax.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation. Take it from Louie.
If you owe the IRS, don't go it alone. Give Optima Tax a call. They can help you.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in an accident and would like to know the value of your case, it's easy. Go to forthepeople.com and go to verdicts and settlements to see cases just like yours. You may see numbers that are much higher than what your lawyer's telling you. You see, all lawyers are not the same. Some may only handle a few injury cases a year. This is all we do. Injured? The choice is easy. Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Free speech lives here, on the air, and on the Odyssey app. Talk Radio 1210. WPHT. WPHT.
9:55, Kayal and Company on this Monday morning, just about 5 hours and 28 minutes until the solar eclipse, as we continue to track it. The biggest 4 minutes of your lives coming up this afternoon at 3:23.
That's what she said.
Exactly right. Let's get to a Monday edition.
So wrong.
Mary, you can punch us through the radio if you would like.
So juvenile and stupid.
So funny.
Come through the Zoom and just boom, right in the chin.
Yuck.
Let's get to today in music history.
What happened on this day in music history? Music history on Kayal and Company.
Today, April 8th, we celebrate the birthday of Izzy Stradlin of GNR, Steve Howe of Yes, Julian Lennon, and Paul Gray of Slipknot. And we sadly learned yesterday we lost the lead singer of Firehouse, CJ Snare. Albums include Smash by The Offspring in 94, Sin After Sin by Judas Priest in 77, and The Clash's debut also was released on this day in 77. Singles include Fool to Cry by the Stones in 76, and Wheel in the Sky by Journey in 78. On this day in 2000, Christopher Walken demanded more cowbell from Will Ferrell doing a Blue Oyster Cult skit. The Stones performed for the first time in mainland China in 2006. The Danes became the first UK punk band to play live dates in the US. And lastly, after eliminating Alabama on Saturday, which Nick actually previously mentioned,
oh boy,
Connecticut faces Purdue tonight for the men's basketball championship.
How is this
Go
music?
Huskies. I'm Phil Lobquist for Kayal and Company.
How is that music?
Yeah, what are we going to throw in? Tipping cooks, some menus and recipe suggestions,
How
Phil?
is this music?
Anything else? You want to give us your take on Trump while you're at it?
Oh, boy.
My God. I hope, you know what? On second thought, I hope Purdue wins by 50 tonight. Take that,
Run like a fine-tuned machine. What are you doing over there, Stocker? That's all I'm going to say.
I know, right? All right, let's get to today. Who won Twitter today?
Who won Twitter?
Tracy Murphy wins Twitter. She says, us trying to get points for gas is like having to collect green stamps from decades ago. We shouldn't have to play games to pay a good gas price.
I agree.
But Bidenomics.
So there you go.
Hey, in Jersey, you can't even use the points. It's not eligible here. So
Really?
Yeah.
You have to do it in PA?
Yeah, you can't do it in New Jersey. You can't. They can't give discounts.
What are you paying these days per gallon in your neck of the woods, Mary?
Good question.
Oh, what is it? $3.35.
Oh, you're 20 cents cheaper than us. I'm about $3.57.
And they pump it for me.
Yeah, that's an extra bonus.
Do you know how to pump gas?
No, I have no idea.
Really?
Oh,
I have no clue. But you know what I've learned?
What?
Is that in any other state, if they see a Jersey license plate and you're at a gas pump, someone will get out of the car and do it for you. Because they just want you to get out of line.
Wow.
Really?
Yes.
I did not know that.
I did not know
Oh,
that
yeah,
either.
especially if you get out and like I do, and you're like, oh, crap. And because I do know how to make it everywhere without having to fill up, not in New Jersey.
Yeah.
If you get out and you look at the machine and they see you looking at the machine and they see you reading the directions, they're like, okay, I got this.
What? Maybe it's because you're an attractive woman. Maybe if you look like Nick or myself, that wouldn't happen.
Well, for me, for sure.
Once they see the Jersey plate, somebody's like, all right, if this line, especially if they're like behind you, they're like, would you like me to help you with this? It's great. I love it.
I think there's something more at play there.
Yeah,
That's just me.
Good stuff, Mary. We'll do this again tomorrow at 6
back
o'clock.
with us tomorrow. Wow.
Yeah, I think I'll come back tomorrow. Thank you.
All right, don't forget, Mary will be on Newsmax this afternoon at 4:30. Stay tuned. Kathy Barnett is in for Dawn. She is up next, and we are back tomorrow at 6. Enjoy the solar eclipse, and as 46 would say,
if I were smart, I'd say thank you and leave.
My kitchen is the heart of my home. Dawn Stensland here. If your kitchen or bath is outdated, you need Kitchen Magic. They're local, family-owned and operated since 1979. Schedule your free in-home design consultation today. Kitchen Magic is the full-service remodeler I trust to quickly, beautifully, and affordably transform your kitchen or bath. Right now, they're offering 12 months, no payments, no interest financing, and 10% off your remodel. Just visit kitchenmagic.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Spring is here. Get ahead of summer pricing and availability. Call CNC Heating and Air Conditioning, your local Lennox dealers. Family owned and operated, serving Montgomery and Bucks counties for over 50 years. With 24/7 service and trained technicians, CNC will make sure your system is running efficiently before you get stuck without cooling on blistering hot days coming up. 0% financing options are available. Schedule an estimate today at cc-hvac.com.
Do you have a life insurance policy of $100,000 or more that you don't need? Well, don't lapse or surrender your policy. You might be sitting on a gold mine. That's right. You may be able to sell all or part of your life insurance policy to Coventry for cash, or a combination of cash and coverage with no future premiums, even a term policy. Call Coventry Direct at 800-411-8300 or visit coventrydirect.com to find out if you're sitting on a gold mine. That's 800-411-8300. For over 25 years, we've helped thousands of people sell their policies, and we can probably help you too. Call us today at 800-411-8300 or visit coventrydirect.com to find out if you're sitting on a gold mine. That's 800-411-8300. Call now.
Lose 20 to 40 plus pounds guaranteed with NJ Diet. NJ Diet uses DNA and blood work to help you lose weight and keep it off. Tune into their radio show Sundays at 2 or visit njdiet.com.
See Joe Conklin's Benefit Comedy Show at the Church of the Incarnation in Metro, New Jersey for parishioner Christina McNasby, Saturday, April 20th. Get tickets at joeconklin.com.
Listen to Joe Yakovich on The Heart of Your Money, Sunday mornings at 9 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Learn about investing, tax strategies, and more. Joe Yakovich on The Heart of Your Money, Sunday mornings at 9.
Hey, Joe DeCamera here. Isn't it time to invest in yourself? Well, how about this? Start a PI Dental Center with decades of experience in complex dental treatment, and I've been a patient in PI Dental for 20 years. Dr. Glenn Wolfinger and Dr. Robert Slough, they're board-certified prosthodontists. They specialize in the restoration and replacement of teeth, and PI Dental Center are the originators of the teeth in a day. It's a revolutionary treatment that delivers fixed teeth and implants placed for a dramatic transformation in a mere one day. So visit PIDentalCenter.com PIDentalCenter.com. That's PIDentalCenter.com to request your new patient evaluation.
For more expert appliance shopping advice, here's National Appliance Warehouse's own appliance guru.
Hello, let's talk premium. These are top-of-the-line appliances that dream kitchens are made of. If you're planning an investment like this in your home, where you buy is as important as what you buy. At National Appliance Warehouse, we're committed to delivering the superior buying experience you deserve. Our showroom features beautifully displayed premium appliances of every major brand, including highly sought-after Sub-Zero, Wolf, and Cove. Our team of gurus is well-versed at guiding you as you navigate the same appliances you'd find in the most magnificent homes and kitchens of cooking enthusiasts. And the National Appliance Warehouse team has the expertise to properly deliver and install your stunning new appliances.
Spring into savings at National Appliance Warehouse. Purchase a qualifying Sub-Zero, Wolf, and Cove appliance package and choose 3 years of additional warranty or a rebate up to $2,500. Click nationalappliancewarehouse.com or visit their showroom in tax-free Wilmington today.
Hey, it's Rich Zeoli. Are you looking to improve the health of your lawn? Well, look no further. Natural Lawn of America has been creating green lawns quickly, more naturally, and with fewer weeds for over 35 years. Their certified specialists tailor their treatments to your lawn's specific needs, reducing the need for chemicals and creating a safer lawn for your family and pets. Call today. Take advantage of Natural Lawn's limited time offer, free seeding every year. Call 800-FREE-SEED or visit naturallawn.com. Natural Lawn of America, greener grass, fewer weeds, guaranteed.
With so much uncertainty in the world today, you may find yourself wondering, is now even the right time to retire?
And so many people are waiting, and those folks are going to be waiting a really long time, I hate to say, because there's no perfect time. The market is always unpredictable and volatile.
Fortunately, Jim Cipriotti has been helping get people to, through, and beyond retirement for over 25 years. And each week, he wants to help give you that freedom to retire. Listen to Freedom to Retire with Jim Cipriotti, Saturday mornings at 9 and Sunday afternoons at 5 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Designers, excavators, engineers, architects, listen up.
What are you doing? We're working here.
If you want to save time, effort, and money on your next underground utility project, start using Pennsylvania One Call System's Coordinate PA application. Coordinate PA is the next generation of utility coordination that allows you to easily transfer and manage your complex projects from start to finish, all the way from the designer to the excavator. Be prepared for your next underground utility project with Coordinate PA.
Makes sense.
Visit pa1call.org to learn more.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Live and local from Philadelphia. The Dawn Stensland Show on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Good morning, Pennsylvania. How are y'all doing? Or how you doing? Anyway, I am so excited. It is Monday morning. How you doing this wonderful Monday morning? I'm loving it. I'm excited. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. Let me go ahead and give you that listener number because we're going to have a really good show and I want the feedback. I want the calls. I want the smoke. So bring it today. That number is 855-839-1210. 855-839-1210. We have a wonderful day lined up for you guys. We're going to talk about a number of things that are on the top of mind, at the top of the daily news right now. But we're also going to be inviting Dave McCormick into the studios today. I'm very excited about that. Dave and I will be able to touch gloves and have a conversation. Very excited. And then we have some locals who are coming in, those who are doing really big things right here on the ground, grassroots all across the state of Pennsylvania. So we will have them coming into the studio as well. Anthony, how you doing today?
Hey, how are you?
I am doing good.
Yeah,
I'm excited.
another beautiful. Hopefully, there's not an earthquake today. It'll be a little different than last time.
Yeah, no, not an earthquake, but today we have the eclipse, right? Are y'all ready for that?
Yeah, that's true.
So, what are y'all going to be doing for the, to watch the eclipse? Call me. Let me know what you're doing. 855-839-1210. So today I was looking at the schedule. So we're going to have a total solar eclipse that will pass across North America. The eclipse timing, for those of you who are interested in it, or just those who just, you're mildly interested and just want to kind of, at least be in the know. 2:08 p.m. There's going to be a partial eclipse. This is when it begins. The partial eclipse begins at 2:08 p.m. Maximum eclipse occurs at 3:23 p.m. and then the eclipse ends at 4:35 p.m. You gonna look straight into it, Anthony?
I don't know. I'm debating it. I think so. Yeah,
like
I
you
probably
seem
will.
like that kind of person that if I say don't do it, you're probably gonna do it,
yeah,
right?
That's kind of true. Yeah.
So I think that's kind of interesting. So let me know what you guys are going to be doing. I know there's all kinds of watch parties all over. So interesting, fun. Also, as I was coming in, look, I'm looking right now. Fetterman, I was actually about to bring him up. Fetterman came out saying, "I'm not woke." I mean, he was certainly woke before he got the stroke.
Good night, everybody.
Absolutely right. I knew that debate was headed for, it wasn't going to go anywhere good, that debate between Dr. Oz, Mehmet Oz, and Fetterman when he opened up with good morning and good night. I'm just like, hello, what are we doing? But now he is proclaiming he is not woke. He's actually, he said he was blasting squatters, blasting the violent crime. He's appears to be very pro-Israel. I know a lot of people are saying, wow, maybe he's not so bad. Hold your horses. Don't get too excited, people. Again, this is someone I said on Friday. Fetterman, Senator Bob Casey, and Representative Brandon Boyle, they were trying to get $1 million to go to an LGBTQ community center that hosts sex parties. And when the executive director heard people were saying they held sex parties at his community center, he said, no, we don't do sex parties. We just provide the benches for people to be, to be patted on. I don't know. Very crazy. Nonetheless, Fetterman is sounding a little bit more conservative, certainly, especially on the things that matter, like crime, like Israel, like squatters having rights all of a sudden. But I don't know if that makes him a conservative. I don't think it does whatsoever. You guys, let me know what you think. Call me, 855-839-1210. But I do believe, Anthony, that Fetterman is showing us the way, right? Because prior to the stroke, the man was, I found him to be barbaric and disgusting, not only in his appearance, but in his behavior. I will never forget learning about how he chased a black man down with a gun. And apparently the only thing the black man did was run while being black. And all of a sudden, Democrats don't care about black people. Black lives suddenly don't matter. It's all about just getting this woke person into office, flying his marijuana weed flag at the state. I don't know. I just found him to be a very disturbing person. Then he has a stroke. And now, people, now we're being introduced to another ism called ableism. So now we can't say anything about we have a cognitively impaired individual and we should probably not have him as our senator. Good morning and good night at the exact same time. And then he goes through depression. That was, that's disturbing. You don't want to see that for anyone. And then all of a sudden he goes into mental health treatment, comes out, and now he's declaring he's not woke. And I honestly believe Fetterman is showing us the way. And it's a really sad way. And it's, pretty aggressive measures. But if we want to do away, because these people, the things that they are trying to put onto our nation, Democrats, liberals, they're actually behaving like communists. The things that they're doing, everything they touch, it really does turn into fecal matter, cleaning up what Donald Trump called it. But he's showing us the way. And I believe that way is if we want to heal these people and get them to thinking straight, you got to break their brain. His brain was broken with a stroke. Then you have to put them into intensive mental health treatment for about 2 to 3 months. And then they come out and all of a sudden they're sounding like a human again. They're sounding like they actually love this country. They're not saying things like defund the police. They're not saying things like, Hamas is, we should be sympathetic towards Hamas. Just some, they're not saying things like, a boy can be a girl can be a boy. Let's mutilate our little boys and girls. I don't know. That's my thinking. We actually have someone, Lou, on the line. Lou?
Hey, good morning, Kathy. How are you?
Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning. How are you? Hey, I am calling to apologize to you. And I'm a veteran, you're a veteran. And here's the reason why. Sometimes it takes a bad election, and we've had one, to make somebody understand that although I think Dr. Oz is a nice man, a smart man, you would be the better candidate and you would have won. Okay. And I do regret not supporting you. However, if you run again for Congress or for the Senate, you have my financial and my vote. So
wow. Well, thank you
all
very
I can say
much.
is I apologize.
Wow. I did not know you were going to say that, but I do appreciate it. I accepted. I know.
Thank you.
I used to say to people, Anthony, during those last days, don't screw the pooch. You're only going to get this one shot to get somebody in office who will actually work for you. Pennsylvania, right? Okay, so we screwed the pooch. Sounds like Lou recognizes he screwed the pooch. I'm okay with that. Life is good. But it does say something to, when you get good people, we got to work hard for them. We got to get them into these particular positions of leadership.
Yeah, and I think to that point, like, I always try to emphasize, especially on our station, because a lot of the times people want to say, oh, well, they voted for this last time, so they're part of the problem, which I understand that mentality, but I feel like having these conversations, talking about the issues, respecting one another, I think that leads us to a better place at the end of the day. I don't care if I agree with you. And I think, like, just that willingness to, like, say I was wrong and I feel like I should have voted this way and, moving forward, I'll consider this. Like, that's a win to me. Because as long as you're learning more and figuring out more and considering other opinions more, I think that could only lead to better things.
I mean, like, that's what it means to be human, right?
Yes, exactly.
When you see people who are the exact same person they were 10 years ago, that's alarming to me. I mean, information changes, how you see things, the lens through which you're looking through life. All of these things change. We should be evolving emotionally, mentally, spiritually growing, all of that, right? And so, but in order to do that, you have to have conversation. You have to read, you have to be willing. And it's a risky business today to put something out there on Twitter, social media, or to have an open dialogue, because now we have people who want to, you say something 10 years ago, they bring it up today and say, this is exactly who you are.
Well, and a lot of bosses are ready to just throw you under the bus. They won't defend you. And they won't say you're...
If you're a Republican. Democrats, you can be sleeping with a Chinese spy named Fang Fang, and they don't care. Literally, you can't make that up.
It's going a little bit both sides, but you're right generally.
Eric Swalwell, no, he was literally having a sexual relationship with a Chinese spy named Fang Fang, and we all know it. He's still in office. He was actually able to, it's just crazy. So if you're a Democrat, it doesn't seem like these things matter to you. But for the rest of us, it's a scary business to stand up and to even come and host a, fill in for the great Don Stensland show, and then, say, this is what I believe. This is where I am right now in my journey through life, knowing that, well, if I decide to run for office 10 years from now, is someone going to take a portion of what I say today and use it against me tomorrow? And again, this is truly the reason why I created the organization called Be Better America, because as much as I want to throw, the Sean Hannitys and the others who were lying on me under the bus, I can't blame them fully because I have to put some of the blame on we, the people. We have to do better, be better so that we're not so easily manipulated. When these people with big platform, they've earned our trust, come and tell us a lie about someone, we have to be in a position to where we're not so gullible and we just fall for it.
And that's why I always complain about the Republicans today, because no matter what they even believe, they just let the Democrats control the entire message, especially in election years like this. And with the advertising campaigns, they need to find a better way to answer these things.
I agree.
It's terrible.
I agree. I have someone else, Christian, online.
Yes, hello. To the subject that somehow Fetterman has moved to the center of his own volition, I don't believe that for a second. The dude can't form a sentence still. He is fulfilling a need to make the Democrat Party look less radical.
I think so, exactly, Christian. I was literally saying this to Anthony before we came into. Before we came on air, and Anthony was like, I don't know, but I think it's almost a deep fake what he's doing right now.
Yeah, no one can really believe that guy's coming up with his talking points. Genuinely. Have you really listened to anything he said? I'm talking to the kind of the people, I know you do, but the idea that in this election year, with a very contentious kind of political environment, that you could have someone so radically left as he started off running, or sitting in a position that he sits in, and Bob Casey up for re-election. They need a moderate. Otherwise, the Republicans are going to look, more normal than the left is willing to.
Christian, I was not going to express that opinion, but Anthony, you heard me. I said it. Yep. That I think it's a deep fake. I think we got to take a break. But Christian, thank you so much for chiming in. I'm going to talk about that on the other side of it. Guys, if you want to be a part of the conversation, call me 855-839-1210. See you.
Stirring fiber, exercising, frequent trips to the store for more laxatives and fiber. Sounds like your constipation with belly pain is a lot to manage. But if your symptoms that keep coming back are signs of irritable bowel syndrome with constipation or IBS-C, ask your doctor how Linzess can help you get ahead of it. Linzess linaclotide is a prescription medicine that treats IBS-C in adults. It's not a laxative. It's a once-daily pill that helps you get ahead of your symptoms. It's proven to help you have more frequent and complete bowel movements and helps relieve overall abdominal symptoms, belly pain, discomfort, and bloating. These symptoms were studied in combination, not individually. Do not give Linzess to children less than 2. It may harm them. Do not take Linzess if you have a bowel blockage. Get immediate help if you develop unusual or severe stomach pain, especially with bloody or black stools. The most common side effect is diarrhea, sometimes severe. If it's severe, stop taking Linzess and call your doctor right away. Other side effects include gas, stomach area pain, and swelling. Learn more at linzess.com or call 1-800-LINZESS.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-403-5569 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-403-5569. That's 800-403-5569. What do you have to lose? Call 800-403-5569. Again, 800-403-5569. line.
The IRS is the most powerful collection agency on earth, and if you owe back taxes, the news isn't good. The IRS is raising the interest rate it charges on unpaid taxes, and further rate hikes are expected. Most people don't know it, but the IRS adds interest charges to your tax debts daily. So if you owe the IRS today, you'll owe even more tomorrow. And it doesn't stop until you get right with the IRS. The good news is getting right can start with one phone call to Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax relief firm. Optima's tax professionals specialize in the Fresh Start Initiative, a powerful IRS program that can save you thousands if you qualify. In fact, the experts at Optima have resolved over $1 billion in tax debt for their clients. Call now for a free consultation.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
At Cherry Hill Volvo, we have absolutely incredible offers, and a plethora of both new and certified Volvos from which to choose. We are eager to offer amazingly competitive prices because we need the room for all of our construction vehicles. When leasing or purchasing a new or certified Cherry Hill Volvo, you become part of our team. Join Cherry Hill Volvo for the pricing and attention you deserve. I am Judith Krepnick, President of Cherry Hill Volvo.
My kitchen is the heart of my home. Dawn Stensland here. If your kitchen or bath is outdated, you need Kitchen Magic. Yeah, they're local in Pennsylvania. They have an experienced team which has transformed more than 60,000 spaces. A dedicated design consultant works with you on your choices for refacing custom cabinets, backsplash counters, and tub shower conversion. Right now, they're offering 12 months, no payments, no interest financing, and 10% off your remodel. Visit kitchenmagic.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Hi, everyone. Stephanie here from Emmons. You know, a great way to spring out of those winter blues is by upgrading the favorite place in your home, your bathroom. Emmons will give you an affordable, modest bathroom refresh with synthetic stone surrounds in as little as 1 day. That's right, 1 day. And Emmons will include interior design consultations at no cost to you. This is an easy way to spruce up your bathroom without having to break the bank. Call Emmons today at 856-885-6677 or check out our website at callemmons.com.
If you're drowning in IRS debt and can't afford to pay, then you need to take advantage of special IRS tax programs that are available and free yourself from IRS collection efforts once and for all. Due to the financial hardship consumers are facing throughout the country, the Internal Revenue Service has made it easier to settle delinquent tax problems. An open phone line has been established by Community Tax for consumers to call and see if they qualify. Take down this number or store it in your cell phone, but call the Community Tax Helpline at 800-254-4574. If you owe back taxes to the IRS and cannot afford to pay them back, or even if you have years of unfiled tax returns, there's no need to fear anymore. But you have to call the Community Tax Helpline today at 800-254-4574 for the help that you need. Don't take on the IRS alone. They can attack your wages, savings, pension, home, and even your Social Security check. Call 800-254-4574 for your free consultation and to see if you qualify. That's 800-254-4574.
Join us at Odyssey as we all do our one thing, together millions of things for our planet. Earth Day is April 22nd. During the spring and summer, make use of the warmer outdoor weather. Hang your clothes outside to dry instead of using the dryer. Not only will you save electricity and money, but your clothes will get that fresh outdoor scent. When we each share our one thing, it becomes 100 things, 1,000 things, 1,000,000 things for our planet. What's your one thing?
Hey, Cherry Hill. We know your favorite station is WPHT. Tell your smart speaker, play 1210 WPHT.
Pennsylvania, we are back. Oh my goodness, I am so excited, so grateful. Frank, you've been on hold for 3 minutes. Let me just come to you real quick. What's up, Frank?
Kathy, it's so good to talk to you. And I'm from Jersey, so I couldn't vote for you. But till this day, I can't listen to Hannity because he doesn't realize he alienated 1/3 of the PA Republican voters who were voting for you. And that's the reason why we lost the general to a guy that doesn't even know his last name. And I really think you should run again. I really do.
You know what? Who knows what the crystal ball has in store? We will see at what point that happens. Thank you so very much, Frank, for chiming in. I truly appreciate your support. Now, Joining us is Dave McCormick. Hey, Dave, how you doing?
Hey, Kathy, how are you?
I'm doing well. Let me do my voice. How you doing?
I'm doing good. How you doing?
I am doing well. Thank you so very much for joining. I love this, Dave. You know what? Like Anthony, if we could get like a bell, round one, ding, ding.
That's right.
I know, right? Let's touch gloves. How's your family?
Everybody's great on my end, and when you got 6 girls between 23 and 17, there's always something interesting happening. But everybody's in great shape, and we're excited about this campaign. And Dean and I are, spending our time mostly me without her, and then because she's working. But then on weekends, we're spending our time campaigning across the country and Pennsylvania. It's really been terrific.
Yeah, I know. You know what? I mean, I loved it. Being on the campaign trail, being with the people when you and I were both running in 2022, we were spending, 1,500 miles every single week on the ground. And the highlight of that for me was just being with the people. We truly do have some of the best people in Pennsylvania.
Oh, there's no doubt about it. And what you hear, and, I know, we crossed paths a lot on the campaign trail, and though we were opponents, I think we shared a similar view that, for most Pennsylvanians, the leadership of the country has been terrible. And the economic policies and the border policies of Joe Biden are taking our country in a terrible direction. And for most Pennsylvanians, the economy has been awful. We have record high inflation, as you know, 18% rise in prices, 14% rise in wages. So for most Pennsylvanians, they're getting squeezed when they buy food or fuel. And we'll talk about the border, I'm sure, but the border crisis is, if we were on the first day of the Biden administration imagining how bad it could get, we would never have imagined it could get this bad for Pennsylvanians and for the country.
Yeah, I mean, like, you're absolutely correct. I wake up, I go to bed, and I'm so sad. I feel so sad. And this border issue, I mean, it just breaks my heart of how far our nation has fallen. And we will talk about that a little bit. But I have to ask you, Dave, why in the world did you decide to do this again? I mean, it's brutal. Running a race is brutal. Dealing with the media that can be very biased is brutal. People talking about you, your family. And I mean, quite frankly, when, I had to make that decision of whether or not my family and I were going to do this again right after 2022. And part of what made it easy for me is just remembering all that you have to give up and the work and the time that you don't capture, at the end of all of this. So I have to ask you, why did you decide to do this again?
It's a contact sport, as you know, and it's not easy, and it's not for the faint of heart. But I'm doing it for the exact same reason that you did it, and I know how you feel about the country, which is we are blessed by this most remarkable country, the most exceptional country in the world. It's in deep, deep trouble, deep decline, and if you believe that you can make a difference, and I honestly believe that I think I'm going to win this race, Kathy, and when I do, I think I can make a real difference for the country. That is why. That's the motivation. And, we're all blessed. I think we lose sight sometimes of how blessed we are. And so that's the reason. And this Senate seat, as you and I have discussed, it could not be more important for Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania is wildly underrepresented by Bob Casey and John Fetterman, and this seat will allow us to have the right leadership representing Pennsylvania, and also this will be critical to flipping the majority to try to bring some sanity back to Washington. So that's why I'm doing it.
I mean, and again, you and I have talked about just the reality of what happens if we don't win, not just at the president level, but down ballot as well. We have to win. I earnestly believe, and I don't believe it's hyperbole to state that our nation is going to take a very definitive pivot one way or the other. And I mean, winning is an absolute for me.
Couldn't agree more. And, all of our lives, you and I have heard politicians come tell us. And I always say to people, you can't call me a politician. So I haven't won anything yet. But they've come and said, this is the most important election of your lifetime. This one is the one. And I just challenge people. I say, listen, think about your lifetime. Think about a moment. Is there a moment where the country seems so fragile and where the risk of getting it wrong were so high?
It's high.
I think this is, right? And just imagine. So imagine a world, which is possible, where Joe Biden's in the White House, where we lose the House. Just imagine that possibility. And you have a Democratic Senate. I mean, so long to the filibuster. Hello, statehood for Puerto Rico and Washington, D.C. You can imagine the kinds of justices we would get on the Supreme Court.
Yeah.
I mean, it will be irrecoverable. So that's, you and I both agree. The stakes could not be higher, and that's why we must win.
Yeah, a little bit later on, I'm going to talk about what's going on in Brazil right now, with this totalitarian kind of Supreme Court and what they're bringing to the people there. That is very possible when you have Democrats talking about packing our own Supreme Court with 13 justices so that they can get the kind of ruling that they want. This is very probable. So, and unfortunately, though, let me pivot a little bit and talk about our own the elephant within the GOP. Let's talk about the elephant in the room, because as much as Democrats suck, and they do, they operate from a position where they are free from the burden of having to explain themselves. They can say, all kinds of hellish initiatives like defund the police, and we can see crime rise, and they're not burdened with having to come back and explain themselves, right? So Democrats suck. We know it. But let's just focus on the elephant in the room. And the reality within the GOP is that there is a great divide, even within our own party. You have, the more established members within the Republican Party who seem to have great disdain for their base. They're not listening. They don't care to listen. But then within the base, the grassroots, we don't trust that, the more established side. So you have one side that, who we don't trust them. And so that makes it very hard to work with these particular people. But then you have the other side who, quite frankly, appear to not like us very much. And yet the grassroots can't win without the established side of the party. The established side of the party can't win without the grassroots. So we find ourselves at this impasse. November is looming. What do we do about this? Because something has to happen in order for us to actually win, for you to win.
Yeah, absolutely. And you and I talked about this. I tried to write about this in the book that I wrote, Superpower in Peril, because we can't win unless we are become more unified as a party. And it has to start with saying, listen, a lot of the traditional establishment Republican policies and leadership has not been working. It's not been working for working people, right? So as you and I talked about, 60% of Pennsylvanians are living paycheck to paycheck. Yeah. The free trade agenda was misguided. We ultimately destroyed some of our communities. We lost key industries overseas. So there's a rethinking of our commitments overseas, how much energy and time we spent 20 years of war in Iraq and Afghanistan. If we don't reckon with that and have an honest conversation about some of those policies failing our voters, failing Pennsylvanians, failing the country, then I don't think we're going to win. And I am trying to do that in this with, you are a good example. I'm trying to do this across the Commonwealth by saying, listen, we got to own our failures as a party. We're not going to agree on everything. We're going to agree, if we're lucky, on 80%. And that means whether it's, Scott Perry, former chairman of the Freedom Caucus, who's endorsed me, or Brian Fitzpatrick, who is the co-chair of the Problem Solvers Caucus. They're on different sides of the Republican Party, but they've all endorsed me. And I've said, listen, you're going to agree with 80% of what I say, which is higher than I've got with my wife, Dina. That's not so bad, right? But we're going to have to be unified, but it starts with a reckoning that the traditional establishment has not been successful in dealing with a lot of the problems. And that's the key. You got to own that.
We got to own it. Do you think they're ready to own it? I don't think they're ready to own it. I mean, how do we get both sides to own it?
Yeah, I mean, listen, I don't know about nationally what's happening. I mean, I see President Trump making real efforts, and I think with success, to unite the party. I think people are coming back because winning the stakes of losing are so significant that I think it makes people look at this. And within Pennsylvania, I'm trying to own it and own those failures of the past and stay close to the problems of the present and run as someone who can legitimately say, listen, this year I've been to 130 visits across our great Commonwealth, and I hear what fentanyl's doing to our communities. I see what these, hollowing out of our small towns like Bloomsburg, where I grew up. I see this veteran suicide because of 20 years in war and the PTSD that followed. We got to own those problems and say we're responsible for fixing them, and that's what I'm trying to do.
Well, I can appreciate that. And let me just challenge you, even. I would love for you and I to walk into several of these grassroots organizations and let's have that honest conversation, because I think it's going to go both ways, right? I am grassroots. I'm all about the people. I mean, that's just who I am. And yet I recognize that even within on my side of the aisle, we can't keep having these purity tests because at the end of the day, we lose. And, and I'm not on the ballot. You're on the ballot. And I believe you're far better than Bob Casey. I believe I believe the probability of me holding your feet to the fire is greater than my probability of holding Casey's feet to the fire for anything.
Yeah. No, I'd love to do that with you. And I think the only way to build the kind of unity and trust, the trust word's a really important one, is to have a willingness. You and I did this together in the last campaign a bit. You got to be willing to stand in the middle of the room in the ring and take any question and answer them honestly. And, listen, I see both sides of what you're saying. I grew up in rural Pennsylvania. I grew up wrestling and playing football and baling hay and trimming Christmas trees. And so that grassroots in rural Pennsylvania is that's where I'm from. And I've also had a successful business career and been a CEO of a couple companies. So I'm coming at this with someone who's got a range of experience, but it starts with the job is to represent the people of Pennsylvania, and they have been terribly underrepresented, not only by our two senators, but by our party in many cases.
Party. I agree.
And I will stand up and talk about that and embrace it, and that's the only way to lead.
And that is what I mean. And that is so important. So talk about, as we talk about, representing people here in Pennsylvania. I went to Giant to buy a 60-ounce jar of Chi-Chi's thick and chunky salsa. It is now $10.99.
Yeah.
It used to be a little maybe $5, like $5.89. It is now $10.99. And I was thinking to myself, because everything, as you said earlier, has doubled. If a young kid wants to buy salsa for his chips or baked potato is healthy, he has to work an hour to earn $15. After you take out taxes and health care, the increased cost of utilities, the cost of fuel, the fuel for your car, fuel for your home with these climate change, green energy initiatives, how are you going to help make his life easier? I know that this is just one example, but I mean, literally, I go into Giant trying to buy some Chi-Chi's, and this is what I'm looking at, and I'm thinking, how are people surviving?
And it's a silent thief because inflation's stealing money out of your pocket and you don't even feel it. And it's the direct result of the failed policies of Joe Biden and the failed policies that Bob Casey has supported. Now, first is the spending. Now, we got to be honest with each other. The spending under Republicans and Democrats in the last 20 years has been terrible, right? It's been out of control. If you look at the chart, you'll see it just going up, up, up. But under Joe Biden, it's been a hockey stick, $6 trillion of more spending. And that's one of the main drivers of inflation, which is when you have too much money chasing too few things, prices go up. Second thing is the war on energy. So Joe Biden and Bob Casey have explicitly said they want to eliminate fossil fuels. They put the mandates in place. They've made it harder to drill. They paused LNG. They won't approve permits for pipelines. And that's driven up the price of fuel. And fuel goes into everything. So the reason the salsa is so expensive is directly resulting from those policies. And so as a senator, you got to do is reverse those things. Number one, you got to get the spending under control. And we just saw recently, I mean, it almost makes you sick, omnibus bill, which is 1,000 pages.
$1.2 trillion. It's just
$1.2 trillion, and nobody read the damn thing.
Yeah.
That's the scary thing. You know, they get this, they do a turnaround in 3 days. Nobody even read it. I mean, you and I, if we were doing a business deal or, you know, buying a home or even a new car, we'd never make a decision like that. It's madness.
It's madness.
And then the second thing you got to do is get this war on energy. I mean, you know this well, Kathy, but just for your listeners, we are the fourth largest natural gas reserves in the world. We have bountiful natural resources here in Pennsylvania. We just have to be able to get it out of the ground and export it. And that reversing these terrible policies of Biden will bring energy costs down and put us in a position where we create great paying jobs here in Pennsylvania.
Absolutely.
I'll say one more word on this, which you know this, but it's madness. The Biden administration policy is also, by attacking fossil fuels and subsidizing all these solar panels and EVs, has made us more dependent on China. All the lithium batteries and solar panels we're buying are coming from China. So we'll go back and look at this. The war on energy by Joe Biden will be one of the greatest mistakes of many mistakes in his presidency.
Many mistakes. I think there are so many things that we're going to look back on and say, what in the world were we thinking? We got to come up to a break. I hate it. I love the fact that you would come on and sit down and have this conversation with us. I would love to invite you back again, and maybe this time in studio.
I'd love it. I'm coming if you'll invite me. So thank you. Thanks for having me.
Thank you so much. Tell Dina we said hello.
Good to be with you, Kathy.
Bye-bye.
Great.
Okay, guys, we'll see you on the other side of the break.
Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Say goodbye to busted brackets because FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, lets you bet on every game of the tourney. Whether you're betting on a big upset or a one seed, it's time to go dancing on America's #1 sportsbook. Now, you'll really like the FanDuel app. Right now, new customers, you get $200 in bonus bet if your first $5 bet wins. That's $200 to use on point spreads, money lines. You can even pick who's going to win it all. Just visit FanDuel.com/Dom, D-O-M. Bet on college hoops until they cut down the nets. FanDuel.com/Dom. FanDuel.com/Dom. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 1210 WPHT. You have to be 21 plus. Present in Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem, 1-800-GAMBLER. Hi, this is Dom Giordano. I've told you over the years about Dr. Bentz and all the infrastructure he has there, but one thing that he does that you don't see in too many dental offices, with Dr. Bentz, my dentist, whether it's a routine visit or a comprehensive, multifaceted process, he and his team sit down with you, they create a clear plan, explain it step by step. You will see the Bentz difference with that. Contact BentzDentalGroup.com or call 610-272-6949.
Hey, Dawn Stensland here. You've heard me talk about Chapman Windows, Doors, and Siding, how much I love my new patio doors. You know by now, if I needed windows, doors, or siding, I'd only trust the Chapman team. If you're thinking of updating your current siding or removing your current stucco and replacing it with siding, think Chapman. With the new updated siding choices available, the curb appeal of your home will pop. If you currently have stucco, updating it with James Hardy plank or vinyl siding will truly add value to your home. home. If you're looking to sell, you can bet buyers will value updated new siding. And right now would be a good time to get ahead of the ball and plan your siding project for 2024. The certified Chapman installers are the folks you want on the job. If you or someone you know are looking for windows, doors, siding, stucco remediation, shutters, or hardware, give them a call or text them 610-431-8898, ChapmanWindowsDoors.com. Chapman, the name I trust. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Today, everyone is trying to eat healthier and eat more fresh foods. Well, that also goes for your four-legged friends. Hi, I'm George Parenti, the lead dog at the Dogs and Cats Rule stores. If you are not aware of the new generation of fresh food diets available for your four-legged friends, then you are missing out. At Dogs and Cats Rule, we carry a wide-ranging selection of fresh foods that includes raw, gently cooked, freeze-dried, air-dried, and baked. To learn more, visit any of our 7 locations. Dogs and Cats Rule. Shop small, shop local, shop family.
Join the Delaware County link to Aging and Disability Resources for a wills and end-of-life planning information session featuring guest elder law estate planning and real estate specialist Dana Breslin of Breslin, Murphy & Roberts and other legal professionals to present and assist with the first steps of creating wills and estate planning and for Q&A sessions. The event will take place at Redwood Community Center on April 29th from 1:30 p.m. till 3 p.m. Call 610-499-1978 to register today.
This is an important notice to all U.S. taxpayers. The IRS is giving away billions of dollars in tax savings through a federal program called the Fresh Start Initiative to aid delinquent taxpayers. This initiative was established for anyone facing financial hardship and unable to pay their back taxes. Qualifying and enrolling in this program will stop all collections, settle your delinquent tax problem, and even reduce what you owe by thousands of dollars. Call the hotline at People's Tax Relief to see if you qualify and get this free information by dialing 800-924-7415. If you have unfiled tax returns or cannot afford to pay your personal or business back taxes, you can now get the help you need. One simple phone call can resolve your tax problem and save you thousands of dollars. To see if you qualify and to get this important free information, call 800-924-7415. 800-924-7415. 800-924-7415.
As an educator, Mr. Nelson's teachings are still being quoted in schools.
Education is the most powerful weapon you can use to change the world.
Mr. Nelson taught hope.
Everyone can rise above their circumstances if they are dedicated and passionate.
And giving our best efforts.
It's always impossible until it's done.
Mr. Nelson Mandela's teachings not only united a nation, they inspire us today. Inspiration. Pass it on from passiton.com.
Are you a victim of the timeshare trap and think there's no way out? I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, the original timeshare cancellation expert. And I'm here to tell you that there is a way out. All you need to do is give my office a call. I will send you a timeshare exit information kit absolutely free, explaining how the timeshare industry works and your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free info kit. 800-790-1400. 800-790-1400.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. We told you about it. It's here, our first ever Politics and Pints. It kicks off April 11th, the Zlock Performing Arts Center on the campus of Bucks County Community College. With who else? Dr. Rand Paul. The book, The Great COVID Cover-Up. This is speaker series with a bar. That's right, beer, wine, cocktails. Do not be shut out. What a night this will be. Tickets, 1210WPHT.com. Go to 1210WPHT.com.
Free speech lives here, on the air, and on the Odyssey app. Talk Radio 1210. WPHT.
Yeah, if you don't like me,
that's your problem. What? Hey! How are you guys? Welcome back to the Dawn Stensland Show. This is Kathy Barnett. I am so excited, so grateful to Dawn and to the family here at Odyssey for allowing me the opportunity to be the fill-in host for roughly the next week and a half. Right now, I have my good friend David Spalding, in the house. Hey, Dave, how you doing?
I'm well. Great to be here.
I know. I love it. David, the guy has a very long resume. I'm going to truncate it. But let me just say, I think the most important job you did was in 2022. You were essentially de facto my policy director. If you guys thought I sounded smart, and I know many of you did, it was because, in part, Dave. He made sure it was your job to make sure I knew my stuff, that I knew what was important, what wasn't, how to say it, and how to communicate it very effectively. In addition to being my director of policy, David was an immigration officer for 24 years and supervisor at the United States. What is it?
Citizenship and Immigration Services.
Citizenship and Immigration Services. It's the C in that, because I always want to say custom.
Yeah,
but I know it's not.
USCIS.
Yes,
Yep.
USCIS. That was David, and just an incredibly smart man, now traveling the world. I think you're off tomorrow to Africa.
Yeah, I'll be going back to Africa. I run a trade firm that helps U.S. companies that want to do work in Africa.
Yeah, well, listen, I just have Dave in because he's brilliant, and I want him to kind of help parse through some things we're going to talk about. But first, I have Craig. He's been holding on for 7 minutes. Craig, you're so awesome. Let me bring you in. Hey, Craig, how you doing?
Hey, how are you?
I'm doing good.
Yeah, I go by Craig from Maryland on the radio, but I'm actually from Delco, Clifton Heights, way back in the day.
Okay.
So I have the PA roots there. But anyway, two things. One is years and years ago, I got through to Sean Hannity and he called me a great American, but I don't take that as much as a compliment anymore from him after what he did to you. That was kind of screwed up. That being said, I have a question for you.
Yes.
Okay, so we've seen what the Democrats, progressives, the mainstream media, whatever, have done in the last 8 years, whatever, to Trump, to leading up to this election. So whatever happens after this election is going to happen, and Trump won't run again. Biden won't be around any either. And in 2028, what lengths will they? What possibly could they do in 2028 to go after somebody on the Republican Party?
Oh, my goodness. You know what? I cringe at the thought. I cringe at the thought of what more these people have in store for us, especially if we lose 2024. I mean, the gates of hell would be wide open to these beasts of burden.
You have Donald Trump, who, Satan Hitler, or Hitler Satan, or whatever.
I don't know.
You combine them, and then who's going to be after? What's left after that?
I mean, just think about what we've gone through. I mean, and David, I want you to jump in here, but let's just kind of recap since 2020 of, shutting down businesses, shutting down schools. I mean, I homeschooled my kids, and I mean, that was the year my kids actually started public school. But of course, it was homeschool because of COVID. Schools were shut down. And whatever I found that my kids were deficient in, I have the resources, by the grace of God, to go get a tutor, bring them in. So my babies, they didn't miss anything. But I know a whole lot of parents who didn't have that luxury, and the gaps. I don't think we still fully understand what we've lost in a whole generation of children with anxiety and all of that. And then look at the whole transgenderism, the mutilation of the body. We've swung open our doors to this nation, more than 10 million illegals coming in. So again, I cringe at the thought of what more these Democrats will do. Dave?
So I tend to be fairly optimistic.
Okay, you are. I am not so much.
I think in the broad sweep of history, we've seen lots of times where politics has gotten completely haywire, and we're certainly in the midst of one of those times now. And so whenever that happens, I look to understand sort of the background thing. And I think one of the most important things for us to understand is that a fundamental shift in the electorate has happened in the last 30 years. 30 years ago, it was legit to call the Republican Party the party of rich people, and the Democrat Party, the party of the working class. And that was a legitimate thing. And whenever we as a party wanted to get working class people to vote for the GOP, we had to give emotional appeals. That was the only way for us to get, because we had nothing to offer them from an economic perspective. Now, with globalism, the Dems have become the party of the wealthy. All of the ultra wealthy and elite, all of those who have lots of resources are Democrats. And they have nothing to offer in their agenda for working and lower middle class people.
Except for fear mongering.
Exactly. And so that group has now shifted over to the GOP. So I think one of the things that I think we should be very optimistic about is there are a lot more of us, right? And so if we are able to harness this legitimate argument now that the only party that has your back, the only party that is there for the working and middle class, is the GOP. The Dems are globalists by nature. If you care about nationalism,
They're
if you care about
radical.
here, then the GOP is for you. We are not really selling that reality yet, but I think that as our communication shifts that direction, we are presented with a really great opportunity to be the party that we know that we are.
Right.
We just have to articulate it better.
Yeah, you know what? Let me tell you. I mean, I agree with you 100%. And so, yes, my natural setting is to be glass half full. But these last several years, it's
been rough.
I mean, it is very rough to be an optimist and a cheerleader when you're looking at it. But to your point, I do believe the Republican Party has a lot of opportunity to do some great things. Let's just take the Black community right now. Again, in the Republican Party, every single election, we say we're going to go get the Black vote, which essentially means nothing.
Right.
It's just talking points. They're not doing anything in the Republican Party prior to Donald Trump of actively going out and trying to win the Black vote. And now we come to 2024, and I was talking to Tyrone Muhammad from Chicago when I was with Vivek. We spent a lot of time on the south side of Chicago, and Tyrone was one of the gentlemen that I met along the way, and I was just talking to him a couple of weeks ago of just getting an update of what are Black people on the south side of Chicago, where we wake up on Sunday morning to see how many people got shot on Saturday. And I'm asking, are they ready to wake up now? Are Black people waking up to the ruse of the Democrat Party? And are they ready to come into the Republican Party? He said, are they ready? No. But are they open? Yes.
Yeah.
They're open. Right? People are open. So you can extrapolate that from the Black community to the Hindu community to the Hispanic community to whatever, to, you know, suburban moms, to educated, to whatever, right? How we segment people. And I believe people are open to the Republican Party, but we have to show up and we have to have a message that isn't consumed with Candace Owens and Ben Shapiro's little petty beef, and it's not consumed with, you know, talking about Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. or a white young boy burning himself to a crisp is now a Black man. Literally, this is what several conservatives are talking about. But we got to be very crisp about what our messaging is. I think our messaging should be about that, about immigration, the fact that we've opened up swung open our border wall doors. It should be about doing away with the administrative state, shutting down the Department of Education. People are resonating with that. And honestly, I earnestly believe we should be running on our values as a Republican Party.
So I tend to be pragmatic and practical.
Mm-hmm.
I think that we use morals and ethics in black and white ways that are disadvantageous for communications.
Okay.
In the
Expand on that.
In the Republican Party for Chester County, I'm the press secretary. And I spend an immense amount of time thinking about how do we communicate ourselves. And I'll just give you an example of sort of how we misuse the morals and ethics.
Mm-hmm.
Let's say that you own a piece of retail property in town, and I want to buy that piece of retail property. We are most likely going to hold off on announcing the sale of that retail property, even though it's not changing its use, until the very last minute in order to keep the public at bay, right? And the reason for that is we want to keep the populism. We want to keep everyone from getting uptight and driving up the price of this whole thing. We want to get the deal done. Both sides of that equation, I've been on both sides of that equation as an attorney, both sides of that equation feel like they're doing the right thing and the other side are bad guys, right? When in reality, everyone is simply using the tools at their disposal. And that's a better way to look at politics, right?
Mm-hmm.
We're really just using whatever tools are at our disposal. And there really are very little moral and ethical, things that attach to it. We have profound ethical and moral issues like abortion. So, profound. But for the most part, they're practical considerations. So the practical consideration of race relations in America is that by 2050, white people will be the minority. Period. It doesn't matter what we think about that. It's irrelevant what we think about that. As a practical matter, that is the reality of this thing. And it probably is faster than we think because we're not really taking into account immigration in that picture. And much of immigration is coming from from Hispanics and Africans and non-whites. So at a very practical level, we have to get used to the fact that the world around us is going to be darker and that is okay.
Darker in pigmentation
Absolutely.
or what?
In pigmentation. I mean, we're gonna, our parties are going to be filled with people who have darker skin. They're not going to be run by white men. This is what's
what are
going to
you
happen.
saying?
So I think at a very practical level, since that's what's going to happen, the sooner that we come to terms with inviting people to be part of our party, being very active and engaging in that, not letting it happen by accident, not pushing people of color off into the Democrat Party, the better off we're going to be. You talked about Indians as a great example.
I agree. Hold that thought.
Yeah.
We got to take a break. Guys, you're listening to the Dawn Stensland Show. I'm Kathy Barnett. I am filling in for her. I want to hear your thoughts on what Dave is talking about. This is very intriguing, something we don't generally talk about in the Republican Party. I know that as a fact. Call 855-839-1210, 855-839-1210. Jean Bova, I see you out there. So sorry I wasn't able to catch on to you. If you hold on, I'll bring you back at the top of the hour.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Always live on the free Odyssey app. This is Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
This is Jonathan Cans, third-generation owner of Marvin E. Cans Heating and Air Conditioning. Are you sick and tired of giant HVAC companies coming into your home and telling you about all the things that need to be fixed or replaced? You do realize that these clowns are just salespeople trying to hit a quota, right? Sales guys disguised in a service truck. Look, if you want an honest company that will fix what needs to be fixed and not try to sell you a bunch of things you don't want or need, then we're your people. Marvin E. Cans Heating and Air Conditioning. Visit us at marvinecans.com. That's marvinekanze.com.
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential, but finding those people can be a major hassle, unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. And right now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. With ZipRecruiter, one click sends your job to hundreds of top job sites. But more than that, ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies the candidates with the skills you need, sends you a list of great matches to review, then actively invites them to apply for your job. And the results speak for themselves. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. That's right, the first day. Now you can focus on your business and let ZipRecruiter do the work finding the best people for you. See for yourself. Experience the ease, efficiency, and power of ZipRecruiter for free. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
Are you still holding on to that winter weight? Time to shed that fat and get ready for the warmer weather of spring with NJ Diet. For over a decade, they've helped thousands of people lose a contractually guaranteed 20 to 40 plus pounds in only 40 days. That's nearly twice as fast as weight loss injections and without any of those nasty side effects. NJ Diet uses your hair and saliva along with scans to personalize natural solutions and supplements to get you to shed that fat quickly. Then NJ Diet uses your DNA info to help you keep the weight off. You are fully supervised the entire time to make sure you are burning fat and not just losing water. And you even get the doctor's personal email and phone number. Locations in King of Prussia, Cherry Hill, and Newark, Delaware, or available from home with live online consultations. Call 855-5NJ-DIET, 855-5NJ-DIET, or schedule your consult today at njdiet.com. Get slimmer before this summer with njdiet.com.
If you want jazz music, go to New Orleans. Bagels, New York. And for psychics, think California Psychics. You want the best, you go to the best. At California Psychics, home of free spirits and open minds, we know better than anyone what makes a good psychic. That's why we guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com and experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
Wow, honey, have you seen the electric bill?
Yeah, it's out of control. But have you heard of Navien tankless water heaters?
Tankless? How does that even work?
Well, instead of constantly heating and storing water, it only heats water when we need it. So much more efficient than our giant tank heater.
That sounds great. Let's look into Navien.
Already on it.
Imagine all the hot water you need only when you need it. Bulky tanks are history. Navien High Efficiency Tankless is the future. Compact, wall-hung units free up floor space, lower energy bills, longer life than tanks, and a 15-year warranty. Find out more at tanklessmadesimple.com.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. If you're dealing with inflammation or stiff joints, then Glyco Plus from Rescue Natural Supplements can be your ticket to a healthier spring. Glyco Plus features a unique blend of green-lipped muscle complex and UC2 collagen, specifically designed to support joint health. Collagen, a vital component of joint cartilage, plays a crucial role in maintaining strength and flexibility. And right now, Rescue Glyco Plus is buy one, get one free for anyone with our exclusive radio code. Just use the code RELIEF to double up your order for free. Again, that's RELIEF. Call them today at 800-26-LIVE, 800-262-5483. Speak to a knowledgeable rescue product consultant. You can also use the code online when you visit res-q.com. res-q.com. Get back into action with less pain and more comfort. Again, use the code RELIEF. Buy one, get one free on Rescue Glyco Plus.
Without the ones like you, who work tirelessly to keep things running, everything would suddenly stop. Hospitals, factories, schools, and power plants, they all depend on you. No matter the weather, emergency, or time of day, you're the ones who get it done. At Grainger, we're here for you with professional-grade industrial supplies. Count on real-time product availability and fast delivery. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Dom Giordano.
In Northeast Philadelphia, you ought to be able to play a high school football game. Well, apparently they don't believe you can. It's not safe for the parents, the students, the referees, the players, and everybody else. Come on, Father Judge and Lincoln. There's a new mayor. Don't you think you would go to Sherelle Parker and say, here's our problem. What can you do to ensure safety? Is a mayor going to say, that's just the way the world is now? Well, then why the hell isn't Philadelphia just shut down then?
It's Dom time. Dom Giordano. Weekdays noon till 3 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app. Hey, Clementon. Yeah! We know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. WPHT.
All my life, been grinding all my life. Sacrifice, hustle, pay the price.
Hello, Pennsylvania. How you doing? I hope y'all are doing well. I am having the time of my life. I am so very grateful to be able to come and just talk to Pennsylvanians. I am you, Pennsylvania. That was my motto in 2022. It remains the case. I am you. What are you thinking about? What are your fears? What are your anxieties? What are your joys? I am you. And so I'm so very grateful each and every opportunity that I have to come and talk to my people. So joining Dave and I is Vanessa Maurer. She is Board of Supervisor for Warrington Township, a township within Bucks County. I wanted to bring her on. We're going to be talking about some interesting things that are going there because, again, remember I said on Friday, I know y'all are listening and traveling with me from day to day. So remember what I said. One of my favorite quotes, I have it stenciled throughout my house, is a quote from Frederick Douglass: knowledge makes a man and woman unfit to be a slave. Spoken when he realized that his white masters did not want to teach him how to read. And he took particular notice of just how determined they were to make sure he didn't know how to read. And so as a slave, he said, well, if they're putting that much energy to make sure I don't know how to read, ding, 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 I need to learn how to read, right? And so he kind of taught himself how to read. But that's one of my favorite quotes. My children can do it by memory. This is something that is one of my guiding, mottos through life is knowledge makes a person unfit to be a slave. Don't be so ignorant, especially about the things that matter, right? And so that's the reason for this conversation in this hour is really to put a spotlight. I love how we ended that last hour, David, because these are the kinds of conversations we just don't have in the Republican Party. We don't talk about meaningful things. Therefore, we allow Democrats to come and talk about the issues people are dealing with. Unfortunately, Democrats manipulate the narrative. Instead of speaking truth, they find ways to interject victimhood, and they turn those very real issues people are dealing with into tools that gives them power. And the Republican Party, unfortunately, we just don't talk about things that really matter to most people, or that it may matter to them in the long run, but it's not the immediate issue that people are contending with. And so we kind of abdicate that opportunity to speak something that is valuable and real to people.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, I agree. The best example of that is abortion versus women's rights, right? We watched a strategic shift in language. 5 years ago, Democrats were all about talking about abortion, right?
Abortion.
Yeah, and now all of a sudden, the word abortion itself never crosses anyone's mouth. Why? Again, as a communications professional, one of the things that strikes me is it's brilliant, right? It's a brilliant way to approach the problem. If you force people to talk about abortion, they're forced to deal with a whole host of really complicated, deep
Is it a
issues.
life? Is it not a life? Is it just a clump of cells, or is it a human being?
Even at an emotional level, if my daughter got pregnant through rape, what would I do, right? So you're forced to deal with real substantive issues when you use the word abortion. And we in the Republican Party are pretty comfortable dealing with substantive issues. It's pretty much all we do.
It's who we are. We're smart people.
But here's the bad part. We don't sell a easily digestible communications pattern, right? And women's rights are that, right? Because women's rights allow you to just
talk about rights, human rights.
Who
right?
could disagree with rights?
Like, don't take away my rights.
What kind of a monster are you if you're not for women's rights? And
so they don't talk about. So to your point, it's a shift in language.
Yes.
And unfortunately, in the Republican Party, we adopt Democrats' language, whatever they call it. We call it. Anthony, I see you in there just bobbing your head like, yes,
I
yes,
agree.
yes.
Yeah, when the party needs to be yelled at by young people like me, like constantly. They don't, whether it's minorities, young people, they act like everyone in the party is 55 plus, and that it's all old men yelling at clouds, freaking out over whatever trans issue that they're talking about on Fox News that day. It's just what you said earlier, David, with like getting the party to embrace change and to embrace culture and to embrace that is America. Like, we need to realize we are one people. Stop being, oh, the Latino vote, oh, the black vote. I understand why we talk about it, but we all need to look at, we're all way more similar than we are different. And I cannot stand, especially in an election year, the splintering off of how different we all are, and we're all aliens to each other. Essentially.
And I'm gonna go to you next. Vanessa, but allow me to just interject. I never talked so much about the color of my skin until I decided to run for office. Right. And now I've been black all my life. True story. I've been black all my life. And I have never talked so much about the color of my skin until I decided, like, hey, I think I want to run for office. And all of a sudden, people are like, you're black. Yeah, I know. What? And at first, it was so uncomfortable because that's not how normal people talk. We don't walk around saying, you're white, you're a man, you're black, you're brown. Well, how black are you? Are you dark black? Are you kind of black? We just don't have those conversations in the real world among real people until you walk into the world of this industry called politics. And now all of a sudden, people are trying to put you in a box, because if I can put you in a box, now I can understand you better, and it takes down my anxiety, because now I can pour onto you all of these things I think I know about you. Oh, you're black? Oh, then you must be a victim. Oh, you're white? Oh, then you must be an oppressor. Oh, you're poor? Then you must be this. Versus just getting to like, hi, my name is Kathy. How are you doing? And now take some time to get to know who I am. Vanessa, you wanted to jump in?
Well, I wanted to jump in and just build on what you had just said about they manipulate the conversation. Exactly what we were just talking about protecting women's rights. This is or protecting women. But who's really protecting women? We, the conservatives, are protecting women. We're not allowing them in women's sports. We're not allowing them in our restrooms.
Look at that.
We are the ones that are not marginalizing women and trying to erase them from every aspect of our culture. So who's really protecting women's rights? And how we can equate something like abortion to a right or a healthcare issue has really taken us off of the reservation a little bit, that we're not focusing, as you had stated, what really matters to these people. We're not speaking the truth. We're talking in, communication. It is brilliant. I will agree, as you had stated, but we should be speaking the truth. And the truth is our party is the party of protecting women.
Absolutely right. Now, I have to say, you guys, now what you just said, Vanessa, it was packed with truth, right? Life-changing truth. But a Democrat, the only thing they heard was you say reservation. So be careful, right? Because now they'll say you're a racist or you're marginalized
Right.
Native American. But that's how stupid things are.
Well, yeah,
and because when they control the language, now the things that we would generally say to express a point so we can continue moving the conversation forward, they got Republicans over here clutching pearls and walking on eggshells. Like, I don't know what to say. Like, what's the difference between a queer and a this? I don't know, and I'm not trying to learn it, right? You're a man, you're a woman, and I'm moving forward, right? Why do I need to know what you prefer in behind closed doors? I don't need to know that, and I refuse to learn the alphabet soup, right? And now someone will take this clip and they will use it against me 10 years from now. So let me just go on the record and say, I don't care, deuces. David?
Yeah, so this is the same wokeism that took the Native American off of Land O'Lakes, because the best way to show respect for Indians is to rub them out from the public space.
Altogether.
And
yeah.
Aunt Jemima, who was a real person who really did start a company, right?
I never knew I was supposed to be offended.
We take her off there too, because the best way to protect, the history of African Americans is to rub it out of the public discourse, right? I mean, so this is the kind of insanity we're dealing with. One of the big problems that we have, I think, is that we are afraid of using the real language for things. Instead of calling women's rights as an argument, right, a fraud, which is what it is.
Yeah.
We mealy mouth it. We're like, well, but we really want to talk about these subsets of it. And we're dealing with 3 levels of communication. It's not rocket science. It's a basic communications principle. You first hit people with an emotional appeal at a very high level, and then the second level is one that gives them enough information to make sense of it, right? And then there's a third level, this really deep level where we explain the background and the history of things and practical application and everything else. All of that is important. No one of them is more important. What the Dems have done is said, we're going to stay at that level 1.
Yeah.
There will be no level 2. And we know there's a level 3 that would scare the hell out of you, but we're not going to talk about that one because we don't want you to be scared. We've done the inverse. Everything we do is at this really intellectual level that has to be digested fully.
Which is important.
It's important.
But you got to know your audience.
But people have to get there. And they have to get there in their own time and in their own way. So, we should be hitting at this high level thing. If you look at why Donald Trump is such a successful politician, and he's indisputably successful, regardless of what anyone thinks of him, he is able to find catchphrases. He's able to visualize things. He's able to articulate a vision of things in a way that people are able to grab hold of with both hands and understand at a very visceral level. He presents that second level stuff, and you and I know that there is a deeper third level stuff, but the vast majority of people are never going to reach the third level.
And I agree with that. Listen, if you guys want to be a part of the conversation, 855-839-1210, 855-839-1210. Jean, you are a doll. Yes, Jean, come on in.
Hi, Kathy. How are you?
I am doing well.
Great.
What is your question?
My question is, how are we going to seal the selection for the Republicans and turn the state red We need to turn it red.
Yeah, well, you know what? I have two people at the local county level who have been doing just that here in the office or in the studio. And let me just go to you, Vanessa, because you can tell us what it is you guys did over in Warrington Township that was Democrat control for about a decade.
Yes.
And you guys came in 2023 and took the majority. How did you do that?
We did take the majority, and we have an amazing group of people. It wasn't just one thing that worked, of course. It was really just like yourself, Jean, people that were really concerned about their community. We talk about grassroots. This was the ultimate grassroots level. So for myself, I was never a politician. I was a mom, and it was during the pandemic, and my kids couldn't go to school. I couldn't get them a doctor's appointment, but the liquor stores were open, and I was like, what is going on? And a couple of my friends that were involved in politics had said, you should, really, you should run for supervisor. And at the time, it's embarrassing now to admit, I was like, I don't really understand. I have always kind of followed politics, but not really at the local level. I would support local people. But really not in the details that you were talking about. So it was during the pandemic, and I went down to my local township meeting, and they were talking about the budget, and it was literally like a 3-ring circus. And I was like, what is going on? And I always joke that I was like Braveheart, like I was like putting on the makeup and like, oh, I'll run. I don't know what I'm doing. I'll run. But really, it just kind of peeled back of what all the problems that we had in our own community but really, what was good about me running is I was green. I didn't know. I didn't have all these jaded things that we've heard about, like how are we going to win? How have we lost so much? All I knew is my community was broken, and I wanted to fix it, and I didn't want to leave the way it was right now. I didn't want to hand that down to my children and the future generations.
Yeah.
So we just really found people that were also very concerned about their community as well. I ran as a team. It was me and Mike Diorca, and there had been no Republicans that had won in Warrington in over a decade.
I mean, how many people are on the board?
There are 5, and they were all Democrats.
And they were all Democrats, and you guys came in.
And we came in and ran as a
majority.
team, the two of us. And I was actually diagnosed with breast cancer like 1 week after the primary, and was like, I can't run. This is not going to work. Someone needs to come in, and no one was like, oh, there's really no one else. We'll just leave the ticket empty. And I was like, we can't leave the ticket empty. So put my name on the ballot, and Mike Diorca was like, no, I'm going to knock every single door, even though I have double knee replacement, and we're going to hit every house in here in Warrington, and we're going to tell them our story about how, it's Democrat controlled, that there's no balance in our township, and how can we bring some of that back? And we maybe we were the walking wounded. I don't know, but we both won. We won both seats, and it just came from there. It ended up becoming a movement from there.
Well, I love it. We're going to talk more about that. We're going to take a break right now. So, again, if you want to be a part of this conversation, call in at 855-839-1210, 855-839-1210. Jump in. It kind of feels like double dutch, right? Like when you're jumping in. Yeah. So jump into the conversation. 855-839-1210. See you on the other side.
Kayal and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
You have a vested interest in making this radio station work, and if you don't, it's going to go away.
God knows they would love to get rid of us, right-wingers. You're right, we all do have a vested interest. Dawn wants this show to be as good as it possibly can, so at 10 o'clock, she inherits a big audience. Dom wants Dawn to do well, so that at noon, when Dawn passes the baton off to Dom, he inherits a big audience. The same thing when Dom hands it off to Rich, and so forth and so on. So I totally got you on that.
Start your day with Kayal and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Weather sponsored by Morgan & Morgan.
It is a pleasant start to the work week with sunshine and some mid to high level clouds for the afternoon. You should still be able to see the solar eclipse, high 68. Tonight, not as cold, partly cloudy with low near 50, and a warm day on Tuesday, sun and clouds, high 76.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. We recently received a call from an injured person. The insurance company had offered them $11,000. We took the case over and got more than $2 million in court. Morgan & Morgan.
Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textplan.us. Texting enrolls for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply. Reply stop, opt out. Go to nomoredraftywindows.com for full offer details.
Attention all homeowners. Do you know when to replace your windows? Feeling too hot or cold? It's time to replace. Fog between the glass. Time to replace. Spending too much on expensive energy that literally goes out the window? It's definitely time to replace. If you've put off replacing windows in your home because it's too expensive, here's great news. You can now get a free in-home window consultation and free price quote from Renewal by Andersen, the company with the most 5-star reviews among leading full-service window replacement companies. And right now you can save $359 off every window and $887 off every door. Just text DOOR to 200-300 for your free consultation on top quality affordable windows or patio doors for no dollars down, no payments, and no interest for a year. That's right, you don't pay a dime for an entire year. Plus save $359 off every window and $887 off every door. But hurry, these big dollar savings end this month. Text DOOR to 200-300 right now. Text the word DOOR to 200-300. Don't wait, text DOOR to 200-300.
I'm Philomena, founder of Kin Apparel here in Philly. I love my natural hair, but not what hoodies and hats were doing to it. So I made my own satin-lined hoodies and created a business in the process. I've got big dreams, and Chase for Business in Philly was like, all right, how do we get you there?
Get financial guidance from bankers in your community and convenient digital tools all in one place. Learn more at chaseforbusiness.com. Make more of what's yours. Real customers compensated. JP Morgan Chase Bank, NA member FDIC.
Hi, it's Dawn. Want an environmentally friendly approach to lawn care? Call my lawn care company, Natural Lawn of America. Natural Lawn has been creating green lawns quickly, more naturally, and with fewer weeds for more than 35 years. I've been a customer for years. Trust me, you're going to love the results. Their certified specialists tailor their treatments to your lawn's specific needs. This reduces the need for chemicals and creates a safer lawn for your entire family, including your pets. Natural Lawn is locally owned and family operated. They have offices in Pennsylvania and New Jersey. They're competitively priced and have a satisfaction guarantee. I trust the leader in organic-based lawn care. You should too. Give them a call. New customers, take advantage of Natural Lawn's unbeatable offer. Free seeding every year. Schedule Natural Lawn's full-service program and they'll seed your lawn every year free of charge. 800-FREE-SEED. NaturalLawn.com. 800-FREE-SEED. And choose my lawn care company, Natural Lawn of America. Greener grass, fewer weeds, guaranteed. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same but is 95% cheaper? And you can get it online at hims.com/joy. Through Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation to determine the ED medication that's best for you. Discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and a range of treatment options, including trusted generic alternatives to the name brands, at up to 95% off. ED is personal, and at Hims, so is treating it. Just go to hims.com/joy and get connected to a licensed medical provider online for free, with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. hims.com/joy.
This is the time of year to enjoy life. Dawn Stensland here. Stop letting that pain in your joints keep you from doing what you want to do this spring. Just call my friends at QC Kinetics. QC Kinetics is the nation's leader in regenerative medicine. I'm talking lasting joint pain relief. No surgery, no drugs, no downtime. It's a fact. QC Kinetics is transforming lives. Their advanced treatments harness your own body's ability to restore and repair damaged joint tissue. Now, this life-changing treatment is available for you. So you can walk, run, climb stairs, play golf, move again, pain-free. No pain pills, no risky surgery. It's an all-natural solution. QC Kinetics has tens of thousands of satisfied patients who've reclaimed their mobility. Take action now. Do this this. Live your best life this spring and summer. Great use of your tax refund check, by the way. Call QC Kinetics for a free consultation. 215-999-3000. 215-999-3000. Tell Dawn sent you.
See Joe Conklin's comedy show at St. Luke's Church off Easton Road in Glenside, Saturday, April 27th.
It was fun, 100% every time. It's spectacular.
It was hysterical. I saw Conklin last time he was in Glenside.
Can't wait to see him again. Hysterical.
It was terrific. We had a ball. Oh, I thought it was great. My cheeks are still hurting from laughing so hard.
That's Joe Conklin's comedy show at St. Luke's Church off Easton Road in Glenside, Saturday, April 27th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com.
Some people like him, but I'm not one of them.
joeconklin.com!
Crash Proof Retirement is taking an aggressive, bold step, becoming the very first firm in history to record and store all financial meetings. This unprecedented initiative documents that at Crash Proof Retirement, fiduciary responsibility is not just something we say, it's a legally binding guarantee that we've always delivered to the Philadelphia region.
Savannah McHugh from Lansdale, Montgomery County. Wall Street will tell you they're looking out for your best interest. They say that fiduciary thing, and then it goes out the window. Crash Proof is saying, not only are we saying it to you, but we're going to put it on film. There's no shadow over anything that they do. That's the difference. Crash Proof Retirement has taken the time to show that they care so that we can go home, go to sleep, and not have to worry about it.
Learn why recording all financial meetings validates Crash Proof Retirement's fiduciary responsibility at the next educational event at Springfield Country Club on April 16th. 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hey, Ambler. We know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Follow us anywhere on the free Odyssey app.
How do you like my music selection?
Very nice.
I love it. Oh my God. It's like going into the ring because that's what we're doing. I feel like this is such a battle to November for me, right? Like all my time I'm spent on how do we win? How do we win? What needs to be done? Let me tell you, one of the things we're going to be doing tonight, later on, I'm going to be with you, Vanessa, you and your group of Warrington Patriots tonight. What time? 6:30?
Yeah, people start gathering around 6:30. Grab, some pizza and beer, and come into the conference room there, and we'll be gathering.
And where are we going to be?
Giuseppe's Pizza in Warminster. It's
Yeah.
off a street road there.
Yeah, so if you guys want more of this real talk, come tonight. I would love to see you, talk to you. Oh, we got some people on the line. Let's just go right there. Let's go to Pastor Bill Devin. Hey, Pastor.
Hey, Kathy, just calling in. Thank you. You're doing a wonderful job. Thank you for pitching for my good friend and colleague, Dawn Stensland.
Yes,
and
Dawn is awesome.
You are doing a great job, and just wanted to ask you and the listeners, I'm heading to Iraq at 7 o'clock tonight. I'll be there tomorrow and helping the Christian people and the young Yazidi girls that are we've rescued from the grips of the sex slavery of ISIS. So I'll be over disappearing into the camps there for a week. And so just remember to pray for us and just checking in. And we love you, and there's nothing you can do about it.
Oh my goodness. I will definitely. Anthony, Pastor, if you can, I'm going to let Anthony pick up the line. And if you can get the pastor's telephone number, I would love to just
Yeah, I know.
check in.
We're pastor's my guy. We know. I have his
Oh,
number.
really?
So yeah,
Okay.
we could get him to come on at some point and talk
Please
about it.
do. Yes, Pastor, thank you for all that you're doing. Sex trafficking, that is huge. That's another thing. I mean, again, guys, trying to pick an issue is like trying to drink from a fire hydrant. It is so overwhelming. It's like everything is on fire. And then I got to kind of pull away, look around. I am so blessed. I have a husband who thinks I am like the best thing since sliced bread. That is good. My babies are happy, healthy, obedient, and they're teenagers. So life is good, right? And so you got to find ways. Balance. There is no such thing as balance, but wherever I find myself, I try to be all in. So Pastor Bill, thank you so very much for what it is that you're doing. Let's get back to what we were talking about. And I want to just wait. First of all, Anthony, I think you had something you wanted to add. Anthony specifically walked over and said, I got more to say.
Oh, yeah. So this is, you guys were saying when it comes to the GOP and framing issues and kind of their woes with abortion specifically. Yeah. I think when it comes to things like abortion, student loan debt, energy and green policy, all of those things, I totally understand why the left controls them and why they try to manipulate it, that the right is the enemy. But that's why I'm just so sick and tired of the GOP falling against their own principles. Like, look at the vaccine and my body, my choice arguments. And now when it's with abortion, they don't believe that because they're scared of, offending their base that wants abortion illegal.
Completely different.
Yeah, I don't think it is.
Completely different.
I just think we have to be a party about freedom, and once the party's about freedom again.
I'm all about freedom. Don't force me to get a jab that I don't want, and at the same time, what about the freedom of the unborn?
I just think ideology is the reason that the party continues to shoot itself in the foot. And I'm not trying to say I condone abortion, but I just think they don't align with all of the things they claim to align with over and over again. And I'm not saying the Democrats do, but they villainize the Republicans like beautifully doing that.
Yeah. I get the point. But I do not have cognitive dissonance when it comes to the topic of abortion, because that's another life. I'm thinking about the life of that person that is in the womb. And I'm also thinking about, and then when you talk about the jab, I mean, if I don't want the jab, don't force me to get a jab, right? It's experimental. We don't know anything about it. I think we're going to continue to find out the ramifications of, 70 million plus people taking this experimental jab. But either way, if you want to take the jab, God bless you, right? Have at it. You like it. I love it. Just don't force me to take it. But nonetheless, I get your point. Within the Republican Party, I believe we have the better arguments. I don't believe we're perfect. I don't believe we have absolute knowledge. No one does on this side of heaven. But I believe it's our job to go searching for it, to go seek out truth, to get as close to truth as we possibly can. And when we get there, plant a stake in the ground.
So just. I actually do understand exactly what you're saying. The truth of the matter is that if you're going to make policy, you have to win, and winning does matter. That's what parties do, right? I think part of the problem is that Democrats, by their very nature, have very easily accepted the chaos of the changing political landscape, right? At one time, relatively recent, 20 years ago,
I think they accept it because they intend to use it as a tool.
Yes, but we should
to
be
do
too.
What they want.
But we should be too, is my point. So if you look at 20 years ago, you had two parties that were truly two parties, right? All of the organizations, all of the political action committees and everything else reported up a chain to the Democrats and to the Republicans. If you look at sort of Clinton and Hillary Clinton's campaign as a good example, she created specific organizations within her campaign which were oriented to let us lie to Catholics using Catholic social justice to get them to vote for me, right? And the reason it was organized that way was because there was an understanding that it was a Democrat party opposing a Republican party. That's not the reality now. The ground has shifted. We have got thousands and thousands of organizations which operate independently. On our side, we have like Moms for Liberty, great example, right? We have all these organizations. Our habit is to try to bring them all under our structure. Either you're with us or against us, and you need our imprimatur, and we're going to control it. Democrats, by their nature, are chaotic. And so their reaction is to say, as long as you get people to the polls, we don't care. You can be a Stalinist group, and we're fine with that.
I mean, I was saying that to a friend over in Allegheny who is adopting all of these purity tests, right? Because on our side of the aisle, grassroots, we have our purity tests, right? Like there are things we really, really care about, and I was saying to her that what I've seen with Democrats is that you can have a communist Democrat, and you can have someone who is, seem a little bit more normal, but the one who seems a little bit normal, they will actually work with the communists because for them, It's all about winning,
Yeah.
right?
Right.
Whereas on the Republican side, we will lose an election to teach somebody a lesson,
That's exactly right.
With our purity test. And so that's why I'm saying to people, when it comes to the Republican Party and those who are on this down ballot ticket for Pennsylvania, Donald Trump is the head of the ticket, but for the state, it is going to be Dave McCormick.
Yeah.
And so it is, I think, regardless of where you fall, I don't know how you guys are going to chime in on this. Feel free to give me a call. I just moved past my number here, but 855-839-1210. I believe it is incumbent upon us as Republicans in this day and hour to lay aside the purity test and to come alongside the Republican Party. And I believe it's our job along the way to hold people's feet to the fire, try to hold them accountable as much as we can, but recognize that I earnestly believe our nation is going to take a definitive pivot one way or the other. And I am still going to hold on to the things that I believe that are true, hold on to my values, continue to advocate and push for those values. But I intend to vote Republican down the ballot, starting with Dave McCormick all the way down, because I believe we're in that day and that hour where we need to win come hell or high water because of what we're facing. And let's just go right to you. Actually, I have Chris. Let me just slide in this call. Chris from South Jersey. Yes. Chris, are you there?
I know. Yeah, I'm here. But can you hear me?
I can.
Okay. I was just telling Dave, in 60 years, these cities have done nothing with education. Zero. And the fight's about school choice, and I believe in school choice. I pay for my daughter, give or take $20,000 for private school, and I wish I didn't have to do it. But we're raising illiterates for 60 years. The Democrats, I can't believe that we can't grab 10% more of the electorate in the inner cities with the right message.
Yeah.
Because it's never going to end.
I absolutely agree with you, Chris. I believe now is the time, as we said, I think at the beginning of this hour, that within the Black community, for example, you're talking about the inner city and those particular communities, I believe that population is open. Are they ready? Well, how can you be ready for something you don't know anything about? For most people in the inner city, they get a daily diet of CNN, MSNBC, NBC, and we're the demons. We're the devils, right? So are they ready? I'm not sure. I don't think so. But are they open? I think they're open to a different message. And to Chris's point, we have to be willing to have that conversation. But let's just get back over here to Warrington, because, again, I think, we always want to talk about the 30,000-foot level, but sometimes, how do you eat an elephant? One bite at a time. So let's bring it down to at the township level of what it is that you guys did, because you flipped it's a seat of 5 on this board. They were all Democrats. Democrats had absolute control for 10 years. You guys came in and flipped the script, and now it is Republican majority. Yes. And so you kind of talked about how you guys did that. That was that grassroots, having a conversation, getting people together and organized. So I think Pat Poprick and the rest of them at the GOP in Bucks County, they can learn a lesson. If they want to start winning, they should actually invite people like you to the table and ask questions like, how did you do that? Maybe we can apply that. I don't see a whole lot of that going on with Pat and the rest of the crew over there, but it certainly should be.
Yeah, we have had this conversation, I know, and we in Warrington really wanted to just take our township back. But just like you said, it happens one conversation at a time. It happened with education, and not just education of our township, our constituents, but of our committee people and myself as a politician, really digging in and talking about those 3 layers of conversation. That, yes, here are the issues, but really digging into the details and being able to communicate that to people so that they understood what was going on. So in Warrington, as you said, we not only our board of supervisors, but our auditor, they were all Democrat, and we were able to, flip that. We were the only township in all of Bucks County this past year that went from blue to red.
And and it wasn't just something that happened in the state of Pennsylvania, because at that time I was traveling with Vivek, so I'm in New Hampshire, I'm in Iowa, and Democrats just clobbered the Republican Party. I mean, in Iowa, it is like all Republican. It's such a stronghold in the Republican Party in the state of Iowa, and yet they lost almost everything, right? And the same we saw happen here in Pennsylvania, but in Bucks County, in this little township, you guys were the anomaly. And again, how did you do it?
And really, we have to kind of go back in history to say, how did we get here? How did we get all Democrats for all these years in a district that, if you look at the numbers in the voter registration, it's a plus R district? And when I got involved, I really was from degradation in the inside, right? I mean, everyone sacked Rome in the end, and that's really what's happening in Bucks County. And that's really the story of Warrington, and us kind of looking in and saying, we have no infrastructure, we have no leadership, we have
in the Republican Party.
Yeah, and like I said, when Mike Diorca and I ran
up and down in Pennsylvania,
and
no
here
leadership.
I am, with going through chemotherapy. Mike Diorca is 74 years old at the time, double knee replacement. We're knocking on doors, we're talking to people, and we said, when we win, we never said if, when we win, this is what we're going to do. We're going to create a club where we can educate people and talk about everything. We're going to,
and that is the Warrington
Patriots. We're going to fill all of our committee seats. We're going to have all these people come here. We're going to raise. It sounded like pie in the sky. We sat down at a dinner table, and then we invited people in to say, what do you want? What do you want your community to look like? What do you want your club to look like? What do you want your committee? How do you want to operate? We rewrote our bylaws, and we executed every single thing this last year, and we won. And it sounds crazy. In some ways, I don't know how we did it, but how we really have people that really like each other too. That's probably the other thing in Warrington. But we kind of ran around everyone too. We didn't look for the establishment for help.
So
we didn't
went
look,
around
we
the
did what was
Republican
right.
Party.
We did. We went around
As
and did what was right.
Republicans, you want to win.
We
and,
wanted to win.
And it was something we talked about a lot with Vivek's campaign, is that the Republican Party has become a party of perpetual losers.
Yes.
And they're kind of comfortable with losing. And so you did not wait. You guys went out to the people, went around those who were obstacles, and did what you have to do.
And we had a lot of infighting. I think people looked at it and were like, it's great. But we went around it, and we all just were saying we need to win. That was really, we were like, I know that not everyone.
Winning.
Like you were saying, we can't change policy. We can't do anything unless we can win, and then we can take the next step.
Right. Because, unfortunately, the ones who win makes the rules. And so before you can make the rule, you have to start winning. And I believe it starts at the township level all the way up. And specifically, we got to win come November. We'll be right back, guys. You're listening to The Dawn Stensland Show. I'm your host, Kathy Barnett, filling in. Blessings to y'all.
Get slimmer for the summer by losing a contractually guaranteed 20 to 40 plus pounds in only 40 days with NJ Diet. Call 855-5NJ-DIET or go to njdiet.com. Get ready for spring with njdiet.com.
Win a 2024 BMW 740iX Drive sedan during the Race to the Finish promotion at Borgata Hotel Casino and Spa. Now through April 27th, earn entries on slots and table games for your chance at being one of 1,575 lucky winners. Plus, 2 players will win a 2024 BMW. Drawings every Saturday with grand prize drawings on March 30th and April 27th. $1,575,000 Race to the Finish. Only at Borgata. Must be 21 or over. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
My kitchen is the heart of my home. Dawn Stensland here. If your kitchen or bath is outdated, you need Kitchen Magic. Yeah, they're local in Pennsylvania. They have an experienced team which has transformed more than 60,000 spaces. A dedicated design consultant works with you on your choices for refacing custom cabinets, backsplash counters, and tub shower conversion. Right now, they're offering 12 months, no payments, no interest financing, and 10% off your remodel. Visit kitchenmagic.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
If you want jazz music, go to New Orleans. Bagels has to be New York. Skiing, Colorado, every time. And for psychics, think California Psychics. When you want the best, some places are better than others. That's why at CaliforniaPsychics.com, home of free spirits, big dreams, and open minds, we know better than anyone what makes a good psychic. In fact, 98% of the psychics who apply to work with us don't make the grade. We connect you with the very best, so we can guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. Download the app or connect with us at CaliforniaPsychics.com. Right now, new customers receive 20 minutes for just $20. So whatever direction you want to take your life, you know where to start. Experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
Hey, it's Greg with Kayal and Company. Say goodbye to busted brackets because FanDuel Sportsbook in partnership with Valley Forge Casino is letting you bet on every game of the tournament. Whether you're betting on a big upset or a one seed, it's time to go dancing on America's #1 sportsbook. I love the FanDuel app. Right now, new customers can get $200 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. Some of my favorites for the college basketball tournament this month are Kentucky, Connecticut, Purdue, and Arizona. Remember, $200 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. That's $200 to use on point spreads, money lines, over-unders, and so much more. You can even pick who's going to win it all. Just go to FanDuel.com/Greg, FanDuel.com/Greg, and bet on college hoops until they cut the net down. This is FanDuel Sportsbook, the official partner of 1210 WPHT, so you know you're in good hands. 21 and over, present in PA. First all-online, real money wager only. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued is non-withdrawable bonus bets. That expires 7 days after receipt. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential. But finding those people can be a major hassle. Unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. And right now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. With ZipRecruiter, one click sends your job to hundreds of top job sites. But more than that, ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies the candidates with the skills you need, sends you a list of great matches to review, then actively invites them to apply for your job. And the results speak for themselves. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. That's right, the first day. Now you can focus on your business and let ZipRecruiter do the work finding the best people for you. See for yourself. Experience the ease, efficiency, and power of ZipRecruiter for free. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
Hey, Percy, we know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Remember to take us anywhere with the free Odyssey app.
Hello, Pennsylvania. I cannot believe our 2 hours are almost up. Time goes by so fast when you're having fun and you're with good people. And so this has been so much fun. You are listening to the Dawn Stensland Show. I am your host, Kathy Barnett. Dawn is somewhere in the south of Italy having the best time of her life with her family. I pray her and her family safe travels and return back. So as we close out this hour, let me just say tomorrow it is going to be jam-packed. We're going to open it up with Congressman Scott Perry. We have someone from Washington Examiner who will be here. Someone from Broad and Liberty will be here. Then we have Dr. Ben Carlson will be in the house. We have General Flynn, my good friend, General Flynn. I love that man. He will be here. We will also have some people who have done some amazing work on the ground in Kensington. They will be here in the studio as well. So prepare. Write down the number, 855-839-1210. Call in today, call in tomorrow, call in for the whole week. I'm excited. As we close out this, our day, what were you saying during the break, Dave? I thought that was so profound.
Yeah, so this is a really good example of something that I believe we need as Republicans to do, and that is democratize the Republican Party, embrace the chaos. You know, one of the things that the Democrats do really well, because their nature is to be chaotic, right, is they don't care whether you bow and scrape to the DNC or not. You're allowed to be a Democrat Party or a PAC or anything else, as long as you get voters to the poll. It is the only thing that matters.
They don't care. They don't have a purity test. I mean, when they say Big Tent, they mean everything to the bottom of the basement.
I know.
Ridiculous
I know
people.
someone who is literally a Marxist, and I know someone who is literally a globalist, a true capitalist, and they work together
because
on
they don't
Democrat.
care.
Because at its core, you can be yourself as long as you get people to the polls. And
up to a point, right? But for them, they realize that the winners get to make the rules.
Yes, and that's what we need to do. And I think your story was a really great illustration of that, right? As a party, if we stick to our core things, keeping things organized and everything else, and let all of these groups like Moms for Liberty and everything be themselves.
Right, instead of trying to beat them into submission.
We don't need to bring them under our umbrella and require that they bow and scrape. We can simply say, do your thing, be yourself. Most of these groups will fail. It's just statistically true. Most of these groups will have a very short lifespan. Some of them will be quite durable. And it doesn't matter. The local parties should stick to the core things that we do really well, organize things, be a base from which we operate, but let these organizations be themselves as long as they get people to the polls to vote Republican.
Instead of trying to beat them into submission and kneecapping them when they're about to win. That is literally the job of the Republican Party. It feels like, well, I know because I experienced it for myself when I ran in 2022. Because I'm not, because I didn't go and bow and kiss somebody's ring and beg with my hat in my hand, I just walked through the door and said, hey, everybody, I'm here. I'm running. This is what we're going to do.
Right.
But because I wasn't a part of the group, these people literally started kneecapping everything that we were doing. Oh my goodness. Are we out of time? I can't believe it. Vanessa, thank you so much for being here. David, thank you so much for being here. All of the listeners, thank you so much for not changing the channel. I appreciate you. Blessings. Talk to y'all soon.
Hi, Dawn Stensland here. You've heard me talk about my friends from Piazza Premium Automobiles. They continue to grow their luxury collection of brands, and now Piazza is excited to welcome Infiniti Ardmore and Maserati of the main line, both located right there on Lancaster Avenue, and you're going to receive the very same first-class customer experience that you've come to expect. Find your new or certified pre-owned Infiniti, Maserati, or other Piazza luxury brands like Jaguar, Land Rover, Mercedes-Benz, BMW, and more at Piazza Premium Auto.
Millions of Americans are losing their medical assistance or Medicaid coverage. If this affects you, Independence Blue Cross can help. You may be eligible to enroll in a health plan for as little as $0 a month. With Independence Blue Cross, you get the largest provider network in the area, including most Keystone First doctors and hospitals. We also offer free 24/7 telemedicine, coverage for hospital stays and prescriptions. See if you qualify for $0 health insurance and enroll today. Call Independence Blue Cross at 1-844-464-2583 or visit ibx.com/stay covered.
Are you a victim of the timeshare trap and think there's no way out? I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, the original timeshare cancellation expert. And I'm here to tell you that there is